What's good? Welcome back to another video. I know it's been a long time. It's actually been since Madden 24, the start of Madden 24, and I recorded a Dolphins rebuild then too. So we're doing it again, and this time hopefully after this one I'll do more teams and do stuff like that because I know you guys are asking for that. If any of you guys still are here and exist to watch that video from literally a year ago, but I have just turned on Madden franchise just came out. It's 4:19 p.m. It came out at 4 o'clock. And we're going to do a Dolphins rebuild, and everything's going to be straight out of the box, how it came, straight out of the package. We're not going to change any of the sliders or anything like that, because with you guys, I just want to see what the game is like and play with you guys. So obviously, we know there's been some different things added to the game. Now, obviously, I don't think there hasn't been that much that has changed in terms of franchise mode. I know they added a bunch of the kind of, not cutscenes, but they added a bunch of the things for the coach to do and a bunch of new things that come with interviewing players and interviewing with the media and stuff. But a lot of the function of the base game has not really changed, but there has been some quality of life updates, which I think is good. So as you get in here, we will use Mike McDaniel, and we're obviously doing a Dolphins rebuild because they're my favorite team. And then, like I said, we'll see what we can change later. Now, I'm always going to leave all of this kind of the same and just kind of out of the box. There are a couple things I will change though. Obviously, we'll do quarter length to 15 minutes off because we're not going to be doing anything and we're not going to be jumping in either. Obviously, this is going to be mostly simulation. All this can be manual. That's all cool. They can auto progress talents and no tutorials is fine. And the rest of this looks exactly the same as Madden 24. So like I said, a lot of it has been the same as before. We'll turn off practice injuries just to save me some time here. But the rest, we're just going to leave fully normal, like dev trait regression on, like basically fully out of the box, just to make sure that, it's just kind of the experience that Madden wants you to have, which sometimes isn't the greatest, as we know. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, it takes people who test the games and test the sliders to come up with the best the best sliders and stuff for it to figure out. Like I know I use Mr. Hurricane sliders for XP and all that for whatever reason, because they just make it better. They make it a better experience, and Madden is just too cheap to do that. Now, finally on the game, again, not a lot has changed, but I do like this new kind of home screen. Obviously, you can check your messages as well, just because there's a bunch of new things with all the press conferences and stuff like that. But it's really nice to see all this information kind of way more in your face. It makes the franchise seem way more alive, if I'm being honest with you. But this is just a normal rebuild. Again, we're not really changing anything. So we can kind of jump in right into the roster. And again, all this is pretty much the same. Everything is pretty smooth. Honestly, I'm surprised the servers are up just because the game just came out. But let's look at these ratings and let's see what this team is looking like. Obviously, Tua Tagovailoa just got that big contract. Do they have that in the game off rip? I'm curious, because that feels like something they might miss. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if they didn't have it in the game, but let's see if they have it. No, they don't, because, it's Madden, so why would they do that? So let's add that into the game right now, and I'll do that really quickly. Okay, we are back, and obviously, it's not perfect in terms of what the contract is, just because the contract's so much different in real life and how it's structured. But it's in the game now, so at least it's in the game. Thanks, Madden, for that. It's like, be nice you have the upgraded contract figures. I did the same thing for Tyreek Hill. I'll restructure it next year because it takes a crazy jump in cap hit, and you can't do it like year by year in Madden, because again, Madden, doesn't really care about franchise. So clearly, because I mean, look at this. How do you not have Tua's contract in the game? At the big, it's already been. How has that not been added? Literally, how has that not been added? Anyways, we'll go back to just looking at the team, but that was really annoying to do. But it's in there, and it's like as close as possible to what it is realistically. But let's go over the team. Obviously, now with that contract, and even though before we knew that Tua Tagovailoa was this team's franchise quarterback, we're going to try and win a Super Bowl and multiple Super Bowls with him at the helm. Mike White and Skylar Thompson back him up. They won't really factor into this rebuild too much. Then we have Tyreek Hill, 99 overall with his new contract. Of course, he's awesome. Same thing with Jalen Waddle, 87 superstar, one of the most underrated receivers in the league just because he plays behind Tyreek Hill. I think him and Devontae Smith both, don't get I don't think they get what they deserve in terms of recognition just because they're stuck behind even better wide receiver ones. But that doesn't mean that they should be, this underrated in terms of the way people view them. But that's really awesome to see. Obviously, Raheem Mostert had a great year last year, 86 overall superstar. That's awesome to see. Devon Achane, whatever you want to call it, it's Achane, but like he says Achane, it's really weird, but I'll call him Achane for now just because that's how he said his mom wants him to be called, or whatever the case was. But he's a nice, really up-and-coming running back. But then we also drafted Jaylen Wright this year, and he seems to be a steal that we got in the mid-rounds, and I'm very excited for him. And honestly, we won't have to worry about running back for a while. I mean, this is a great running back trio. You get 1 to 2 more years out of Raheem Mostert. That filters into Achane and Jaylen Wright, and that should be your running back group for the next 3 to 4 years, to be honest with you. You also have Jeff Wilson to provide a little bit of power along with the speed that he brings. But that is the offense. Obviously, Alec Ingold is an invaluable piece of this team at the fullback position, and in that Mike McDaniel, 49er Shanahan offense, you need a fullback like him, so that's awesome to see. Obviously, in the offseason, we brought in Jonnu Smith, and he's going to bring a lot of yak to the tight end position and a lot of creation from the tight end position that Durham Smythe just doesn't really provide. He is way more of a blocking and possession type of tight end, and honestly, I think he was underused because I don't think he's a bad pass catcher at all, but I definitely think Jonnu Smith brings some explosiveness from that position, and again, he's led the league in terms of tight ends, in terms of yak, and we know that's what Mike McDaniel's offense is all about, so that's really nice to see. Then on the offensive line, Teron Armstead, he's the guy on the offensive line. Austin Jackson's criminally underrated. He started off as a bust. Like, literally, he was so bad he should be a 50 overall. But once Mike McDaniel got to him, he actually coached him up. And now I would say he should be like an 80 overall star development type player just because of the way that Mike McDaniel has made him so important and integral to the team. Like, he's to his blindside tackle. And honestly, last year, until the end of the season, until he got that contract, he was playing really good. Then it faded off a little bit, filtered off a little bit, but honestly, he was great once Mike McDaniel got to him, so that's okay. Isaiah Wynn's a great little placeholder. You don't need anything more from him. Aaron Brewer's a monster in the run game. In pass pro, he can struggle a little bit, but at right guard, there's a big hole, and that's something we're going to look to address in the next offseason, but Robert Jones will start there for now. Then obviously, once Teron Armstead retires, which could be this year, could be next year, probably this year, we drafted Patrick Paul, and this guy is a monster. I'm glad to see that he at least has star development. He's 6'8", 331 in the game. I'm pretty sure he's something like that in real life as well. Obviously, he should have star development or something like that. It'd be awesome if he had superstar, but I doubt it. But he's just a big, he's a mauler on the offensive line. That's really good to see. So honestly, there's not too much to do on the offense other than right guard. Most of this kind of rebuild is going to be more managing the cap and trying to keep guys than really bring guys in, because obviously the Dolphins are already so good, but I just want to rebuild them as the first rebuild just because they're my favorite team. Moving to the defense now, we do run a 3-4 and we did change schemes again. Anthony Weaver is bringing that Mike McDonald Ravens defense, but this should be awesome. Obviously, Xavier Howard's not on the team anymore, which sucks. Like, I'm so sad. That is literally my favorite defensive player in the NFL. Maybe my just favorite player in the NFL since Jarvis Landry retired. And it sucks to see him not on the team. This is the first time I've opened Madden in my life, and Xavier Howard hasn't been at corner. But speaking of corners, we have Jalen Ramsey. He's a bona fide top 3 corner in the game right now. And Kendall Fuller, super underrated. Funny story, when he got signed, obviously we signed him to 2 years, $8 million per year. My buddy had told me, oh, we signed him for $16 million. And I said, great, $16 million per year. That's an awesome contract. Like, Jalen Ramsey's getting paid $24 million. Like, that's the cornerback market. And then he told me, no, Kendall Fuller signed for $8 million per year. And as you can see, he's probably rated in the game 87 star. Like, that's an awesome deal for a corner of that, stature in terms of how good he is. So it's really nice to see. Kader Kohu has really struggled after his rookie season, but still holding the 76 star. Hopefully he can factor in. Same thing with Cam Smith. We'll see how much they factor in. But obviously the main two, Kendall Fuller, Jalen Ramsey, as we try and win a Super Bowl. Obviously the big missing piece on the defensive line is Christian Wilkins. Obviously we could not re-sign him for the amount of money that the Raiders paid him, which sucks. But Tierra Tart's a nice DT. Honestly, I think he's a little bit underrated in the game at 73. I think he can be a solidified, or at least I think he can be a solid nose tackle and just kind of fill his role. Calais Campbell was a nice vet signing, and he took a discount to come here. He said that himself, and that was awesome to see. And Zach Sealer, criminally underrated. He had 10 sacks last year as an interior defensive lineman. So shout out to Zach Sealer. He's been awesome. On the edge, we're good. Shaq Barrett retired. Literally, what is he doing on the roster? Why is he here? I'm just going to release him just because he's retired. I don't like Madden has to. This is my issue with Madden. It's not. They don't even get the big things right either. I was going to say, oh, they get the big things right, but they miss the little details. The small details, they really struggle with, and I don't understand how they can miss such small things. It's like he retired. How is he on the opening roster? Whatever. Going to the edge rushers, obviously Jalen Phillips, he just came back to practice today, actually, as I record this, and it's really awesome to see. Nice up-and-coming edge rusher with the solidified vet. Both these guys criminally underrated in the game. Jalen Phillips, I get it, he's injured, so 84 star makes sense. Bradley Chubb should be like an 85, 86, maybe even superstar. He put up 12.5 sacks last year, underratedly, so that's awesome. And then same thing goes for the interior linebackers. David Long Jr. was awesome last year. Same thing goes for Jordan Brooks. We'll actually move him up in the depth chart because he has star development. I'm actually moving him up to linebacker 1. I think he has all-pro potential in this defense, playing that kind of Roquan Smith role for Anthony Weaver in that Ravens adjacent defense. Now, obviously, he probably won't be an all-pro, and like that's a big thing to say. I'm just saying he has the potential to probably do it. Well, not probably, but maybe do it, just because of the way he can play downhill and the way that the Ravens defense uses linebackers who play like him. I really think he has a lot of potential to break out in this Dolphins defense. David Long Jr. was awesome last year. Again, some of these ratings really don't make sense. I would adjust them if I was doing it myself. But Jordan Poyer was a nice addition. I think he's a little overrated now. Now, I think in his prime, yeah, 86 superstar for sure. I definitely think he's getting older, and I don't think he's as good as he used to be. So 86 superstar, I'll take it because it kind of balances out how some of these guys like a Bradley Chubb is underrated. So I'll take the 86 superstar safety. That was a nice addition as he comes home, as he grew up in Miami. And Jevon Holland's awesome, 88 star. I think is fair. He could and should probably be superstar. He's one of the best young safeties in the league. Chop Robinson, I'm not going to lie to you, is not exactly who I wanted in the first round. Now, he's super explosive and could replace Bradley Chubb going forward. And I see the vision with what Chris Greer was trying to do, or the Dolphins GM. For me personally, I would have loved to address the interior of the offensive line with that pick. Taking a guy like Grant Barton would have been the move. And we drafted like a third string edge rusher, which I know you can never have enough edge rushers. And honestly, you need 3 edge rushers or more. Like, I completely get that, but I just thought interior offensive line was a bigger need, especially because at that point, I didn't know that Shaq Barrett was going to retire. But Chop Robinson, hopefully, you know, if we need to move on from Bradley Chubb for contract space, we have Chop Robinson ready to go, because even though we drafted him a little bit higher, he's super explosive and has a ton of potential. Definitely a low floor, but he has a ton of potential. Same thing with Patrick Paul. Special teams wise, we're pretty much good. Shout out to Braxton Berrios, you know, pulls on and off the field. But I think that's pretty good. Honestly, there's not too many changes to make going forward. And I think we are good to go. So I think we're going to head to the regular season. Never mind, there are things that I want to show you. I was just going to go to the regular season just to skip out some stuff. But we have some new storylines, which is the big thing that's been added to this franchise, these little cutscene things. So I guess this I should show you. And I was going to show you the cuts too. So not exactly the regular season. But let's see what the press conference is talking about. And Dan Hampton, our offensive coordinator, is saying, ready for the press conference this week. I assume they're going to ask me about position battles. They might. Just be careful what you commit to if they do. I wonder what position battle they could be talking about. I'm assuming it's not quarterback, but I really don't know what position battle they could be referring to for Miami. So let's see what they're going to ask about. Next question. Let's see what they got. Oh, you should be having a tight end position battle according to most experts. Which style will determine the winner of the battle between Jonnu Smith and Durham Smythe? I don't think there will be a battle, but I'll just say most receiving yards. I don't know if this makes sense, because it should be like receiving yards per snap if you're going to do it this way, just because like one tight end's probably going to play more snaps than the other. Therefore, we'll have way more opportunity to get more yards. But I guess that's cool. I don't really think it matters based on the one video that I watched on Madden franchise, but that's the new cutscene. That's the thing they added to Madden franchise. Now, by the way, I'm trying to sound excited. Like, I bought the game today, pre-ordered it, but I bought it today just before the game came out, just so I could play today. And I'm obviously excited for that as you upgrade Patrick Paul here. But like, when that's the big thing you add to franchise, it's like cool. Again, they definitely added some things I'm super excited about. And again, the quality of life changes, like making everything bigger on that big screen and having this be more alive with these press conferences. Like, it's definitely a notable addition. But for me personally, shouldn't that have been like a normal update? I feel like it shouldn't be a title change sort of update. Like, this feels like an update that in a game, like in any other game, they might do in like December or something, like a December like game update, and they might just add this stuff, to be honest with you. That's kind of what it feels like to me, but that's kind of where we're at. I'm not going to change any of the offensive staff, defensive staff, anything like that. just for this first season, just because everything's kind of in place. During that first off season, where we will change everything we want. Coach just ran Benito Jones in the hallway, and it's pretty obvious he showed up to the camp out of shape. Are you pranking me? I wish. Do you want to talk to him? Benito Jones, I think he could probably be a rotational interior defensive lineman for us. Mike McDonald, no. Anthony Weaver likes to rotate his defensive lineman. But yeah, let's talk to him. Like, Benito, what are you doing getting out of shape? You're already like pretty big as a defensive tackle. What's going on here, buddy? Like, how are we out of shape already, man? And honestly, I'm not gonna bother checking his player type in terms of thing, just because he's so far down the depth chart that I don't know how much it's gonna matter. I should say at some point I do want to do a rebuild where I play every game and like do a long-term rebuild, and for that this will be way more fun. But when you're playing pretty casually or just doing a rebuild like this, not for YouTube, but just when you're playing, when you're just trying to get through the seasons, this doesn't exactly help. I'm gonna say you're letting the team down. Let's see if he's in tens, because he is. I think, you got to be accountable as a player, and I think that's not great. He said, I understand, coach. My personality gets in the way sometimes. I'll start the regular season strong. Mike McDaniel looks huge in this cutscene. Oh my God. Whoa. They're saying Benito Jones put on weight. Mike McDaniel, have you gone on the Andy Reid diet? He's eating 4 burgers a meal. McDaniel looks huge. He's hit the weight room. Jesus Christ, Mike. Oh my God. Did you see what he looked like? Also, Patrick Paul has another upgrade already. That's sick. Okay, Mike McDaniel. Sorry, I can't get it out of my head. Mike McDaniel looked yoked. I don't know if it was yoked or if he looked like melted ice cream. It was one of the two. In that cutscene, Mike McDaniel looked huge in that. Benito Jones put on weight. If I was Benito Jones, I'd say, Coach, look in the mirror. How about you stay in shape? Jesus, that was crazy. Let's do these 2 storylines, then we'll get into cutting players, which is really the most important thing. But Jesus, look at him. Look at Mike. Oh my God. I hope maybe it's just a bad angle. Maybe the lighting's off. I don't know. Based on what you said in the conference, Smith won the battle. Do you believe he won the battle? Yes. Jonnu Smith will be the starting tight end. Obviously, we paid him and all that stuff. But honestly, we'll run a lot of 12-man personnel, I'm sure, in real life. Obviously, we'll see how much that factors in to franchise. And obviously, they're not going to fix that or make that a bigger deal about what type of formation. That's too nitty-gritty for Madden franchise. Honestly, I'm coming off as so much of a pessimist for this game. But honestly, that just is what it is when it comes to that. But this sideline interview is pretty cool. Coach talk all the time about a team's identity. What can the fans expect from your defense this season? Let's see what options they give us. Stopping the run, shut down the pass game, create turnover and sack, tough red zone. D, I'm going to say stopping the run. I feel like that's what the Ravens do a lot. Like, I don't think that's what they're known for. I just think they were just a physical defense. I would love to say, like, we're a more physical defense than, we were in the past. But we can do less than 75 yards per game or 50. We'll try 50. I mean, I don't think we're going to do that just because our nose tackle is a 73 overall. But we'll try allowing less than 50 yards rushing against during a game. But that seems pretty difficult, honestly. So we'll see if we can do that. That's a tough challenge. We'll see what the ramifications are of that decision. As we do have an upgrade for Tua Tagovailoa. Actually, we'll show you that before I cut. But let's see what his ratings are looking like. 87 throw power, 91 deep, 91 medium, 97 short. Honestly, a lot of this looks good. I think for now we'll do strong arm just to see if we can get some extra throw power. As Tua's player model looks pretty interesting. Honestly, all these little things in the game, like, it's cool to see, and it's cool to see the new changes that they made with customization and all of that. But I definitely want to see how this all simulates. Again, it doesn't seem like too much has changed in terms of the nitty-gritty of the franchise, and as we already know, they didn't clearly pay attention to too much detail with contracts and stuff, but at least we have the new game. So okay, we're at week 1, obviously, for the season goal. I mean, win the Super Bowl. I mean, what else are we doing if we're not the Miami Dolphins? Obviously, for choose draft class, we're gonna have to do auto-generate rookies just because, well, it's day 1 of Madden, so I don't think anyone's made any realistic classes. Let's start with the media interviews for week 1. Let's see what they have for Mike McDaniel. Is he still looking yoked or like melted ice cream, or is he looking like his normal self? Let's see. He's looking kind of looking big, I don't know, but which area of our team is the strongest? Obviously, for Mike McDaniel, he's going to say our offense if he's answering truthfully. But But let's see what part of the defense worries me the most. I'll say the run defense just because the interior of our defensive line, again, Tua Tagovailoa, he's underrated in the game. I do think he's going to be good in real life, but I do think we have good linebackers, corners, safeties. But we will say interior D-line, although tackling in the secondary is obviously always kind of tough. But with guys like Jevon, Holland, Jalen, Ramsey, we actually do have some good tacklers from those positions. I'm going to say that we give up less than 1,300 rushing yards just because if we're giving up less than 50 yards a game, that's our goal. We will be trying to let up less than 1,300 rushing yards anyway, so we might as well kind of double down on that. And obviously the individual stats, like I don't think 73 overall or whatever it was, Tua Tagovailoa will, I don't think he's going to hit any of those numbers. But the roster has been cut down. It's been a while since I've recorded a YouTube video. Sorry if I'm rambling, but let's see. As we do have some morale boosts, which is nice. But the offense looks good in terms of the depth chart for me. Obviously, we signed OBJ as well. That was good to see. But offensively, that all looks good. Defensively, this all looks good as well. I did move Deshaun Hand to defensive tackle, but we'll start Tua Tagovailoa for now. In terms of specialists at slot receiver, I'll leave OBJ there for now. I want to spread the ball around, so that works for me. And then I do want to get devon, achane involved, so we'll move him to third down running back. And then Kitterco, who can start in the slot for now. Chop Robinson will be the backup for the rush ends and all that stuff. At sub linebacker, though, we'll put Jordan Brooks and Anthony Walker there, so that all looks good. And then we're just going to get to simming. On the practice squad, just a bunch of guys like Ryan Hayes and, Chase Brown, not Chase Brown, by the way, pick him up in fantasy. He's going to be good for the Bengals. Chris Brooks, there's guys like that on the practice squad, but that's where we're at. But I think we are good. So let's start simulating. We start off against the Jacksonville Jaguars, and let's see what happens in week 1. How do I see if we won? Am I tripping? Where do I see if we won? Oh, we lost to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Okay. Good start. How did we lose to Jacksonville? What? How did that happen? We lost 24-17. Honestly, I wasn't even thinking about it. I thought we were just going to win. Yeah, next question. Let's get straight to business. How did we lose to Jacksonville? How do I feel about the result? We lost to Trevor Lawrence, the most overpaid quarterback in the league. By the way, I think Trevor Lawrence as a prospect, fantastic. He's been real bad in the NFL. Not bad, but he's been not to where you think. Definitely our offense only put up 17 points. But he hasn't been great in the NFL. He's been outplayed by a lot of guys who he shouldn't be outplayed by, and he struggled a little bit more than you'd think. I didn't really see what happened, but we'll just say the offensive line in general, just because they're the kind of weak part of our team. Tua Tagovailoa has to overcome a lot and get the ball out quick because our offensive line isn't that great, so we'll do that. They get a +3 boost to run block in the next game. That's pretty cool. We have a couple upgrades, and we have a big game coming up against Buffalo, and that'll be really big for that. I'll just do auto upgrades here just because these guys won't factor in until next year. Honestly, I'm just excited to get to the first offseason, as bad as that sounds, just because that's when you can really make changes to the team. But we'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens, and we lose. So we're starting off 0-2 with an 85 overall team. I don't love that. We'll delegate the regional focus scouting to the rest, to our assistant GMs and all that, to the AI, just because for now that's not that big of a deal to me. Jaylen Waddle, we will leave here as an 88 overall. Now that's awesome. Hopefully he can continue to develop into that 90 overall X factor, and that'd be an even better duo as Austin Jackson gets another upgrade as well. We'll get him better as a pass upgrade. Again, 75 overall just seems pretty low for him, which I can't believe I'm saying. 2 years ago, me would not believe that I'm saying 75 overall is kind of low for Austin Jackson. And Jalen Wright gets an upgrade too, which is nice, as he's already 75 overall, even though he's not going to be playing that much as a rookie. That's really good to see that he's already getting upgrades, and he'll probably be 22, 76, 77, which again is still fine for your second year. We do have some contracts to negotiate, but we have negative $10 million in cap room, so we're gonna have to wait till the end of the season to kind of negotiate all those contracts, because we have literally zero money. So we'll sim to the midseason and see where we're at. At midseason, we're back to 3-3. I mean, that's not great, but honestly, after starting 0-2, I mean, I can't be so mad at that, as again, we'll delegate those decisions to our staff. But we do have another storyline. Again, the big addition to Madden this year. Storylines. Team meeting room, week 8. Let's see what we have going on in this team meeting. Let's talk about the Cardinals. Is this just a normal week-to-week talk? Or, again, Mike McDaniel looking yoked. What did you see during film session? The corners are exploitable. Okay, Tua, talk your shit, boy. Talk your shit. Who's looking weak on the Cardinals? Both of their starting core. Oh, he don't give a fuck. He don't care. Let's go. How should we attack him, Tua? Let's go out there next. Honestly, just put Tyreek on a streak and we should be all right. But it makes sense to target those corners and feed our receivers as much as possible. I agree. Let's get Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle plenty. I love it, Tua. I love it. He knows the guys he needs to go to. He knows that. Good, we'll be successful if Tyreek and Jalen Waddle combine for 15 catches. 3 touchdowns, so that's a lot, because honestly, if we get to the red zone, we can run it in. But again, I can definitely see how when you're playing every game, these could be really fun and really interesting. But again, when you're just kind of simulating through, it becomes a little bit more just kind of, it just becomes more buttons to press, which kind of sucks that's the big addition. That's what it is. But we'll upgrade Jalen Phillips here. What ratings does he have? What do we need to upgrade? Honestly, his finesse moves are pretty low for an 85 overall, and his block shedding isn't great. I mean, 78 is not horrible. So we'll just continue to upgrade his speed rusher. I guess they have him as a way better of an athlete, and that's why his overall is that high, but he is a good rusher as well. So it's unfortunate that his ratings don't reflect that. But other than that, just a bunch of young guys. Honestly, how is that all the upgrades we have for, I simulated to mid-season? Like, that's like 4 or 5 weeks. That's all the upgrades we have. That's pretty interesting. But we'll simulate week by week now, and we'll see if we can get those 15 catches against the Cardinals for Jalen Waddle and Tyreek. Oh my God, we put up 51 points. There is definitely potential that they can combine for 15 catches. Tua Tagovailoa threw for 5 touchdowns, 300 yards passing. He obviously threw the pick as well. But wow, that's a huge game from Tua. And let's see what happened. And I'm pretty sure he's going to be like, fucking rights. I threw up against those corners. Solid win. You put up 51 points. What? I'm frustrated we didn't do a good job explaining their corners. You threw for 300 yards and 5 touchdowns. I get it, but we got the win, and that was just a suggestion. Just need to execute better. Yeah, guys. You guys got to execute better. You only put up 51 points. Jesus Christ. If we're not breaking the record for the single season scoring record, then what are we doing? Jesus Christ. 51-17. We need to attack their corners better. 300 yards and 5 touchdowns. God, this game. This is why I was less excited coming into this year for Madden franchise, just because, you know what's funny? Even though you shouldn't be excited for just these storylines, that shouldn't be the big thing for franchise in general. That's already a miss when it comes to franchise. But I was excited just because, again, as a franchise player, that's cool. Again, it makes it feel more alive. The issue was, oh my, look at the quote he said, "I'll take the blame. We had the right plan. I just didn't make the right plays." What? Unless that's from maybe the Colts week, because it says Tua Tagovailoa on a frustrating loss. I don't know. As we play week 9 against the Bills, this is a huge week for a win. Did we win? I would love to see if we won, and we lost by 2. That kind of sucks, but we do have a weekly award. Are we gonna make the playoffs? Jalen Ramsey had a pick. That's awesome. Are we gonna miss the playoffs first year? That would suck. That would be a horrendous start to this video. Honestly, a horrendous start. And if you watch the franchise video from last year, that didn't go much better. If you watch that, that's not Jordan Poyer. Who is that, Madden? I'm not gonna say anything, but that was not Jordan Poyer on my screen. I'll leave it at that. This game. Oh my God, this game. As we have Monday Night Primetime against the Rams, we'll just simulate. This game is, it's interesting. I'll tell you that. Didn't have the contracts. Tua threw for 5 touchdowns, 300 yards, said he didn't do a good enough job. We put up 10 points against the Rams and lost. We're 4-5. What a horrible start to this franchise. But you just knew that these storylines just weren't going to work as they should. I'm assuming Tyreek and Jalen Waddle probably got 14 catches or something, and they didn't hit that exact specific stat line. But it's just funny to see Tua be like, hey, we didn't do that well. I only threw for 300 yards and 5 touchdowns, as we do win by 6 against the Raiders. And Jordan Brooks has a sack, pick, and forced fumble in one game. That's actually an incredible game from Jordan Brooks. Put him in the All-Pro for me as we go to upgrade. But yeah, during this time, I'll simulate and I'll just talk about it. Like, again, the stuff they added, like, the gameplay looks cool. And I'm not much of a gameplay person, but I do play the game, and, like, that was cool to see. And again, the quality of, I don't know how much I can say, the quality of life change is, like, great. And again, the roster update's what I wanted, to be honest. That's all I wanted from this game. We're back to 6-5. But they didn't even have that. How does Tua not have his contract? How did Tyreek Hill not have his updated contract? How is this possible? I don't know. As again, we'll delegate those decisions. So I'm not too I'm not looking too much into the draft right now, because again, that really hasn't changed too. Actually, no, sorry, I should take that back. It did change a lot, the draft, but scouting, I should say, hasn't changed for Madden 25 from Madden 24. The draft has changed a lot. Just the screen that you can look at and the way scouting works, and having Roger Goodell on the screen. Even though I saw from watching Bengals video that he comes out in like the 5th round. Yeah, sick dude. Shout out to Roger Goodell for sticking it through all the way to the 5th round and announcing every single pick. So that's cool. As another win, as we're up to 7-5, taking on the Jets. Hopefully we can beat them. They're 9-3. This would be a huge division win, as I'm going to continue to upgrade. And I did see 2 new injuries, which isn't great. Hopefully that's all right. Riley Chubb's down to an 82 overall now, which isn't great, but he's with Morales up to an 84. You love to see it. It's interesting that they have him as a speed rusher. I would argue when I watch him, he's way more of a power rusher, but is Madden ratings people really watching games? I don't think so. I don't think they're clicked on the wrong thing, but I don't think they're watching too many games, to be honest, based on their ratings and the way they address things and have all of that. As Tyreek Hill tore his labrum, so he's out for 2 weeks. Thankfully, it's only 2 weeks. And Raheem Mostert is out for 6 weeks with a dislocated elbow. Thankfully, we have good depth at the running back position with Achane and Jalen Wright. So Jalen Wright will probably factor in now. But missing Tyreek Hill for this game against the Jets I don't love that. And we still managed to get the win 28 oh, no, we didn't. I was looking at the Packers. We lost by 1. I take it back. Lost by 1 to the Jets. Obviously, I think Tyreek Hill makes a difference, and we probably don't lose by 1, but that's not how games work. That's a tough loss for the boys. As Jalen Wright continues to get upgrades. Same thing with Patrick Paul. And that was one thing that they added, was that younger players get better quicker, and older players regress. But the thing was, and like, listen, great upgrade. I hate to say it. I was doing that already by using a guy like Mr. Hurricane sliders and adjusting those things. So it's just like, I'm glad they updated that, but basically all they did was move a tick on the slider. I honestly don't know what they did other than add these cutscenes, which probably took them a week. Like, if we're genuinely now I'm just talking about how bad the game is. If we're being honest, how hard do you think adding these little questions took? 2 weeks? I mean, if you have 20 staff, let's say, working on it, maybe they don't. They probably have less because they're cheap fucks. But like, I would say, I don't know, 2 weeks to add these cutscenes, probably, right? Because it's all about Ultimate Team and all that. But this is just like, it's just funny. Devon achane looks pretty good. He clearly got his face scanned in. He clearly did that. Jordan Poyer definitely did not. How do we measure success, Devon? Oh, I'm answering that question. 125 rushing yards. Let's go with that. We're going to get you the ball and let you run wild. Yes, sir. Love that. Let's go, Devon. Go crazy, brother. I call everyone brother. Anyways, for another time. As we're going up a big game against the 49ers, Mike McDaniel's former team, a bunch of our guys' former teams, Raheem Mostert, and a bunch of others. Jaylen Waddle gets another upgrade as he'll be up to a 90 overall with morale, as that's a huge upgrade for Jaylen, and he continues to become one of the best receivers in the NFL. Again, super underrated. He's had 1,000 yards every year, even with less than great play calling when Brian Flores was here. But now we take on San Francisco. We're 8-6. The 49ers are only 7-7 somehow. If we can get the win at home in Hard Rock to go to 9-6, that'd be huge. Confirm a winning season, really push for the playoffs. But we lose, and we'll take a look at the playoff picture. I'm pretty sure we're not in. Yes, we are. We're the last team, and we're gonna take on Kansas City at home, or like in Arrowhead right now. I don't love that, but we do have a strategy session for this Browns game, I'm assuming. So let's see how this goes. That was a frustrating loss. Same here. That doesn't make sense. That was a frustrating loss. To say same here after that makes no sense. Our coach is an idiot. Couldn't exploit their run D enough, and we lost. Not good. I know. Just need to go with their good idea though. Yeah, obvious. Well, good idea to what? He didn't say anything. He didn't say. What do you mean good idea? Okay. All right. See if we can beat the Browns on Sunday night prime time, and we lose by 5. We're 8-8 with this team. That's not great. That is not great. Jevon Holland gets an upgrade to 99. I wish it was 99, 89. Man, you can probably tell it's been a while since I've recorded a video. I'm sorry. I apologize. The commentary's been all over the place. How are the Jets 11-5? Man, they're the most overrated team in the NFL. That's for another day. All these media people have the Jets winning the Super Bowl and stuff. Aaron Rodgers is 42 coming off an ACL tear. But he's still the best quarterback in the league. I don't get it. Hopefully we can win this game and get a spot in the playoffs. We made the playoffs at 9-8. We did, right? We made the playoffs at 9-8, and we're playing Anthony Weaver's former team. Let's go. Beat the Jets in week 18. That's huge. And we have some storylines. That is a huge win for this team to make the playoffs. And now that we made the playoffs, anything can happen. Remembering comeback pressure, allow this in 50 yards per game. Yup. Ryan Clark was roasting us. We didn't meet the goal and feels like it wasn't our identity. Comes to the territory. Oh no. We were also ass in other categories too. We only went 9-8. Our offensive points per game was good. Our passing yards was solid. I mean, 12th isn't even horrible. 6th in rushing yards. 20th in opponent's points per game. We were we allowed 95 rushing yards, but what? And we're still top 10. That was a good rushing. Anyways, not getting into it. By the way, I'm probably coming off like I know less about the game. Again, Ryan Clark, man. Ryan Clark's really got our name in his mouth. Keep my team's name out your mouth, Ryan. God. It's like Steelers legend head ass. Anyways, we'll do upgrades and we'll get into this Ravens game. Obviously, if you're here, because I'm getting this out, I'm trying to get this out relatively early about all these new features. That's it. I hope you're not thinking like, oh, we're skipping over the storylines. That's all there is. They say those little things that don't even work anyways and don't really make that much sense. That's the big thing they added, so don't get mad at me. But I was more just excited about the roster update, and now I almost want to refund the game. I honestly might. Who knows? Maybe I'll record this video and then refund the game because the roster hasn't even really been updated. How is the contract not in the game? Let's go over season stats before we get into this game as we went 9-8. Patrick Mahomes led the league in yards. Love to see that. That makes sense. Josh Jacobs, Saquon, Kenneth Walker. Those actually look legitimate, which is really nice to see because I feel like a lot of the times it's not. Tua was 8th in passing touchdowns, 12th in passing yards, and our defense was 20th in yards. That's good to see, but let's see. 28 touchdowns is only 6 picks. That's not bad at all from Tua Tagovailoa. I think in real life he'll obviously do way more yards and a few more touchdowns, but that's not a bad ratio for Madden at all. Rushing wise, Raheem Mostert was very, very good, 4.4 yards per carry. Same thing with devon, achane, 4.3 yards per carry. That's not bad at all. 5 touchdowns apiece, and obviously they pretty much split the backfield evenly. So I'm not too worried about the fact that we didn't have a 1,000-yard rusher or anything like that. Tyreek Hill only had 750 yards. Did he miss more than the 2 games? If he only missed 2 games, this is actually a horrendous season, I guess. Oh, well, I put Odell in the slot, so that means he's going to be the best player ever. I mean, you could put me in the slot in Madden, like even though I'd be a 10 overall. No, sorry, that's generous. I'd be a 6 overall in the game. But if you put me in the slot, I'm putting up 1,200 yards. I'm doing the Cooper Kupp Triple Crown because that's how it works in Madden. If you put that person in the slot, they're going dummy. They're going crazy. So that's how this works. Waddle, Beckham, Hill, Jonnu, they all kind of split the yard. So obviously you want to see way bigger numbers. Like Waddle should be over 1,000. Tyreek should be over 1,500. Odell you think would be 650 plus. Jonnu would be 650, something like that. But that was good to see. Achane had a lot of receptions out of the backfield, which is nice to see. But obviously those aren't the numbers you want to see. The offense a little bit disappointing. Defensively, it seems like we shared the wealth when it comes to sacks. Calais Campbell 8.5, Jalen Phillips 8, Bradley Chubb 8, and then Zach Sealer only with 3.5. So he drops off heavily from his he's in real life. Because why would this game be realistic? Man, I'm really not being that positive when it comes to this new game. But I guess that's what you get when this is the product you put out. Let's sim this Ravens game, see if we can pull off a win against the Baltimore Ravens. And We won because we're playing the Bills, but I can't see the score because it just says wild card. But I'm assuming we won because now we're playing the Bills at Highmark. That's good. So I guess for me to see who won, like in the score, I have to come to this screen. And we won by 1 point. Huge start for that. Let's upgrade our players just because we want to be at our best going into this playoff game. Devon Achane up to an 84 overall after this upgrade. That's awesome to see. Yeah. Oh, we do have some new messages. Sorry, I should probably check that. These are just injury updates and yeah, just the weekly strategy stuff. Okay. We'll simulate this. The 14-3 Buffalo Bills. They're not going 14-3 in real life. I know I'm not even a Bills hater, but they're not going 14-3 in real life. And we lost. We had an injury, but now seemingly we lost. And it will be Bills, Chiefs, Cowboys, Eagles. I can't even say that's super unrealistic, as we had we only put up 7 points. Was it snowing in Buffalo? That might make some sense. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's horrible to say. And Jalen Phillips fractured his foot because he gets no luck either. Not a horrible start to the season, almost made it to the AFC Championship, but we finally won our first playoff game in 20 years, so that's pretty good. And now we're pretty much on to the offseason. So let's sim to the offseason and start making some changes to make this team a Super Bowl winner. Okay, we're at the offseason. Let's see the season recap. Do the Chiefs three-peat? No, they lose to the Cowboys in the Super Bowl. Trevon, I don't know why I was about to say Wiggs. Trevon Diggs wins Super Bowl MVP. Mahomes wins MVP. Sean McDermott wins Coach of the Year. It'd be funny because I do think he might get fired. If this happened, that'd be really funny. Patrick Mahomes also wins Offensive Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year to the Raiders. Keon Coleman wins Offensive Rookie of the Year, and Edgerrin Cooper wins Defensive Rookie of the Year. So Keon Coleman plays just as good as he is funny off the field and wins. Let's see if we have any retirements from our guys, KCM, Danico, Autry. But let's see if any guys have retired from the Dolphins. Does Tron Armstead retire as he might in real life? Yes, he does. Tron Armstead retires, Calais Campbell retires, and Raheem Mostert retires. So it is Devon Achane and Jalen Wright season headed into next year. We do have a press conference for staff week. So let's see, because this is where it gets interesting, where they're talking about what changes we want to make heading into next season. Let's see what we have to say. Hey, everybody. Let's talk about the next few months and what we have. What's our plan going up into the next upcoming offseason? Honestly, we want to get worse. No, we want to... there's no specific plan. That's what I'm going to say, just because I don't think we need to make a splash just because we have our core pieces at all. But I want to say we're happy with our talent. Honestly, that is where we are. I'm pretty happy with our talent. I just want to keep, fixing up on the edges. So I do think that our current roster is good enough to make the playoffs, and I will guarantee that. Yeah, we better make the MFing playoffs. I'm not swearing just because of YouTube. Anyways, let's go to upgrade players. We'll see if anybody got their development trade upgraded or, lost their development trade as it was Super Bowl week. Obviously, these are all just practice squad guys. Shout out to Keon Smith. He tore his ACL in preseason. That always sucks for everyone involved. But let's take a look at our team and see about any dev trade changes for this team. As Tua Tagovailoa is up to a 92. Tyreek Hill is down from X Factor, of course, because, he only put up 700 yards somehow. That makes sense based on the season he had, but obviously he should still be X Factor. Jalen Wright had star, which is awesome. Patrick Paul had star, which makes sense. I didn't expect anything better. Any other changes? I don't think so. Alec Ingold lost star. That's fine. Defensively, Jalen Phillips is obviously injured. He stays at star. Same thing with Chubb. Jalen Ramsey keeps his X Factor, and everything else is pretty much the same. Sealer did lose star as well, just because he didn't have a good season. And Jordan Poyer actually went down 2 development trades from superstar to normal. We did have Marcus May as well. That was a nice little depth signing that I didn't talk about, but those are the changes. Nothing crazy, I'd say. Obviously, losing Calais Campbell, which is expected, and Tron Armstead, which was expected. Even though it's expected, definitely still sucks. So let's get into the staff moves. In terms of team schemes, I'm curious about if our defense, I might just switch it to Baltimore just to make sure it's like the Baltimore style defense. Just because as much as I would love to think that they would do this already. I don't think they would. So we'll switch to a 3-4. That makes sense with the Ravens defense. Blitzes kind of makes sense. 3-4 under makes sense too. Switch the roles. That kind of makes sense for what the Ravens like to do. Disguise 3-4 kind of makes sense too. Honestly, these both kind of make sense, but I'll do 3-4 under just because it's 100% scheme fit. And we'll switch to the Baltimore defense just again, in case they didn't switch that, just because that is the defense we're running. And then we'll get some new staff in here that fits our offense and defense. And then we'll roll on to next year. Again, I would love to think that they have the Baltimore defense as the Dolphins defense now, but like just in case they don't. For our OC, let's see who we have. We definitely want a guy who matches our scheme. As Stefanski gets fired, Eberflus gets fired. Dennis Allen gets fired. Brian Callahan. Let's hire Brian Callahan. Can I speak? I'm gonna leave that in. Can I speak? Brian Callahan, West Coast zone run. It makes sense. He's a real person too, so that's cool. And he'll help us out as our OC. I wish we could have our real OC, but that's fine. And then this is perfect. This guy is the Baltimore defensive guy. We'll pretend that he's Anthony Weaver, even though they look nothing. No, they do look alike, right? That looks like Anthony Weaver. I'm just kidding. Now we'll work for our staff moves. Then we go to next week, which is resign players, which is when all the contracts will update. And then we can see how much cap space we have and how much we need to create. As we have negative 50K, we have to resign Jevon, Holland, Kidder Code, David Long, Jordan Poyer if we want to, Anthony Walker, Nick Needham, all these guys. So let's see if we can create some cap space with some restructures and stuff to help make this team even better. Let's go to team salaries and make this happen. We'll start off just going, do we want to restructure Tua? Honestly, it only adds $4 million, but we clear up $12 million in cap space. That's actually not bad at all. And that makes his cap hits a little bit more realistic. But we'll come back to that. I might do that though. Ramsey, we're not going to cut, even though we do save a lot of money. Again, I wish I can extend him now and lower that cap hit, because that's what you do in real life. That is what you would do. But for whatever reason, you can't do that. Do I want to restructure Tyreek? I don't know if I want to, so I'm probably going to leave him too. Jaylen Waddle does have his contract extension in the game. That's good to see. At least they have one. And I'm not even allowed to restructure that, so we'll leave that for now. Is there anyone else who is restructure eligible? Bradley Chubb might be the move. We do add $6 million to his future contract. I don't love that, and he's making a lot of money, so I don't want to do that either. Zach Sealer, we can restructure potentially. I don't know. There's not a lot of guys who I'm in love with restructuring. And Jordan Brooks' contract is tough because he should be higher rated, but it's not great. But we will just take the $1 million because we do need to clear enough cap space to re-sign Jevon Holland. So maybe we will be restructuring the big boys and Tyreek Hill and Tua. Austin Jackson, again, his contract shouldn't be as bad as it seems just because he should be higher rated. Same thing goes for Aaron Brewer, although I don't think he's all that great. That was just a relatively large contract. But we will cut Durham Smythe. He's only 74. He's only 70 overall. I would like to keep him in a perfect world, but because we have John Smith now, it just doesn't make sense. So we'll save some money there. We'll see if anyone else gives us a lot of savings. I don't think there are a lot. We will cut Jason Sanders as well for the extra $4 million, just again because we can just re-sign him for cheaper in the game. Again, I would love to do this realistically, but it just doesn't make sense to do it that way in the game of Madden, which just sucks that that's the way that goes. But honestly, that's pretty much it when it comes to guys who we can really restructure, unless we want to restructure a guy like Tua. And I think we will. Again, that makes the cap hits a little bit more realistic. I mean, not really realistic, but makes it a little bit more team friendly. And then we'll leave the Tyreek Hill. Actually, we'll restructure Tyreek Hill as well, just so we can add some guys. So we restructure Tua and Tyreek. I'm going to leave the Bradley Chubb one just because I want to move on from him in the future. I don't want that dead cap to continue to rise just because it is really tough. So even though we would free up $12 million, I'm going to try and avoid that. So we'll leave that for now. That Jaylen Waddle contract's really good though. Shout out to Chris Greer. And let's do this player meeting before we get into re-signing a guy like Jevon Holland, who I know I need to bring back and I want to bring back. What do they have us on the practice field for training camp? We are literally in the dead middle of the offseason. But thank you for meeting me Fat McDaniel and Tyreek on in the offseason. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really care about being close to home. Would I change that about you? You know what, Tyreek? I don't want you to change. Be you, buddy. Don't pull out of women. You don't do that. Keep running fast and catching the ball, man. That's all you got to do. Don't change that you like to be from home, you know. Love your mama. You know. Maybe put a condom on. But other than that, you're good. Wow, this Jevon Holland contract is going to be awesome. I want to get him for 7 years. $10 million a piece. Works for me. He signs, and that's an insane contract for Jevon Holland. I would also love to bring back David Long, 3 years for $5 million if he wants to come back. That works for me. But yeah, it doesn't have a lot of interest, but he does re-sign. That's awesome. Kader Kohu, I do think makes sense to be our third corner. He should keep upgrading, and again, that's a fine slot corner. And then I'll even lower the bonus a little bit just to help us out. And if he wants to take that, that will make a lot of sense too. He is back as well. Jordan Poyer, we wouldn't be able to afford. Anthony Walker, we don't really need. Same thing with Braxton Berrios, Nick Needham. Isaiah Wynn will probably replace him in the draft. That's 10 mil a year is a little aggressive. Same thing with all the rest of these guys. I don't think we want to bring any of these guys back, unfortunately. No, I think we'll replace all these guys. Liam Eichenberg, get off of my team. Elijah, if you want to be some depth, man, and you don't want to feed your family, take the minimum. Sick, dude. Appreciate that. We love that from you. If anyone else wants to take a deal like that, you can come back. But I think we're okay. All right, I think we're good. We only have $3 million to work with. We'll go to free agency, maybe restructure some contracts. But that is about it for the re-sign stage. Again, most of this is just kind of keeping this team the same, which kind of sucks. But let's see what our offensive coordinator has to say. Brian Callahan, what does he have to say? What do you have to say, man? Internal evaluation process with the scouts. Anyone that I should know stands out right away. Tyreek Hill, Charlotte's get separation this year? His acceleration really dropped off, and his speed just no longer separates like he used to. He lost 4 speed and acceleration? Jesus Christ. Workload? He barely played. He only got 700 yards. It makes sense for him to lose his speed because he's older. Because of workload. Jesus Christ. Oh, Tyreek Hill, what are we going to do with you, buddy? That's not good. He's down to a 95 now. All right. That's not great. Can we restructure that Devon Holland contract we just signed? Yes, we can. We'll free up another $2 million like that. And then I think that's all we can really afford to do. So pretty much, I'll see you at the draft because all the guys you bring in are just going to be depth guys anyways. So I'll see you guys at the draft. Okay, I was just kidding about seeing you at the draft. Haha, joking. I want some more cap space so we can do some stuff for agency, which means Bradley Chubb's cap hit's going to have to go. Based on the cap room that it's showing me, if it screws me over and it doesn't actually free up that 20 mil, because as you can see on the left, the cap room went from 3 million to 23 million. If it screws me, I'm going to be upset. I'm going to be upset if that's not the case. And it's like we do take on the dead cap hit that I saw on the team salary because it was like minus 30 mil. I'll be upset, but I'm hoping that's not the case. So let's find a team who can take on his contract and see if we can get a couple picks back, and that will help us. So if we can move back in the draft to get a first round pick, I'm okay with that, and it's close. So if we give up one of our 5ths, one of our 7ths, this would work out for me. We get a first and a third, and it's so close to going through. We can give up our 6th. I don't really mind. Let's see if that goes through. And the trade is accepted. We trade Bradley Chubb in a second for a first and third to the Philadelphia Eagles, and we clear up a bunch of cap space, which is really huge. So let's see if it did take effect. Why does it say we only have $3 million? I'm going to back out of the franchise and come back in because that would really suck. That really is the case. Tell me that's a visual glitch. Tell me that's a visual glitch. It still says $3 million. What's happening? Do I have to sim a week? I don't want to sim a week. I just traded him for the cap space. Where's my cap space? Team salaries. Oh my god, the penalty did take effect, so it's not gonna... I shouldn't have done that. At least Rob Robinson will get to play, and we get the cap space for later. But I don't think we're going to be able to do anything for agency, so I wasn't lying about not showing free agency, but I did have to show you the trade because we don't have the cap space. So I will see you at the draft. Just before we get to the draft, we brought back Jason Sanders. We brought in Terrell Burgess, Perrion Winfrey, and Davis Mills just for some depth because that's all the cap space we had. And now we're going to the draft, and we do have some roles to fill, which I actually will show you as I do just change Terrell Burgess to a strong safety just in case we don't pick one up. But with that extra draft capital that we picked up in the Bradley Chubb trade and all the cap space we're going to get from that next year, we should be all right. But for this year, there definitely are some gaps in the roster that we do need to address that I wanted to in free agency with that Chubb contract space, but we don't have that. Obviously, we need some interior offensive linemen. Aaron Brewer's going to play center, so we need 2 guards. We need a right guard and a left guard. We could really use a wide receiver 3 as well. So later in the draft, that would be huge, and that's pretty much all we need for offense. I'm not too worried about tight end. Johnny Smith is going to be perfectly fine there. And then defensively, we really need a safety and 2 defensive linemen to play right end and defensive tackle. So those are the spots we're looking to address in the draft. Wide receiver 3 becomes a little bit less of a need because of all those starters that we need. But let's go to the draft, and we'll stop here just so we can do some private workouts and scout some guys because... you know, this is where stuff gets real because we need some players, and we do have a bunch of quarterbacks scouted, so that's nice. That I'm not saying that wasn't my fault for not going in and changing it from quarterbacks, but why would our assistant scouts, when we just signed Tua to that extension, be like, yeah, let's scout quarterbacks? That's what we should do. We should scout quarterbacks. As you do know, there's around top 5 talent in Mitch Taylor. Are we moving on from Tua? No, we're not. But we will see what we have, as we do need to choose 3 players to privately scout. I don't know if I want that to be receivers because, you know, we need wide receiver 3 or we need guard a lot better, but we do get a lot of information about them, so I don't feel as necessary. I kind of want to do it for safety just because you usually don't get a lot of information about safeties. So let's take a look at Corey Small and Jerry Warden, just because they are guys who fit the scheme, but this guy does not look like that great of an athlete, but he doesn't look too bad either. What about Corey Small? Hopefully he doesn't play small. Hopefully he plays big. And he has great strength. But again, it's hard to know with safety, so we'll actually scout both of them just because we will need a safety. Then we'll scout one of these defensive linemen as well. We need both defensive ends, so it doesn't really matter which one we kind of go with. But I do want to check which one I want to go after. There was a guy who he's still around 1 to 2, but he does have A power moves, A tackle, and C block shedding. That doesn't look that bad at all. Only 22 years old. Looks like a good athlete, so we'll scout Bryce Cofield as well as those 2 safeties, and we'll see what that leads us for the draft, because I feel good about receiver without, you know, doing extra research on them. And I feel good with the other positions. Safety, I usually struggle with for whatever reason. I feel like to figure out where guys usually are. So before we start the draft, let's see what we're going to go out there and see. Let me create a little bit of a big board. And this is what the new drafting looks like, which looks really cool. I won't lie, as you do have these top 5 quarterbacks in terms of projected, but we do have round talents. And do we have anyone other than the quarterbacks? So one of the safeties is round 2 to 3, but Cofield, wait, Bryce Cofield's a top 5 talent. Okay, I know who we're drafting, provided he's not in the mock draft. Wow, that could be unreal. And Corey Small. Those are 2 guys who I really want. Bryce Cofield is ranked 25th. Where is he supposed to go in this 5th mock draft? Hopefully it's not high. Where is Bryce Cofield supposed to go? 14. We can 100% trade up for that. Where are our 2 picks? We have the 25th and 29th. We can definitely make that happen, though, to move all the way up, because That's not bad. We just have to move up to pick 14, 13. Let's go get a top 5 talent in Bryce Cofield and bring him to Miami. That is definitely the move. Obviously, I would love to keep some of those first just because I'm going to skip this just in case of copyright. But obviously, I don't love that we're going to have to give up picks to do that because we need the most picks we can get. As we do see the new draft thing with Roger Goodell announcing the pick. This part is pretty cool. Love the suit. This should have been added like so long ago, to be honest with you. But like, I'll take it. Like I'm not gonna be mad that they added this into the game. As Lawson goes first overall to the Tennessee Titans, they take another tackle. And yeah, we're gonna go pick one by one, just make sure that our pick doesn't get taken, and then we'll trade up. Okay, so just as a little note, when you're going one by one now, you have to hold X to skip this whole cutscene thing with Roger Goodell. That's a little annoying. Now, here's the thing. It is a worthy trade-off because for you, like usually I'd be way more into it. Obviously, I'm trying to go a little bit quicker, so I want to get this video out for you guys. It's day one. I want to get it out for you. This part kind of sucks. Just for me, but again, it's a worthy thing, and I'm glad you can at least skip it, and you have to watch the cutscene for everyone. It makes sense. But he doesn't seem to be going, so we should be able to trade up with the Lions. Hopefully no one takes him, because that would really suck. As long as, because I have to wait just because we don't have that many assets, so I want to wait as long as possible. Maybe I'll trade up with the Browns, to be honest with you. Just because... I'm just kidding. Okay, I don't want to go too quick. Okay, let's try and trade up with the Browns here, just so it doesn't get to the Lions to take that defensive lineman, because that would be awesome. So where is that pick? We need that pick. The Browns. Here we go. Okay, 13th overall pick. That is what we need, and I'm prepared to offer you, because we're gonna have cap space next year because of we traded Bradley Chubb. I'm not like against giving them a first round pick next year, and we'll see where that lands us. That's not even halfway. They need a left tackle. They need a left side linebacker. They need a QB. I mean, we don't really have a QB to give up. I mean, I signed Davis Mills, but like they can't even take his cap space. We can't even trade players. They don't even have the cap space to do it. So I do think it's gonna have to be a first round pick from this year. I'll try in a first and a second, but it's not close. I will give up the 29th pick. And then I'll also give up a third rounder next year, and let's see where that brings us. That's not horrible. I'll give up a second from next year. I don't want to have to give up the first. Okay, second next year is close. And then I'll give them a fourth from this year as well. First, second, and fourth to move up. Obviously, it's so worth it. So I will give up the third round pick from this year as well. First, second, and third to move up. And it's still kind of further than I expected. I'll give up a fourth as well. I want to make this happen as it's still declined. I'll give up a third from next year as well, and I'll take back our fourth. How about that? And it's still declined. How about we take a fifth from this year? Just trying to save that fourth. Trades to decline. I don't even know if the fourth's going to do it. The trade still declined. So honestly, I might have to give up both first. Or let's give up the 25th instead of the 29th pick and the third. And let's see how much moving up 4 picks for them. It does change a lot for them. Okay. So I'll give up the 2/3, and maybe that will make it work going up those 4 spots because I don't really mind. And I think it's going to have to be the second as well. But we do save that first round pick from both years. And then we'll give up a 5th on top of this. And then hopefully a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th is enough to move up. It's going to have to be the 4th. Or I'll give up the 5th and I'll give up a 7th next year if that gets all the way through. I don't care. And it's still declined barely. This is like, are they really going to be this nitpicky in real life? I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if I agree. But it is accepted. We have moved up in the draft. We made a splash. So I could have picked that too. And we're taking Bryce Cofield with this pick. A top 5 talent in the draft. Power rusher at a position of need. This is the best we're ever going to do. Physical player who delivers bone-crushing hits. He has a spin move and a counter move, has a swift arm over move. He utilizes power, has a motor, often looks like this guy looks incredible. Bryce Cofield looks incredible. A awareness, B play rec, A power moves, B pursuit, A tackle. Out of Georgia, you know Georgia defenders are great. Let's draft him. He better be hidden development. Scouting report, A+, stud finder. We get an award. This is huge. This is so huge. And we'll hear the pick. Because we want to see our boy Bryce Cofield walk out onto the stage. I don't love the suit. It's different colored pants with different colored, like it's the same colored pants and same colored blazer, but like a different color. And then he has like I don't know if that's like a do-rag or headband or what do you want to call it. And then he has like the purple shoes. I'm not loving the fit, but he was number 3 in true value, and we drafted him at number 13. Hidden development. He looks awesome. With that in mind, I hope we can get that safety, but I don't think we can trade up for him just because I don't think we have any more assets that we have. We'll see where he's ranked. He is a strong safety, but his name isn't Hendricks. Where is he supposed to go? He's not supposed to go until pick 37. We're already at pick 14. I'm going to hope he doesn't go until pick 29, and we're just going to sit him right there. And we'll see because when you look at the board. I don't see any strong safety with his name on it. I think he's still there. I think we're about to get both players that we wanted. By the way, Antoine Perkins looks unreal. But I believe he's still there. Corey Small is still there. We know he's a round 1 talent. That's awesome. And that's who we're going to take. And that's going to be the guy who plays opposite Jevon Holland. And we're not going to have to worry about this position. He looks really good. B awareness, A block shedding, B pursuit, A stamina. Only C man, C zone is a little tough. So he has some improvement to do in coverage. But he can catch the ball. He's a ball hawk. Like hopefully he's hidden. He's an A+, B-. He was ranked 21 in true value. Drafted him at 29. He has high football IQ, big hits galore, quick to digest and respond in zone coverage. That works for me. Hidden development. That's huge. Out of UCLA. And that's another awesome pick. So safety and defensive line we've already addressed. And our next pick is until round 4, pick 25. We can see if we can make a trade to make that not be the case and move some picks from next year. We are trying to trade a 1, a 4, a 5, and 7 all next year for its 2 and a 3 this year. And it's almost going through. The reason we're doing this is just because I think we can get those picks back. And we'll have to do the 3rd from next year, 1st and 3rd next year. But the reason I'm doing this is just because I think going forward this year is going to be more important. And again, we'll be able to use some cap space next year and replenish our team in free agency. Next year. We won't need the draft as much. We're kind of giving up on a whole draft class. But listen, that's okay. We need players now. We're trying to make a run. We get a 2 and a 3 from the Panthers. And we need to draft some guards. We need a guard. We need another interior defensive lineman. We need a bunch of stuff. We traded for, okay. We're at our second pick. Sorry, I saw your next pick round 3, pick 8, and I was like, what just happened? But we need to go get a guard, and our defensive lineman. I think I'm gonna go with the 2 guards over those guys, but we will see which position we end up going with. Okay, I think we're gonna go with Harold Covington. He's around 2 to 3 talent, B awareness, and he has great strength, good speed, elite change of direction. Like everything's good except for his jumping, which I'm okay with. And everything looks pretty good. So we're going to take a chance on Harold Covington. He was ranked number 29 true value. We got him at 52. Please be hidden. Hidden again. I am having an absolute draft at positions of absolute need. This is awesome. Now with our next pick, we can go guard, we can go defensive lineman. It doesn't really matter. It's kind of just be best player available. But that was sick. That was huge. And we didn't really know that much about these guys. That was awesome to see. That was really, really, really good. Okay. Do I want to address defensive line, or do I want to address offensive line or the defensive line? Honestly, just going to kind of be best player available here. Only C to F block shed. That's not great from the left ends. In terms of right ends, we don't have that much to go with. Like only D block shed again. Like I would want higher than that. you'd hope. Maybe a defensive. Ooh, some of these defensive tackles do not look that bad. So these next 3 are supposed to go in the round 3 to 4. Both these guys have B awareness and A finesse moves. That's really not bad at all. Honestly, this Marquise Rosemond looks pretty good. Rosemond? He looks very good. And he's only 22 years old as well. Let's take a look at him a little bit more closely. He's a pretty good athlete. B awareness, A finesse moves. I mean, blockchain is only a C, but that's not bad. We can move him to defensive end, which I think might be better for him. Honestly, if there's not a better offensive lineman, which I don't think there is at this point, I'd be surprised if there was. I mean, this guy doesn't look bad either. I mean, he can't run. Never mind, he can't run block for his life. I mean, we'll take a look at Jared Bush. I mean, he's a young guy. Good shot. Honestly, this guy is worth taking a chance on too. But I don't think it's as good as the defensive lineman, honestly. I think that's who we're going to go with. Marquise Rosemond. If he's hidden too, we're having a draft. Draft player. He is ranked number 86 in true value. Drafted him at 72. Let's see. He is normal development. That's unfortunate, but at least we'll know he'll be starting. And let's see. If that offensive lineman's still there, though, with our next pick, then I won't be as upset about that. But we'll take a look at him as well. That was a little bit unfortunate for sure. But we'll take a look. Is that left guard still there? He is not. So we'll have to take a look at him after the draft to see if that's something we missed out on. But that definitely sucks for that. I do want to take a look at receiver. Wide receiver 3 is something that we do need. And honestly, we can just go to physicals and just go to speed and just cycle and just sort through that. And that's awesome that we can just kind of do this. This guy, these are 2 guys who are not potential UDFAs. They're day 3 picks. So we'll see if any of these guys stand out as the potential picks. None of them have elite acceleration, which kind of sucks. Well, what is Thomas Jordan looking like as a player? He can catch the ball at least, but he doesn't look like that much of a route runner. He does have B deep route. It's not horrible, but it's not great either. I guess I have to go cycle again. That's fantastic. And only 22 isn't bad. Same thing with Tyrell Haywood. He's only 22, but he can't really catch the ball, which makes him almost a non-starter. I mean, if you're a receiver, you probably know how to catch the ball now. It's probably an important part of the game. Although, this guy has B spectacular catch, B catch in traffic, D catching. He's 6'3", can carry the ball. I mean, B to D, that's not horrible. B stiff arm. I mean, he looks like he can play running back almost. He doesn't look that bad either, but he really can't catch that well either. It's a little tough at this point to find a steal of a player. I'm not going to lie to you. But Thomas Jordan might be worth the selection. B deep route with that speed is not bad at all. He's the fastest receiver in the draft. We're going to take a chance on Thomas Jordan. He was ranked number 161 true value. Not going to be great, but he does have 95 speed. We'll probably try and get some reps at wide receiver 3. And that's pretty much going to be that. With that 7th pick, we'll take a chance on some sort of offensive lineman. And then that will pretty much be the draft. And yeah, I've tried to do my best with the position we're in with this Dolphins cap space, but this is kind of where we are. There's still a guy ranked number 64. I wonder why. Like, I wonder if taking a shot on him wouldn't be even... Like, is that even worth it? Oh, okay, no, he's horrible. He's horrible. No wonder he's still on the board. He's horrible. But let's take a look at some offensive linemen, just because we do need a guy. Even if we're taking a chance on somebody, that's okay. There do seem to be some guys who at least have B awareness still on the board somewhere here. So I'll see if I can find someone who is an absolute steal. Okay, honestly, this is the only offensive lineman who still has A awareness. I mean, we don't have him 100% scouted, but 21 years old, B pass block with A awareness. He's also a monster at 6'7", 320. We're going to take a shot. I'm not going to lie, I don't feel as confident with this one, but we're going to take a chance. And we'll see if he's all right. Nope, he's ranked number 298 in true value. Not good. He's probably not going to make the team. But that is the draft. We'll just go to next future pick. We don't have any picks left. Just make sure there's no glitch. We can go right to the draft recap. I'm pretty sure we had a decent draft. At the top, Bryce Caulfield, 77 overall out of the draft. That's awesome. I would love if the loading screen was a little bit quicker. Corey Small, 74 overall. Covington was 74 overall as well. Obviously, we missed on Byron Staley. Jordan's a 68, so he won't be our wide receiver 3. Might be a return man, though. And then Marcus Roseman, he might start at just 71 because of our lack of depth on the defensive line. But if I can find that offensive lineman, I don't know if I'm going to be able to remember his name. But if I can find him, that would be awesome. His name, no. Round 3, oh my God. There's a guy round 3, pick 6. I don't think we had the 8th pick in the 3rd round. So that would have been awesome. But that's okay. It wasn't Juan Jones. We're looking for someone round 3. Jared Bush, was that his name? Oh my God, I think it was Jared Bush. Okay, he is 74 overall, so that would have been way better. And he's from Miami, so we could have brought him home. That probably should have been the pick. But let's not talk about that. Because we got, Marquise Roseman. Damn, that should have been picked. I should have took Jared Bush, and our guards would have been set. That's a miss. That's a miss for your boy. Listen, I'm not perfect. I never claimed to be perfect, even though I am perfect. But listen. No, I'm just kidding. But we're going to advance to next week. We have training camp, and I'll do some training camp for some of the young guys. And then we're going to get right into next year because we don't even have the cap space to add 3 more players. We're going to run with a 50-man team this year. Chubb Robinson just got hurt in the first preseason game because I was too lazy to turn off injuries for the preseason. So he's going to be out for the first 2 weeks of the regular season. So that's great. But we do have some storylines to get through. And again, big part of the game now. So let's talk about it. They're going to ask me about position balance. So it's the exact same thing as before. Wow, the 70 or maybe 80 new storylines they added. Wow, that's so many. Over a year, you added 80 new storylines? A halfback position battle. That, I guess that can make sense. Devon, Achane, Jalen, right? I guess that can make sense. Who'll be the winner? Most rush yards, let's say. Because the person with the most rush yards in preseason, that is always who should win the competition. It would just be so nice if the stuff they had in the game made sense. That would just be so nice. But why would any of this make sense? Why? Good morning, time to kick off the season. Mike McDaniel's feeling positive. He's feeling good. Now we're at the middle of the camp. I got some roster questions for you. Is it because we don't have the cap space to afford a full roster? Probably not. Thank you for not addressing me on that because I would not have an answer. I skipped past the first thing. I don't know what they're asking. I'm just going to go with pass block power because most of our guys are agile. Literally don't know because I held X to skip the thing. But the fans are very excited to hear whatever I just said. That is good. Probably because I'm Mike McDaniel. And the linemen have been working to get +2 to pass block power. That's awesome. Love that for me. And we have some upgrades as well. See if any guys have some upgrades. It sucks that Chubb Robinson isn't going to be healthy for the start of the season. That is super unfortunate as he takes over Bradley Chubb's role. But he'll be out for 6 weeks with a foot fracture. Because why would the Dolphins have a healthy edge rushing group? Why? And Harold Covington, we will be able to upgrade to 75 overall. And we'll get to know if he's superstar or X Factor or not. Does it show me ability? No, it doesn't. So chances that he's superstar or anything like that are low. Now, obviously, we weren't expecting that with him, but that kind of sucks. But on Corey Small, there is potential as you upgrade his run support. Will he be an ability slot? There is no ability slot when he gets upgraded to 75, so he's probably just going to be started as well. So that kind of sucks. So everything on that draft is going to go through Bryce Caulfield, unfortunately. For that, but that's not bad. We have some messages just based on the free rushing yards. Basically, this kind of just telling you what's going on with your player. So it's nothing crazy, but it's also not a bad thing to add. but it shouldn't be one of the things that you're like, oh my God, there's a message board. That shouldn't be like one of the things that you're super excited about. And we have another injury. Don't be big. Okay, it's only Tyreek Smith. I hate to say it, but that is A-okay for me. Obviously, it sucks for him, and I hope he gets better, but that's all right with me. Davis Mills will be a 69 overall. Nice as our backup quarterback. Shout out to Davis Mills. Thought he was going to be better than he is. But, that's just not always how it goes, We're not going to have anyone to cut, but we will have some storylines and stuff in week 4 of preseason. So let's just get through these upgrades, and then we'll do that. Honestly, we'll just auto-upgrade them just because I want him to upgrade in terms of run support anyways for Corey Small. But storylines, we have the position battle. I'm assuming it's going to be Achane, but let's see what they say. And based on it says, Achane won the battle. Do I agree? Yes, he did. So we are good. The team will appreciate us keeping our word. Even though I feel like in football, and when I watch, because I watch all the press conferences with Mike McDaniel and all the beat reporters, they're always saying like, Mike McDaniel is never, obviously he's saying a lot of things that are true, but he's also not saying like everything. He's not going to give exact injury updates and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like he's not going to do that. So what can the fans expect from our offense this season? They can expect explosive passing plays and leaning on the playmakers. Well, I was going between that, but we will say lean on our playmakers because we need Tyreek Hill and Jaylen Waddle and Devon Achane to have big seasons because we don't have wide receiver 3. Let's go wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. We'll both have 75 plus catches because I'm hoping that we absolutely feed Tyreek Hill and Jaylen Waddle in this Dolphins offense. That is what I'm hoping to see. Honestly, what's on my mind right now is who's starting at guard and who's starting at outside linebacker and edge, just because we don't really have players to play there, if I'm being completely honest, because we didn't have the cap space or the draft picks to address those positions. Now that Chubb Robinson is hurt, obviously our goal is to win the Super Bowl, and we'll see how possible that is with only an 83 overall team, which seems low with the guys that we have on our team. But let's see what Tyreek Hill, I'm assuming because it's a starting wide receiver, has to say. It is Tyreek Hill. The athletic trainer told me, I can read, guys, I promise. The athletic trainer told me to ask you about what you want me to work on during camp. Should we focus more on injury prevention or improving my stamina so I don't wear down over the season? We want to focus on injury prevention with Tyreek Hill. We can't have Tyreek Hill get injured, so his injury rating went up by 3, and that's really huge. I don't know if that is that important, but we do have a sideline interview to get through coming up for week 1 on the practice field. This is pretty cool. Again, I don't think it should take a whole year to add something like this, but literally, it's the same cutscene every time, and they should add different text. So how long could that add? We'll go with our offense again, although I do think it might be our defense now because of our offensive line. But again, with Mike McDaniel, we're going to pick the offense. Which part of the defense worries me the most? I'm going to say the run defense again, although I don't know how true that is, but we'll say the run defense. And I'm going to say the interior defensive line again, just because we didn't really address it. We kind of left that alone because we didn't have the cap space to do it, but it's okay. But a successful season, like statistically, we're not going to go with the 1,300 yards just because that was tough. But 10 TFLs and 10 tackles is also tough, but we'll try that one this time. That our starting defensive tackles add that, even though we're in a 3-4, not a 4-3. So I don't understand, like our second defensive tackle probably won't see the field that much because we're not in a 4-3. So I don't know how much sense that makes. But let's go over the depth chart and all that stuff and make sure everything's set up. Okay, so with the depth chart heading into year number 2, it's looking very similar. Tua Tagovailoa starting quarterback, Devon Achane, Jalen Wright are your running backs, Tyreek Hill, Jaylen Waddle. We're going to give Malik Washington wide receiver 3 reps. Patrick Paul left tackle, Covington is your left guard, Brewer still your center. Ryan Hayes will start at right guard for now, and Austin Jackson at right tackle. Now on defense, Rosemond is starting, so we did draft a starter technically with that pick, so don't get on my head too much. Cofield obviously at right end, Sealer on the other end. Phillips and Kamara are starting Kamara until Chubb Robinson gets back. Corey Small is obviously starting at safety, and the corner trio is the same. Now, the specialists are largely the same. Cofield will be one of the rush ends. I do want to get Chubb Robinson in there at some point, then maybe we start Cofield at rush DT over Sealer. But there is something I was thinking about. Obviously, we have Jalen Wright at power halfback just because it's the same, and I want to get him involved. We have Waddle in the slot right now. If wide receiver 3 seems to be a problem and our pass offense is really struggling because we don't have a wide receiver 3, I almost want to put Achane in the slot and just see what happens, just because he's such an interesting piece. Imagine we put him in the slot, which means Jalen Wright just starts at running back, which I think is fine, and you have Tyreek and Waddle on the outside. We're going to leave it for now as we play Jacksonville again to start the year in Hard Rock, so we'll see how that goes as I talk about. But imagine, I think that's an interesting thing to do. We're probably not going to do it, but we do start off with a week 1 win, 33-21, much better start than last season. And I heard a rumor that the media is going to ask about our expectations for our first round pick today. Why am I saying why? Why am I saying why? Obviously, the media is going to ask me about my first round pick. Why would they say no? Bryce Cofield or Corey Smalls? What? We shouldn't ask them. We shouldn't ask Mike McDaniel about him. We're shocked. Mike, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. Coach, let's talk about the first round pick. Of course, obviously, that's a big part of the season. What are your expectations for Bryce Cofield? Honestly, I'm expecting him to be a star. He's a top 5 pick in the draft. 8 sacks. 12 sacks is a lot, but he is starting at rush end. You know what? We're going riskier. 12 sacks. I think he can reach that. 8 sacks, I think, is definitely more safe. But with that Baltimore playbook, I'm hoping that we can get after the QB, and hopefully he can be awesome. Maybe he's an X factor or something like that. Maybe he gets to 12 really easily, and he'll get 12,000 XP if he meets those expectations, and that would be really cool. We do have another media availability here, and we'll see how that goes. What is this about? Again, this just becomes a lot about buttons to press. It's not that interesting. But again, for the in-depth rebuilds, like, I'm so about it. But it's just sometimes it just feels like it's just buttons to press. And like, I feel like sometimes you're playing with friends or something, you might just probably be skipping this, to be honest. So we'll say who deserves the most credit. 33-21. I'll say our offense this time, just because last time I blamed the offense on them playing really bad last year. This time they came out. Which players got the game ball? I don't really know the numbers that they put up. I think I'm going to go with Achane just because I think he can need it. Jalen, Waddle, and Tyreek Hill are already 90 plus. I don't think they need it. So I think Achane getting the game ball will be okay with that. So now he gets +3 boost for the next couple weeks, which is awesome. That works for me. Obviously, I want to keep an eye on when Chubb Robinson gets back. That will be later in the season. As Covington gets another upgrade, that's really good to see. Again, he's not a scheme fit per se, but it's fine. He's going to be awesome for us. It's really big that we drafted him. And I'm hoping we can start off the season 2-0 because we're playing a really low-rated team in the Patriots, as they're only a 79 overall. So if we can start off 2-0, that would be so huge for this team going forward. And we do. That is a huge start to this season, as we do have $62 million in cap space now, and that should allow us to re-sign some guys who we really need to bring back, including Jalen Phillips and Jalen Ramsey, who both want to come back. Jalen Phillips is the bigger deal for me right now, and if we can sign him to we'll do a 6-year deal, bring him up to when he's 32, and because he's so interested, if we can bring that money down a decent chunk, I'm so happy to do that. 17 mil a piece basically for 6 years. JP accepts, and he's back. Now, Jalen Ramsey, he is already 30, but he's an X Factor 96. Let's say he goes down to a 90 overall and superstar. This deal would still be okay. So let's just do a 1-year deal. He's super interested in coming back. We can even do 2 years and maybe lower the money even more. And let's see if he wants to take around 20 mil a year for 2 years. And he says if we do better salary, he'll come back. Kendall Fuller would be awesome, but I think he might regress heavily, so we'll wait on that. But for now, I think we're just going to keep simulating, and we'll see where we're at. And we lost by 6. That might actually be in overtime. Usually when you lose by 6, for whatever reason, it happens. At least to me, whenever I go check, it happens to be in overtime. But that's a tough loss. But Achane does have a chance to upgrade. After that last game, I think we have a chance to push him to the next level. How do you want to approach it? Let's high risk. I think he can become great. Step it up. I think that's definitely possible. Let's go big, and let's hopefully make it happen. And for this game, because he gets an increase in depth trait if he does that, what I'll do is I'm actually going to put him as the 3rd down back as well in the depth chart, just so he gets the most amount of touches he can for this game against the Jets. As Achane will be up to an 87 overall with morale now. as he looks to become one of the top backs in the league, which is really awesome. Obviously, in the limited touches he had last year in real life, he was fantastic and super fun to watch. So it'd be really sick if he could continue that breakout and continue to be one of the best players in the league. But let's definitely make that change to get him the most touches that we can. And hopefully, he can take over. So what we'll do is, Jalen Wright, you're going to lose some power back touches just for this game, just because we need the ball in Devon Achane's hands. And if he can put up 150 yards, 2 touchdowns or something like that, that would be huge. So let's see what he can do against this Jets defense, which is pretty good. We put up 6 points. And we're down to 3-3. So, I don't know. I don't think that worked. Okay. Oh! Wow. When you go high risk, there are consequences. He's down to normal development. That is kind of crazy. Okay, wow. Next time I'm not going to go as aggressive, because if you're not playing with him, he's now normal development and not star. That is kind of wild. Wow, that's crazy. We are attacking the Saints left guard. Who would that be right now? Cesar Ruiz, maybe? What a call. What a pull. Gives up 2 sacks. That's fine. I mean, I'm not sure how we're supposed to be able to tell that, but I appreciate it. We have a text message from our DC, and we're back down to 3-3. Not great. But we are shifting our focus, to the Saints. And we found that our offense has defense just overall. We just have an overall, we're just better. That's literally what Anthony Weaver just said. We're just better. So honestly, works for me. We're just better. Jalen Ramsey, he's spitting. What are we saying? What's the game plan to deal with that? Honestly, I don't want to lose block shedding, so we're just going to do our DBs have less tackle, which honestly I don't hate. Again, we do have some good tackling DBs, but usually DBs aren't tackling that much anyways, so that's okay with me. As we have so many press conferences this week. 3 press conferences in 1 week is kind of nuts. God, I'm losing my voice just talking about it. Next question. We're straight to business now. Successful my play calling's been. Which side are we talking about? We're 3-3, so I'm assuming it's higher. I'm assuming. Please be correct. See, I just know ball. Sorry, I hate that I just said that. Let's pretend. All right, I didn't say. I don't know ball. I don't use that phrase. Oh man. Let's not talk about it. Okay, but I'm glad I got it right, and we're back to 3-3. But hopefully we can pull off a win against the Saints, who are 5-1, even though they're super low overall. They're due for a loss. Yet, wow, the Saints are 6-1 with a super low overall team. We'll leave this to our staff, and they're just going to scout quarterbacks. But it worked out last time. And now we're playing the Patriots, and we're down to 3-4. So, Jalen Ramsey should have won that game. I agree. But the Saints, they're just having an insanity run. So what are we supposed to do with it? What are we supposed to do about that? I'm going to sim a few weeks, and then we hopefully will be in the playoff picture. I hope. Because 3-4 is not great, but we'll see where we're at. I didn't even get to sim 1 week. Jalen Ramsey just partially tore his PCL. So he's out for 5 weeks. We lost by 3 to the Patriots. We're 3-5. And I committed and guaranteed a playoff spot this year. Chop Robinson is back. That's good. We not have to go undefeated, but we really have to make it happen. What is Cofield's overall at rush defensive tackle? Because we might move him inside for nickel downs. He's a 71. That's not great, but I do want... Chop Robinson needs to be getting snaps as a rusher. So Cofield, you know what? He's going to get rush DT snaps. And then Chop is going to be the starting rush right end with Jalen Phillips. And that's just how we're going to have to roll on pass downs. That's just what's going to have to happen. because we need Cofield and Chop Robinson getting snaps. We're trying to develop while win. As we get a huge win over the Bengals, Tua is better than Burrow. You heard it here first. Can we get back to 500? Do not lose to the 2-6 Raiders. Do not lose to the 2-6 Raiders. Please. Keep our season alive. Do not lose to the 2-6 Raiders. Don't do it. We lost to the 2-6 Raiders. How? How? Chop Robinson had 3 sacks. I mean, that's ridiculous. How did we lose to the 2-6 Raiders? Well, 3-6 now. Listen. I'm losing my mind. I'm not having fun. We just put up 13 points against the Giants. I'm ready to blow this game up. Honestly, I'm going to return it if I can. This is not good. This is really not good. We need to now we pretty much do need to go undefeated for the rest of the year. Oh man. This is not good. I know we have to shift our focus to the Ravens. That's who we're playing this week. What am I going to do? Look ahead? We're 4-7. Their wide receivers rather than our starting corner. Yeah, I mean, duh. Is Zay Flowers now ahead of Kendall Fuller? Probably. Yeah, probably. Because Jalen Ramsey's not healthy. That would make sense. Fuller needs to press better. Sure. Needs to be great when we're pressing. I agree. We're talking to Jevon Holland though. We're like Jevon Holland. Kendall Fuller needs to be better at press. Why aren't we just talking to Kendall Fuller? I can't tell you. We'll delegate those decisions to staff. And now we have to beat the Ravens. Just keep our playoff hopes alive. So, am I happy that we're playing the Ravens are 4-7. And we have a bye week. If we can go get a win, heading into the bye, huge. Oh my God, our division's horrible. We have a chance. The Patriots are leading the division at 6-6. Oh my God, we have a chance. Well, we're cooked. We're cooked. We're so cooked. We end the season 7-10. We have some storylines to get through, and then we'll go over season stats. I don't want to. Remember that camp, 75 catches. We probably didn't do that. Ryan Clark, honestly, Ryan Clark, roast us, man. We went 7-10. I agree, Ryan Clark. We're poo. We're poo. I get it. There's some big changes that need to happen, but I don't know how or if we're going to. Ryan Clark's roasting us again. Jesus Christ. Just give us a break, Ryan. Give us a break. I'll take the heat. I will, but give us a break, man. What do you want me to do? Cofield, I doubt, put up 12 sacks. I mean, I doubt it. We'll see. But I don't think... Ryan Clark again? He's on a podcast talking shit now? Jesus Christ. Get our name out your mouth. That's all he's doing. Just going around talking shit. Oh my God. Again, Ryan Clark. Oh my God. Jesus, this is like Ryan Clark. You're the biggest hater. I can't. Oh my God, he's the biggest hater. He just went on a press tour, embarrassing us. That's what he did. Corey Small is only star. He does have 2 overall points, so he'll be up to an 80 overall. That's a good pick. I thought because he has upgrades, he might be a superstar or something like that. But unfortunately, he's only star. But he is 22 years old, 80 overall. That was a great pick at the end of the first round. But Ryan Clark needs to relax. He needs to relax, as Tua is going to get upgraded as well. And Malik Washington, as our wide receiver 3, is up to a 73 overall. We'll have some cap space to work with to really improve this team. And then going into next year, I really think we have a chance. But this was a tough year. Let's take a look at the stats that our team put up. We're 23rd in offense. Tua only put up 17 touchdowns and a 99 passer rating. That's not good. What a horrendous year from Tua. 3,300 yards, 17 touchdowns to 7 picks. That is horrendous. Achane had a good year. Jalen Wright put up some touchdowns. Tua ran for 6 touchdowns. I mean, good for you, buddy. He's starting to run now. Waddle and Hill both put up 1,000 yards. That's nice to see. I mean, John, who had a bad year, Malik Washington did decent for 73 overall or whatever, but that was tough. God, Tua, that was a rough year. How did Bryce Cofield do in his first year? He wasn't good. He wasn't good. What's his dev trait? He's only a star. Did he lose it because he was poo? No, he was just only a star. Alrighty. Okay. I went over first round pick this year because I traded it because I wanted to get picks, and I never said I was a good rebuilder. If you clicked on this video saying I was going to be a good rebuilder, like, that was your fault. I haven't uploaded in a year. Clearly, I don't do this. All right. Clearly, I'm not like that. So it's your fault, really, for clicking on the video. Leave a like, by the way, and subscribe while you're here. I swear to the Patriots were the ones who made the playoffs, and we're 8-9. But now it says it's the whatever. The Cowboys beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl again. Literally the exact same Super Bowl matchup and winner. This time, Dak Prescott wins the MVP. Mahomes is your MVP and Offensive Player of the Year. Max Crosby wins Defensive Player of the Year again. So those 3 awards were exactly the same. Coach of the Year this time is Andy Reid. Jose Colbert won the Rookie of the Year for the Saints as they have their new quarterback. And then the Cardinals defensive end won Defensive Rookie of the Year. We'll take a look at retirements. Hopefully no one from our team had retired, though. Some legends there in Harrison Smith and Bobby Wagner do retire around the league. No one retires from the Miami Dolphins, which is nice to see. We do have a press conference and some upgrades to go through, and then we'll go through depth traits, and we do have some cap space to work with, which is nice. We are going to make a splash. We're definitely going to do that this time. Make a splash and upgrade the roster. That is something we're going to do for sure. Any specific position? Yes. Guard, right? Defensive line, interior defensive line, guard, one of those things. They won't ask us to spoil our plans publicly. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then they'll check back in training camp. Cool. I look forward to it. Yes, I do. We need to trade for an offensive or defensive starter with at least an overall rating of 85. We can do that. We have the cap space to do that now, I'm pretty sure. So we can definitely make that happen. I am definitely okay with that. These are all just practice squad guys. Ignore that. But let's move to re-sign players. We'll see if there's anybody who want to re-sign, and then we'll get into contract restructures, make some cap space, and then we should be good to go. Kendall Fuller is only down to an 85 overall. That's actually not bad, and he only wants $9 million. That is really not bad at all. I would give him $10 million or even $11 million to stay. So if he wants $11 million to come back for a year, he comes back. So Kendall Fuller will be our CB2 again. None of these other guys I want to bring back at all. So that's quite all right. We have $19 million in cap space right now, but I do think that we should be all right, and we should be able to create a ton more cap space with some restructures and stuff. Who are we talking to on the practice field? This time it's Devon Achane, and he's saying that his motivation should be more meaningful, and he doesn't want to pay income tax. Well, we're in Miami, so that's perfect. I don't want you to change at all, because that means you'll be interested, because Miami does not have income tax. So that's perfect. Accept who you are. We'll be able to re-sign you. That's perfect. Works for me. And we can move to free agency week 1, where we can really start making moves and maybe pick up that 85 overall here. Okay, based on the fact that we literally don't have a draft class incoming. We have $39 million in cap space, something like that. And not too many holes to fill. It's really funny to look at Achane, who's Tyreek Hill is down to star. He just put up 1,000 yards this time. That doesn't make that much sense. I know he lost it because of the whole press conference thing, but okay. Sure. Or sorry, I was talking about Tyreek, Achane, whatever. You guys get what I mean. It's fine. Well, I was going to take over as wide receiver 1 next year anyways. Honestly, offensively, we don't look that bad. We just need a tight end and a right guard. That's all I'm really looking for on offense. Maybe a wide receiver 3 as well. Defensively, we're just looking for that interior defensive lineman, and we're pretty much good. So that's why it's okay that we don't have picks. But if we can get a really good tight end or right guard, that's where we're going to look to upgrade that 85 plus. Maybe a defensive tackle as well. I'm definitely not taking that off the table either. Isaiah Pacheco is available. But we do need to sign one of these guys who are 85 overall unless we're trading for someone. Because I don't think Pinion would do it because it needs to be on offense or defense. We could trade for Taylor Moen and then move, or sign Taylor Moen, sorry, not trade for, and then move him inside. That is an option too. He's not interested in coming here at all, but I'm curious just to see what the other person is offering. And we'll see, as the Jets are offering, but they're not offering anything that is that interesting. So we can sign him for a year at $23 million. I don't hate that at all. And we do have a higher offer. And then we can move Austin Jackson inside to right guard, and I wouldn't even mind that at all. And that would be a huge addition to this team. And we also need a tight end. And Kate On, I wouldn't mind that. Isaiah Likely, same thing. Daniel Bellinger is not bad, but honestly, Kate On, if he wants to come to the team, that would be that. Honestly, that's a good fit for me. I don't hate that. Worst things worst, we bring back Jonnu Smith. I don't want to bring him in long term for that much money. I would give him 4 years, but I'm going to lower the money a ton. So if a team comes up and ups the price, then I won't. But honestly, Kate On, if you want to come for $4 million a year, he's pretty interested. 3 bars. We'll see if that works. We also need a punter. So if we want to get one of those, that'd be great. Jake Bailey's still here, but he actually isn't that good. So if we want to just upgrade Blake Gilligan, and you're not going to be able to pay your family, sorry, but no bonuses for you, and hopefully he should sign as well. And then I'll add some depth to the team with the remaining cap space. I kind of lied about adding depth. I'm going to try and add Tyler Lockett to see if he wants to sign, just because, well, he's not going to now, but I was going to see if we can upgrade our wide receiver 3 in that way. We might have to up our offer on Taylor Moen, but I don't really want to, so I think I'm going to leave it at that. And then worst things worst, we go out and trade for someone. So we'll leave Taylor Moen's contract, but I do want to go sign a wide receiver 3, and I'll do that with you guys. But I do think a wide receiver 3, just who's not a 73 overall, would be good to add. I would love a more physical guy, or a guy like John Mechie, who can run block, play in the scheme before. He was playing on the Texans with, you know, that Rams, 49ers, Shanahan scheme. So if he wants to come be a wide receiver 3, I wouldn't mind that at all. I don't want to pay my wide receiver 3 that much money though. So we'll see how much someone else is offering him, and we'll fight with the Saints. If not, we'll just sign someone else. But I don't hate this at all for our offers. As Moen still hasn't signed, Gilligan hasn't signed, and then Mechie saw none of these guys have decided just yet. Did we get Taylor Moen? No, we did not. And I think all the 85s are gone, which means we're going to have to go out and trade for an 85 overall, which means this offseason just got a hell of a lot more interesting. Okay, this won't be our 85 overall, but Michael Mayer is on the block because they picked Brock Bauer, so I guess he's the backup, so he is on the block. And we just got Michael Mayer for a 4th round pick. And yeah, we don't have a draft class, but that's a good starting tight end, so I will take that for sure. Which means we don't have to sign Kate On either, which frees up even more cap space for us going forward. Because that is honestly good with me. That's a great starting tight end for a 4th round pick. And I don't think in real life they would do that, but he's on the block. And then one more guy who's on the block, it's funny that Deshaun Watson's on the block, is Zach Zinter. 25 years old, 77 overall. And he has 2 years left, so there's a little bit of team control there. If we can give them a thing that they need, I would not mind at all adding him to the squad. The question is, what do we have that they want? Because we don't have that much depth at these positions that they need. But if they want more Kamara, I'd be happy to do a swap. And that was accepted too. So Mo Kamara for Zach Zinter. And we just had 2 massive upgrades for pretty limited assets. For our wide receiver 3, I'm going to come out here and try and offer Alec Pierce a bag just to come in and be our wide receiver 3 for 1 year. We'll give him 1 year, $10 million. He's interested in coming. So hopefully we get Alec Pierce. And that will be a nice upgrade. Almost an 80 overall wide receiver 3. That's pretty good. And now we have to go add that 85 plus. And based on our lineup, because of the additions of Michael Mayer and Zach Zinter, all we need is a defensive tackle, really. And that will be our 85 overall. So we're looking at that. We could also upgrade at linebacker too, just because David Long is down to a 76 overall now. I'll take a look at that as well. But I think getting a big DT to play beside Cofield and Sealer might be the move, even if it's just a veteran. I am going to try and sign Quincy Williams, though, again, just to bolster that linebacker core. We're going to throw him a bag for 1 year just because we have the cap space. So we might as well bolster our linebacker group, and then again, we can trade one of those linebackers provided that he signs, and that will really help us out, upgrade this team. So let's see if we get these guys. Gillikin doesn't matter if he signs now, but hopefully we get those 2 players, and then we can trade one of our linebackers. We have a bunch of cap space to work with, so now this is basically just trying to make that run for that bowl. We did end up signing Quincy Williams and Alec Pierce, so that's awesome. We're going to get Gillikin. Again, I'm going to sign some depth, and then I'll bring you back because we are going to make that trade for an 85-plus defensive lineman. That's the move I'm thinking that we make. So the guy we're trying to trade for is Jonathan Allen. He's an 87 overall. He's -2 right now due to morale because he's unhappy. And he has the tag of being a trade target and that he will be added to the trade block. So this is the guy we're going to try and trade for from the Commanders. What it's going to take, I don't know. But I'm hoping that we can make it happen because it would be nice. I just want to see where this puts us as we'd be over the cap if we take him on. So we do need to send a player back if we were going to do this, which means I would send Roseman back, but that would still be us over the cap. So we need to send a player back who at least has some sort of cap hit. So let's take a look at some of our worst players who have at least a decently high cap hit because we're not going to be able to take his big cap hit on in the trade if we can't do that. Cam Smith can go. We have corner depth. So he's one of the guys, and he has a decently sized cap hit. And we have a bunch of corners. And then also, who else can I... Brian Staley. I mean, I want tackle depth. Is there anyone else making a decent chunk of money? Who would I want to move on from? We could do another corner, but I think that's okay. Tyreek Smith can go. He was hurt. And then we need one more guy. It's fine. We have the roster player, so honestly, it doesn't really matter. And then this guy can go, and that gets the cap space to where we need it. And Cam Smith does have some sort of value for those guys, which is good. And then I'm also willing to send a 3rd round pick, and let's just see where that gets us. I'm not thinking it's going to be close. It might take a 1st, but if we can get away without giving up a 1st from this year and just a 2nd and a 3rd, that would be fantastic. I'll try the 4th first, but I doubt it. It might be the 3rd and the 4th, and that might not even be enough. Let's try the 4th and 3rd to get Jonathan Allen on this team. It's still declined, unfortunately. So it is going to have to be the 1st, which sucks, along with Cam Smith. I just deleted everything. I'm going to not get mad. The Cam Smith, and then the running back was one of them. And then we need to add one more guy, and hopefully this will be enough to bring in our guy, Jonathan Allen, and really bolster this team. It was Tyreek Smith was the last guy as well, right? Yeah, so the 1st for Jonathan Allen, and that's accepted. All we needed was the 1st, and we get Jonathan Allen, 87 overall DT, so that's our splash. And now our team is looking fairly good, and we're pretty much ready for next season. Jonathan Allen, that's a huge addition to our team. Again, 87 overall, only $11 million cap hit. That is pretty freaking fantastic. So when you take a look at our team, 85 overalls across the board, we're looking pretty good. I like the way our offensive line is looking. Obviously no standouts, but it's looking solid enough when you have Tua Tagovailoa, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Alec Pierce. Defensively, I mean, look, now that we have Jonathan Allen there with Bryce Cofield, like, this is a team that can really make some stuff happen. Jalen Phillips has to really take that next step. Quincy Williams is a nice addition to the linebacking core. We have a nice group of 3 linebackers who can really play. We're ready to roll right into next season. Okay, we are at bye week for the preseason. So let's see what this press conference is for this season. We are the best overalls. Let's talk about the team's identity. We want to create turnovers and sacks. We want to be disruptive. And what would a successful year look like? 40 sacks. Let's get after the QB. Let's get after the QB. Let's see if we can do that. Let's see if we have 5 guys have 8 sacks or something like that. Look at our overalls, 86 overall, 85 offense, 83 or 86 defense. And we start off the season against the Bills. If we can start off 1-0 with a win against the Bills, I would really feel good about where we're at. This is the season to win the gosh darn Super Bowl. Let's make it happen. Of course, again, auto-generated, rookie class, because obviously, but let's make this happen. We obviously have a media interview, then we'll get into the depth chart, and that's good. Also, our defense on that screen said 88, so that's even better. I love the way this is looking. Which area of the team is the strongest? We've been saying offense. It hasn't been working out. Let's say our defense this time. And what part of the offense worries me the most? I'll say the running game, but I don't know if I believe that. And honestly, I'll say the offensive line just because I do think that they need to be a little bit more consistent. And hopefully Achane can... Honestly, let's see if we can average 5 yards per carry. Let's see if he can do that. That would be sick. I don't think that's going to happen, but that would be really awesome. And then maybe that gets him out from being a normal running back, even though he's such a high overall. That was really a gut punch when he lost his star development, which is it's a cool addition to the game. I can't lie. He's at 87 overall now. As you know, Alec Pierce is our new wide receiver 3. Michael Mayer, tight end, Zach Center at right guard. Everything is pretty good there. Defensively, we're rocking Jordan Brooks and Quincy Williams with Jalen Phillips, Cam Robinson. Jonathan Allen, the big addition beside Bryce Cofield. This all looks great to me. Tyreek Hill can go in the slot. That's fine. We need him we want to get him back up to superstar if we can. Jalen Wright and Devon Achane there is perfect. Kohu in the slot. Phillips, Cofield, and Jonathan Allen. That works for me. I want to get Chop involved too. I don't know how we're going to do that. I think that's fine for now. If someone gets hurt, then we have depth at rushing. But I just can't. I can't take out Jonathan Allen. I can't take out Cofield or Phillips. We're just going to go with the overalls there because we need to win some games. And hopefully we can start off 1-0 against the Buffalo Bills. Our overalls are higher. This would be a huge divisional win. We lost again. I'm going to be here forever. I'm going to be here forever. Obviously, didn't love the way we started this game. I don't love the result. I hate how we played. Which side of the ball struggled more? The offense. The offense struggled more. Are you kidding me? We have to make way more plays. That was horrendous. Honestly, I'm just going to get I would say Tyreek Hill. We're going to say the offensive line just because we need them to have a boost. They have a 3+ boost to run blocking. That'd be huge. And we need to have a big game. Only 13 points is not good enough at all. And hopefully we'll be better against the Titans. Do not start off 0-2 with this good of a team. And we win 31-17. That's a lot more to like it. Are there any guys you want to resign? As we have $112 million in cap space. That's a lot of money. And honestly, we should be able to bring everyone back and then some. Michael Mayer, we did just bring in. He's 25 years old, 78 overall. The contract's not that much. I'll bring him back for 6 years. And honestly, if we can get him for $8 million a piece, that works for me. It's a fair deal, but a better bonus. So we might have to increase the bonus on him a little bit, but that's okay. Devon Achane, honestly, I loved it. The contract is really low because only normal development, but honestly, hopefully he can keep going up in terms of development trait, and he's already an 87 overall. He's also super interested, so it's trying to lower the money a little bit. And honestly, if we can get him for $7 million, that would be our starting running back. And he is trying, and he did say that's a little bit not, he's not that interested in coming back right now, so that's okay. Tyreek wants a crazy contract. We're going to wait on that to see the type of season he has. Same thing with Kendall Fuller. I think we're good on waiting on everything else for now, as I do want to see their overalls at the end of the season. So for now, we're okay on that. Again, we're going to delegate those decisions to the staff. I need to enunciate. I just don't do that. Davis Mills, he's not going to be a 69 overall anymore. That's not nice. And that's why you're all here. That's the update you guys wanted. Thank God I included that in the video. But with our 88 overall defense, hopefully we win some games with our defense. That's huge, 21-14. As our defense should be playing well. And let's see if we can up the bonus just a tad and bring back Michael Mayer. Michael Mayer is back. Achane, I get it. Tried to exploit it. I get it. I'll add $1 million to the contract. And he's happy to be back. That's huge. And honestly, again, we're going to wait for the rest of these players for now. I'm going to sim to mid-season after this, after the storyline. And then hopefully, we're not 3-3 for the third season in a row. Let's see what this press conference is saying, though, before we get that in week 4. They are asking us about Tua Tagovailoa. Was he done well? I don't really know. I'm going to say completion percentage just because it should be. I'm hoping it is. He has been very impressive because obviously I know ball. Who deserves credit? The offensive line, because they need the help. So the offensive line is going to get some credit and they get 1,000 XP. That's huge. Hopefully they'll get some upgrades. And again, hopefully we're not 3-3 at the midseason mark. At the midseason mark, we are actually 5-2. We're finally having a good year. Defensive coordinator, what do you text me? Finally, it should be positive things. We're finally not 3-3. We do need to shift our focus to the Bills. That is actually correct because their offense has an advantage against our D. And we do actually need to focus on that because they've had our number for the past few years. So let's talk about the Bills is right. Coach, in film study this morning, we talked about the offense. I didn't even press hold. I don't know if you saw, I didn't press the skip. I don't even know what we're saying, but what's the game plan? I want plus block shedding. Our D ends need to get off blocks. I agree with that. We'll focus on that all week. Perfect. All week, that's the one thing we're doing. That's the only thing we're practicing. All players, quarterbacks, everything. I agree, Jaylen. Thank you so much for being a team captain and leading us to victory. We'll auto-upgrade these guys for now, and hopefully we can keep winning. This is a big game against the Bills. We would go to 6-2. They would go to 4-5 if we can beat them. This is a big 2-game stretch. Bills, Chiefs, two of the best teams in the AFC. And we beat the Bills for the first time in what seems like a decade. Obviously, we did beat them that one time in real life, but that is a huge victory. And again, these upgrades are looking good. I really feel good about where we are as a team. I really feel good about this. I really do. Can we beat the Chiefs? If we can beat the Chiefs, I would feel even better. Go to 7-2, beating a team that's been to the Super Bowl 4 times in a row now, technically. That would be awesome to see. Because they won the 2 back-to-back in real life, then they've been in the Super Bowl twice. And we beat the Chiefs by 1. Our defense has been playing unreal. We have an amazing defense. We're rushing for almost 130 yards a game. We're allowing just 15 points a game, 172 passing yards, and 79 rushing yards. We are playing elite defense. Adding Jonathan Allen to this defense has been huge for us. It's been so huge, as we do have another team meeting. And then we'll just continue simulating because things are going swell right now. Let's talk about our opponent. I agree. Any player specifically, what are we talking about? Jalen Ramsey, he's a yapper. He loves to talk. We should attack their right guard. I agree. We should blitz the right guard and overwhelm him. I agree. Sadiq Charles, he gets up 3 sacks. I don't know. That one's one of the worst ones, I gotta tell you. A specific player giving up, like I get attacking the specific offensive lineman, but they operate as a unit. And why would Jalen Ramsey be the one talking about it? Hey, he's just Jalen Ramsey. He's just paying attention. He's a film fiend. You know, he's just watching film. I get it. Coming off a 38-3 victory, again, our defense has been eating. We've just been playing well as a team. Our unit looks awesome. This just looks really, really good. Let's do some team meetings as we have 2 here, so it just seemed like a good place to check in. We're 10-3. This has just been a great season thus far. I really like where we're at. We're talking about the Patriots. I don't know why. Just kidding. We do need to talk about their defensive tackles because we do need to know how to attack them because we need to get to the second level. I agree. And how are we going to measure success, guys? Devon Achane is going to have 125 rushing yards. That's what's going to happen. And we're going to run wild on this Patriots defense, hopefully. And we do have another team meeting. But being 10-3 at this spot, I really think this could be the year for us to go win that bowl and go on a deep playoff run because this would be awesome. Ryan Clark, again, get our name out of your mouth. We're going to have more first downs than them. Oh my God. Ryan Clark. Oh, I don't like that man in this game. I don't like that man in this game. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say. I'd probably come off horribly in this video. I don't know why, but usually I do this super realistically and all that. I don't know. This game just, it's the same thing. Huge win against the Patriots. We do have another injury though. And Devon Achane is out for 37 weeks. He completely tore his MCL. Jesus Christ, I can never have anything ever in this game. Okay. Well, we do have Jalen Wright. He's like 6 overalls less, but he has star development. Nice to get a win. Yeah, dude, you tore your MCL in 30 pieces. What are you What are you so happy about? Honestly, what a team player, Devon Achane. What a team player. He's like, I don't care that I tore my ACL into 5 pieces, 30 pieces. Who cares? Who cares? Ryan Clark said on the podcast, our team got outplayed. We got outplayed? We won 31-17. I don't like Ryan Clark. I don't like Ryan Clark. But I do want to upgrade. I'm surprised Jalen Wright doesn't have an upgrade after getting 2,500 XP because he is going to be the bell cow back now. Now that Devon Achane got hurt. But honestly, I think that's pretty much all we have until the end of the season. Jalen Wright's just going to be the bell cow back for now. We lost by 5 to the Bears. God damn it, Caleb Williams. That really sucks. But I'm hoping that losing Devon Achane isn't going to be too much of a loss for our team. But that really sucks that he got hurt. That really, really sucks. Another one against the Jets. We're 12-4. I love that player injury. What is this about? What is this about? Talking about the trainer to come back early. I don't think he should. So I mean, is Tyreek not going to play this week? No, I'm confused. I don't really know. They weren't that clear about that because he wasn't hurt before. So now I'm confused. What, is he hurt? Is he not playing this game? I don't know. I rested him though, I think, because I said no, don't play him. So if it comes up that he's hurt now, I'm going to be really pissed off because we're about to be in the playoffs. No injuries, 13-4, but the Ravens had to go 14-3 and just ruin we don't get a bye now, and we're playing the Jets at 10-7. Okay. Wow, we finished top 10 in every stat. We finished 7th in points per game, 9th in offensive passing yards, 6th in offensive rushing yards, 1st in defensive points per game, 1st in passing yards per game, and 2nd rushing yards per game. Anthony Weaver is so gone after this year. He's getting a head coaching job because our defense just had an unreal year. Jonathan Allen honestly came here and changed absolutely everything about our team. Wow. Viral video going around this season. Is he still talking shit? Tell me he's still talking shit. He was wrong. We just went 13-4. Who cares about the turnovers and sacks? Oh, it's the same phrase every time. This is the big thing for franchise, by the way. They spent a year on Ryan Clark. They spent a year on Ryan Clark. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. What is he talking about now? Because he got hurt, did he not do it? He roasted us for not... He got hurt! What do you mean? He got hurt. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Let's upgrade our players. Then we'll look at the season stats, and then we're gonna jump in and simulate the game because I do think we have a chance to go deep in these playoffs because our defense has been so electric. So let's see what happens after we check the stats for this year. I don't want to forget about that. Tua Tagovailoa was 7th in touchdowns, 8th in passing yards. That's good. 5th in offensive yards, 2nd in defensive yards. Achane had 1,000 yards. If he averaged 5 yards per carry and Ryan Clark was just roasting us, even though he averaged 5 yards per carry, I'm going to be upset. A great year from Tua, 3,700 yards, 29 touchdowns, 6 picks, 71% completion percentage. That's a great year from Tua, especially in Madden. I'll take it. He averaged 4.6 yards per carry and he got hurt. I'm not upset about that. I'm sorry. I'm just not. Jim Wright also had 8 touchdowns. Great for him. I love that from you. Jalen Waddle only got 900 yards. It sucks, but wow, Tyreek Hill had a year. 18 touchdowns. Jesus Christ. He had 18 touchdowns and 1,300 yards. That's... We must have threw him the ball every red zone play. 18 touchdowns. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, Tyreek Hill had an insane year. Honestly, a good year for our offensive line. Defensively, how did we do in terms of sacks? Jalen Phillips led the team with 6. Okay, we definitely didn't hit that sack goal. But we played well. Honestly, we didn't get to the quarterback, yet we had an unreal year defensively. So how can I even be upset? Let's jump into this game against the Jets and make a deep run. As we jump in to the first game I've ever jumped in on in Madden, we're playing the moments, but this is literally the first game. So seeing the presentation, seeing everything. This is the first time I've ever jumped in a game or played gameplay or anything. And seeing another player wear 25 that's not Xavier Howard is making my heart hurt. I'm not going to lie to you. That's all I can think about now. Olufashanu, Javon Kinlaw is on the Jets. That's cool. We're gonna tear the Jets to pieces. And we're at home. No cold weather to deal with. For all you fucks in the comments about the cold weather, we're at home in this one. We better come out to a victory. Robert Saleh, still the coach of the New York Jets. Their starting quarterback looks to be... I couldn't tell you because it's not Rodgers anymore. I literally couldn't tell you who their starting quarterback is. Tua Tagovailoa, getting the boys ready. Doesn't even have his helmet. Don't know. Zach Sealer's running down the field on special teams with the new kickoffs. Completely forgot about that. I'm not going to lie to you. I still don't completely get it in terms of like the rules, but we'll see. Red zone alert. We're on the field. Let's get some points. 1st and 10. This is going to be sick. I'm super excited to see this. And let's run play action with Tua Tagovailoa. Although we are rolling out to the right with a left-handed quarterback, but we'll see how this goes. Tua, just get out to Jalen Wright. Jalen Wright makes the catch. We get 2 yards, and we'll take it. Don't want him to run play action to the right that many times. And let's run just a little mesh play. See if we can find Jalen Waddle in the end zone on that corner route. Obviously, Sauce Gardner on him. Maybe Tyreek Hill underneath is going to be the move. He is open, but he drops the ball, and he also definitely wasn't open. I was just forcing the ball to Reek. I am not going to lie to you. And now we have Alec Pierce on a crosser. Jalen Waddle's on a little C route. I don't hate that little corner route. Alec Pierce is open in the middle. He catches the ball, and that's a huge touchdown. Alec Pierce, people were too focused on Tyreek Hill. They were too focused on Jalen Waddle as they were doubling him in the red zone. That leaves Alec Pierce to absolutely separate against that corner and score a touchdown. Was that Sauce? It was Sauce Gardner. Sauce talks too much shit to get burnt by Alec Pierce. And they're almost in the red zone. I don't want to jump in too many moments, but listen, we will. We're going to jump into moments. This is the first Madden franchise I got to. Quincy Williams in the middle of the field. Let's see what we can do. And that's a big catch by whoever that tight end is. Must be a creative player. As they're showing Devon Holland, who literally had no impact on that play. But sure. What a perfect play call. They're running empty. We're dropping back. Everyone guarding him. Pickett! Good deflection from Corey Small. And Pratt is their quarterback. That's a huge deflection. And we'll do cover 6. But we're showing 2. Try and confuse their X-Factor quarterback. I don't love how much space there is in the middle. But they're running a screen. And that's going to be a wide open touchdown. We were not ready for that. Javon Holland can't get there to Breece Hall. And they answer with a touchdown right away. But we're right back into the red zone, but we're going to have to kick a field goal. But I'm just going to skip the moment. Oh, we went for it. And now we're back in the red zone. Let's try and get some points. Again, I really should be playing way less moments. This is just the first wildcard game, but honestly, it's fun. I want to see some gameplay. I want to see how this works. This is a very interesting route from Tyreek Hill. I'm very curious to see how this works. We also have Jalen Waddle on a little square in. Jalen Waddle looks wide open. Jalen Waddle, touchdown. And let's do a signature. Let's get waddling, baby. Do the waddle for me. Why is he not waddling? Do the waddle. Okay. Ignore what I just got up and did by myself. Never mind. Can we get a stop on defense? I'm going to skip this one. We get a stop. They're going for the 4th down. And they got it. And we're just going to skip this moment. They tied the game up at 14. And we're back in the red zone. Our offense is eating against this Jets defense. And we have Tyreek Hill on potentially a slot fade. Jalen Waddle on a little choice route. Let's see who gets open on this one. Jalen Waddle is wide open on that choice route. Good route from J-Dub. Tua Tagovailoa, 147 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. He's playing great so far. And you know what? Let's get Jalen Wright involved. See if we can pick up this first down on 2nd and 2. Potentially more running right at Quinnen Williams, but hopefully that doesn't matter. Jesus Christ, Quinnen Williams just... That was ridiculous. We're just going to run tight end drive and try and pick up this first down. I'm looking at Tommy Tremble underneath. That's my first quick read. And he is wide open. Oh my God, any space up the field. Tommy Tremble for the touchdown. And we go up 21-0. That's Tua Tagovailoa's third touchdown of the game. And that's a huge moment for us. Can our defense get a stop? Yes, they can finally get a stop. I'm going to skip this moment for the first time. And we scored another touchdown, but they answer right back. And let's see. They tie up the game. This is a shootout. It's 28-28. This is a huge third down. And let's see if we can pick up this third down. This game is an absolute barn burner here at Hard Rock Stadium. We're going to see if Jaylen Waddle can burn. I don't know if that's still going to be DJ Reed out there, but we'll see if he can get him. Honestly, we're going to give him a shot. We're going to give Jaylen Waddle a shot down the field. That is DJ Reed, and that's another touchdown from Jaylen Waddle, and this time he's going to do the waddle, as that's Jaylen Waddle's second touchdown, could be his third, as we skipped a touchdown. But Jaylen Waddle absolutely burns DJ Reed, and Tua Tagovailoa throws a perfect ball down the field, and we go up by 6. What a throw. We get a stop, and it's a third down alert. Let's see if we can keep this play alive. This is an interesting play with a motion to Chris Brooks, who's in the game, and we have Tyreek Hill and Jaylen Waddle on the strong side of the field. Let's see if we can hit one of them. Jaylen Waddle on the out route, and I didn't see they were running a zone, and I threw a pick. Okay. I thought it was man-to-man, and then DJ Reed stepped up, and then I probably should have threw to Tyreek Hill, and I just gave up. I just threw to his first pick. But we got the ball right back and scored again, 42-35, and now the game is on the line right here. What a game for this first wild card game. We're going to use her, Kader Kohu, in the slot here. Watch that tight end. As Jalen Ramsey can't make the stop. I went for the pick, even though I shouldn't. Pratt has 5 touchdowns and 1 interception. He is having an unreal game for these New York Jets. But we're just trying to make the stop. If we can just hold them to a field goal, that would be huge. And Garrett Wilson runs a nice route. He has 422 yards. And I think that's Malachi Corley, actually, with the grab. We're going to use your Jevon Holland over the middle. They seem to be attacking the air, and that's an easy walk-in touchdown for Garrett Wilson. And it's 42-42. And we're going to lead this end-of-game drive. Basically, the 2-minute drill. Tyreek Hill, Jaylen Waddle, it's time for you to go to work. And we get sacked. And we're going to take this to the 2-minute warning. Getting sacked on that, it's not a good start. I'm not going to lie to you. Obviously, we're on Madden, or on all Madden. But we're going to go to Tua's money play, the wheel drag. Jaylen Waddle on the post, Tyreek Hill on the wheel. And we'll see who gets open. We're going to step up with Tua. And we're going to slide. And that makes it third and manageable. That was just the right play. That was just the right play. We're going to run dagger. And see if we can find Alec Pierce over the middle. With Tyreek running over the top. Jaylen Waddle has separation. Tua leads it out in front of him. Jaylen Waddle has space. He jukes back inside. And that's a huge first down for Tua, who has 430 yards and 6 touchdowns. And now, just realized we can end this game now going to a field goal. But I've never kicked a field goal. I literally have never kicked a field goal in this game. I don't want to miss it. I might score a touchdown just in case. If we can. Because I literally have never kicked a field goal in this game. And I'm pretty sure it's different. Jalen Wright is not having a bad game on his own. 19 carries for 86 yards. That's not bad at all. How do I... Oh, this is how you chew clock now in this game. That makes sense. It's a little bit more important. As the Jets only have 1 timeout left. We really just want to get this first down, end the game. And again, I kind of almost want to try scoring a touchdown just because I really don't want to kick a field goal. Stay in bounds, Jalen Wright. They have to take the timeout. So we're going to drain this clock. And then honestly, I might try scoring a touchdown. Again, I know it's not the right play. You should just drain the clock, end the game with the ball. I'm just really scared to kick a field goal just because I've never kicked it on this game before. Jalen Wright could score here. There is a flag. I'm going to go down. Stay in bounds. Let's see what the flag is for. Hopefully it's not holding. And it is going to be holding. Who held? And it's going to be Harold Covington, our draft pick. That is not great. That does stop the clock for them as well. So we might be forced to kick the field goal. And I'm going to embarrass myself on YouTube. So that's not good. It's just not good. Jalen Wright now 21 rushes for 101 yards. Again, we're going to continue to rush the ball. I'm not going to throw the ball. I mean, I'm not going to do that. But, like, it would suck. It would suck if I missed this field goal. That's all I'll say. Don't fumble. We're going to get off 2 clock now. Get on normal. Kick a field goal. And it looks to be the same. But we're gonna drain this clock all the way down to 8 seconds. Or no, 4 seconds. I was going to say you planned for a bad snap. But I really have no idea what I'm doing. I no clue. I'm assuming you hold X once it gets down, but I couldn't tell you. So, if I miss, we're going to overtime. And we're getting the new playoff rules, but that's my bad. We'll call the timeout 4 seconds. And hopefully Jason Sanders can nail this kick. 6 miles to win to the left. And let's aim for accuracy. Hopefully that's enough. I think I missed it. Oh my god, I made it. That looked not great. Oh my god. That was way too close for comfort. And is that the game? That is the game. We win an absolute barn burner, an absolute shootout. A game for the ages, a division rival playoff game, Dolphins, Jets. Both the quarterbacks throw for over 425 yards and 6 touchdowns and have an 80% completion percentage. Jesus Christ, what is this? What are these statistics? 32 for 40, 432 yards, 80 completion percentage, 6 touchdowns, 1 pick for Tua. Chris Pratt, his name is Chris Pratt. Chris Pratt. There's a lot of jokes to be made. I'm gonna not make them. 428 yards, 92% completion percentage, 6 touchdowns, 1 pick. Jalen Wright has a game. So does Breece Hall, I should say. Receiving wise, Jalen Waddle has 290 yards, 2 touchdowns. Malachi Corley, 11 receptions for 150 yards, and that was a lot. Tyreek Hill only had 5 catches for 63 yards and a touchdown. That was a wild game, but we come out on top, which was huge, and we'll see who we play next. But what a ridiculous game for Tua Tagovailoa and Jaylen Waddle as the 2 Bama boys are going insane. As we advance to the next week, we are playing Justin Herbert and the 13-4 Chargers. Oh, I want this one. Tua Tagovailoa does win AFC Offensive Player of the Week, as he should. I mean, the statistics speak for themselves. And I want Justin Herbert in this divisional playoff game. I want it so bad. At SoFi Stadium, I'm not going to lie to you, I'd assume at least 65% Dolphins fans. And you know what? We're going to bust out the white throwbacks. And guess what? They're going to bust out the powder blues. Perfect. The powder blues versus the throwbacks. That's what we're rocking for this playoff game. Tua Tagovailoa versus Justin Herbert and the Los Angeles Chargers in the divisional playoff game. Tua, Herbert, here we go. What a uniform matchup. The throwbacks versus the powder blues. This is going to be insane. This is going to be insane. The boys looking great. Kendall Fuller, Kader Kohu, Jalen Ramsey, Jordan Brooks, Jevon Holland in the throwbacks as Justin Herbert leads out his Chargers in SoFi Stadium. And this is going to be a great playoff game. As we have a moment, I'm going to skip that one. They start off with a field goal. It's a 3rd down. I'm going to skip it. Big field goal. I'm going to let Jason Sanders kick it. He makes it. Another 3rd down alert. I'm going to skip this one. We don't get it. I'm not going to help them make the stop. They do score a touchdown, and it's a big 3rd down alert. I will jump in on this one. It's 3rd and 1 at midfield. This way, we can maybe go for this in case we don't get it. Let's come out in I form, and let's see what they're lined up in, because I do think we might be able to run over them. Follow Alec Ingold. Use your blocks. Jalen Wright gets the 1st down, and that's a 1st down for your Miami Dolphins, and that's a big 1st down. As we continue, and now we are in the red zone. Let's run this red zone scissors play and see maybe we can hit Jalen Wright in the back of the end zone. We're watching it obviously for Derwin James just hovering down. We're just going to hit Jalen Waddle underneath. He makes a juke, comes back in, and we're down to the 2-yard line. What a play from Jalen Waddle. I'm actually going to flip the play here, so it's to a strong side. Tyreek Hill is on a little out route. Maybe we hit Waddle. Maybe we swing it out to Jalen Wright. There's a bunch of options. Jalen Waddle is wide open. And that's a great throw from Tua. And we're waddling in SoFi. We're waddling in LA. Let's go. Jalen Waddle touchdown. He continues his big playoffs. And the Chargers pretty much drive down the field right away. And they start with the touchdown. It's another moment. I'm going to let the defense play it out. We're down 14. And we really need to score here. This is not good. We need to score on this drive to keep, not to keep the game alive, but pretty much to keep the game alive. In the playoffs, this feels very big. Michael Mayer has room in front of him. And what a play for Michael Mayer, as that's a big throw from Tua Tagovailoa, because we do need points on this drive. We're into the red zone, and we'll take over. And we'll try this play action sheet wheel post, and we'll try and hit Waddle in the back of the end zone. Or maybe Tyreek Hill gets lost in the backfield on this swing wheel. This is a very weird play. I do like it, though. Let's see if Tyreek Hill is lost. He's not. Sprint out with Tua, and we're just going to kind of run for a couple yards. 4 yards for Tua. We weren't going to do better than that. And that's all we could really ask for. We'll run behind Alec Ingold with Jalen Wright. Try and pick up a couple extra yards because it is 4-down territory anyways. So I don't mind running on the second down. As Aaron Brewer can't block in the run game. And that's really tough. I don't hate a halfback screen here. Going right back to Jalen Wright. They don't really have that many guys in the box. We could actually just run on them. We'll switch to inside zone. And hopefully run on this box. Get out there with the blocks. That should be enough for the first down. And it's 1st and goal from the 10-yard line. We need points. I'm locking in here. Trying to at least. This is a halfback angle screen. I've literally never seen this. But we want to run the screen on the last play. We'll try this. It looks like they might be blitzing, so this could really work out. If we can get the ball to Jalen Wright, as we do. And we get no blocks. He breaks a tackle, though, and we get down to the 5. That's not bad at all. Not bad. Joey Bosa still here. Surprisingly healthy. Just saying. And we could run a little goal line fade here to Tyreek. And that might be the move. And Tyreek Hill catches the ball, but then he drops it. Tyreek Hill can't make the grab. And now it's 3rd and goal. And we're hopefully going to try and run slants here. And maybe hit Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle. Over the middle. Tyreek Hill catches the ball. And it's a touchdown. That was too close for comfort. I've already said that before, but that was way too close to comfort. Hopefully our defense can make a stop. They can. And we're back in the red zone to try and tie this game. Wow. Thank God. Alec Pierce looks, that corner route looks good. They have 2 guys on fire. Maybe we just have to check down underneath to Waddle. He's open. And he makes the grab. That's a good start. We'll get into hurry up here. And we're going right into a screen to Jalen Wright. Don't know how well screens work, as they do get to Tua in advance. And I don't know if this would be 4-down territory in this situation. It's kind of up to coach on that one, even though I'm the coach. But let's not think about that. Let's get Tua rolling out. We have Tyreek Hill on this little. It's the same play we ran before. Jalen Waddle also goes to the other side of the end zone, looking for Michael Mayer as well. But Tyreek looks wide open. Tyreek Hill is wide open. And that's a touchdown to Tyreek Hill to go down by 1, pending the PAT. As Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle are both killing it. And now we need to make a stop on this Chargers offense and Justin Herbert. We're going to use your Jordan Brooks and try and make this stop. Jalen Ramsey, turn around, and that's an interception. Justin Herbert throws an interception in the end zone. Ramsey brings it out and stumbles back to the 14-yard line. Maybe we should have stayed in. But what a huge play by CB1 in the NFL. Jalen Ramsey flexing on him and starts celebrating. That's a huge pick. Can our offense go down the field? Yes, they can. And we're going to do an RPO, zone peek. As again, this is very Dolphins-esque. And we'll see if Tyreek Hill gets open. If not, we're just going to hand it off. We're just going to hand it off to Jalen Wright, who has space. And he gets the first down. I honestly don't even know if I want to chew clock yet. But it's fine. Also, this is the same play, but they just keep calling it. And like I just kind of am spamming X. So I apologize. But Tua has space. I'm not going to throw the ball. I'm just going to run out of bounds. Keep the ball in hand. We could have thrown it. Didn't feel like it. I just didn't trust it. And we'll give the ball back to Jaylen Wright. As there is only 5 guys in this box. 6 guys, actually. Sorry. But hopefully we can run on it. As no one blocks. Who was that? Dion Henley? I think it's Dion Henley. Is that number 0 on the Chargers? Again, we're a couple years removed from the beginning, but who knows? Running a mesh concept, 3rd and 2. Maybe Jalen Waddle gets open over the middle. The tight end is wide open, and oh my god, they got stuck on each other. And I think I might opt to go for this because then they have to drive down the field. There's only 2 minutes and 24 seconds left, and we have 3 timeouts. No, we have to kick the field. We have to take the points, I think. And that's right down the middle. I think you have to take your points there. I don't know. I actually don't know in that situation. I take my points. We have 3 timeouts if need be. We need to make a stop on this Chargers team. And we'll take that. If you're going to pass for 1 yard, that's quite all right with me. They should try and get a playoff before this 2-minute warning. You'd think. Jalen Ramsey is in the zone. And QJ almost gets a first down. It's 3rd and 1 as we hit the 2-minute warning. And this is possibly for the game. Use your Quincy Williams in case they run the ball. Because it's definitely still an option. But they are going to opt to pass. And they do go right underneath to the big tight end. And now I'm a little scared. We just got to hold them to a field goal, go to overtime. That's what we need. As they can afford to go underneath. They can. As that's a big hit stick. From I think that's Corey Small. Yeah, Corey Small ain't a big hit stick. Nothing small about that hit. As we're going to use your Williams on this QB spy. Might have to get some depth if they go over the middle. They aren't. And they do. That was just a great play call. And now we need to keep them out of the end zone and start calling timeouts. I think we start calling timeouts now. Stop the clock from running. Just in case we have a chance to maybe, if we hold them to a field goal, get a chance to win this game. This is not good. I probably should have went for it now. On that 4th. And he's wide open. And we are down 31, 2 timeouts. Okay. I'm not speaking English. I'm just trying to play the game now because now I'm scared that we're going to lose. And I don't want to lose. I so badly don't want to lose. We're going to run our go-to money play from last year in real life. Jalen Waddle is wide open. What a ball from Tua. And we have to go right into the hurry up. Don't flex. Let's get cooking here. We're just going to run verticals. We're just going to run verticals. Tyreek Hill on the wheel route. Tyreek Hill on the wheel route. Come inside. And he can't make the grab. I believe that's Alohi Gilman. 32. And he can't make the grab, but that does stop the clock. We're going to put Tyreek Hill on a go route here. And see if Waddle can get space under that with a corner route. Oh, Waddle was open, but we get sacked by McNair. And now it's 3rd and 19. That was basically the worst thing that could happen. Tyreek Hill on a go route. He's getting pressed. That's what we're going to do. And we didn't have time to get the ball out. And I think he would have beat press. Because our offensive line just can't hold up. I hate the way that these plays are shown. Like, you really can't see what's going on with the play. But the blocking hasn't held up, and now we're down to our last down. Tyreek Hill is wide open. Get the ball to him, Tua. And he does. A little bit underthrown. And Tyreek makes the grab. We call our final timeout. What a huge play on 4th and 19. And now, no timeouts. We have to be very, very clear about getting out of bounds unless we're throwing touchdowns. Can Tua make that throw? We can't over the middle. What a fucking dart by Tua. I'm going to press spike. Oh my god. How much? 23 seconds? That took so much time off the clock. Oh my god. What? Okay, basically all these have to go to the end zone now. Because, what? That was ridiculous. That took so much time off the clock. I have to throw that away. Throw it away too. Oh my God, I can't believe you got away from that sack. It's 3rd and 10, but wow. We're not running a screen. Okay, I have to open up the playbook. We're not running a screen in this situation. Are you nuts? Are you crazy? I don't hate this play, but I want to have another play just in case. So Michael Mayer in the back of the end zone. Please come down with it. We have 2 seconds and we have to throw a touchdown. All right. Okay. Alrighty. The commentators probably sucked. I just don't know what to do. It's like a new game. So it's like, it's not that clear of what I'm supposed to do. There's no like money play for me to just score. We're kind of just going to snap and go. Can we fit it to Tyreek? No, we can't. And we just lost to the Chargers in the divisional. I'm so upset. I really thought that was going to be the year. So, damn. I should have went for it instead of kicking the field goal on that 4th and 2. That one's on me. As we will head to the end of the year, and we will go one more season and hopefully win that Super Bowl. That sucks. That really sucks. That really sucks. Because I really did not want to lose to the Chargers. I really didn't want to. As the Texans and Joe Mixon in 2026 wins Super Bowl MVP, Tyreek Hill wins Offensive Player of the Year. You can see the rest of the awards, but that is super unfortunate. We'll check out the retirements here. Hopefully none for our Finns, as again, more legends across the league. No Dolphins. But now we have to bring some guys back who are going to want a lot of money, and man, that's tough. That was a great year. As we have to talk about offseason workouts. I don't even know if we're bringing Zach Sealer yet, so let's bring in Cofield and get him up to speed because he's been very underwhelming for a top 5 talent in the draft. I did want to talk to you. We want to focus on power moves, I think. That works for me. That works for me, Cofield. That sucks. That sucked. I should have went for it. I don't know what I was thinking the field goal. They drove down the field so easily on us. That was super unfortunate. This, we want to... Listen, there's no plan. We just want to keep the roster the same. We had a crazy defense. I like where our roster's at. We just have to bring back our roster. And I'll guarantee a playoff spot. We just went 13-4. So there's no reason to not think that that's what we're going to do. So we'll check the depth traits of some of our players. Tyreek better have gone up to Superstar after winning Offensive Player of the Year and all that stuff. But man, I really thought that was going to be the year we win the Super Bowl. And it just did not happen. But let's see what we have when it comes to dev traits. Tyreek Hill is still a star. Jalen Waddle goes down to star. I don't get that at all. I really don't. Nothing else on offense. Defensively, Jalen Ramsey is an X factor. And no other changes. Jonathan Allen does lose superstar on defense as well. So that really sucks. But I don't know how we have that good of a season and have no development trait upgrades. Yet we lose some staff too. As we lose both our offensive and defensive coordinator. That's fun. Chris Roberts, welcome to the team. Defensively, who are we going to bring in? We'll bring in, we'll hire within the division. We'll bring in someone who runs the Jets defense. But this really doesn't matter. But it is what it is. And we are at re-sign week. And we do need to bring back a bunch of guys. Trop Robinson, we'll accept that 5th-year option. Jonathan Allen, honestly, he's down to an 84 overall. He wants 20 million. I'm actually okay on that. Tyreek Hill, I actually wouldn't mind bringing back. We do need him. And I'll give him a 3-year deal worth 17 million. That works for me. He should accept that. Tyreek Hill is back. Kendall Fuller, still an 84 overall. That's really not bad. I'll give him an extra $1 million in terms of salary, just so he comes back. And Kendall Fuller's back. He's really lasted on this team. Austin Jackson to continue to be the blindside tackle. I don't mind either. I'll bring this down to 6.5 and we'll pay him 13 million about. And that offers perfect. Austin Jackson is back. I'm okay with Jordan Brooks. I'm okay on Quincy Williams because we can see who's out there in free agency. Aaron Brewer, I don't hate. He's not horrible. He's not bad either. I mean, if he wants to take a 3-year deal worth $4.5 million, that works for me. The rest, I'm pretty sure I'm okay with, just because I want to check free agency first before we bring any of these guys back. And Alec Ingold. Unfortunately, fullbacks just don't have that much of a. They don't play that much of a factor in simulation, so it essentially becomes a waste of cap space, which sucks. But that's just how that goes. Looking at the team, I don't think there's that much we have to upgrade, just because Waddle is going to be wide receiver 1 now. Tyreek will be wide receiver 2. A wide receiver 3 maybe. We still have achane, so we have a running back. Our offensive line looks fine. Our tight end looks fine. Honestly, offensively, I think we're all right. And then defensively, it's just a middle linebacker, probably 2. And some defensive linemen. So just two middle linebackers and 2 defensive linemen, and we should be good to go. I do think we're going to cut our middle linebacker just because we don't really need him right now. So David Long, we save some money. There's just no point in keeping him right now. And we'll free up the $3 million in cap space. It just makes sense to do that. I don't think there's anyone worth restructuring at this moment in time, but I'll check just to make sure. But everyone seems pretty. We can restructure achane, Jevon, Holland as well. Tyreek, no, it's okay for now. We don't need to. Jalen Phillips. We can if we need more cap space. We shouldn't have to. And I think the rest we're pretty much good on. Is there anyone we want to just cut straight up? I don't believe that's the case. No, there's not. So we're pretty much good. Let's look for linebackers and defensive linemen in free agency. And we could seriously upgrade our offensive line as well. Okay. So, speaking of defensive line, Ali McNeil is a guy who we really want to bring in. So 5 years, 20 million a piece. He's the same overall as Jonathan Allen now, same dev trait. So that makes sense for me. We're really going to attack Ali McNeil. Man, Tyler Linderbaum would be a huge upgrade at center. I'm not going to lie to you. And that might be worth it. Trent Simpson, he played for the Ravens. He can come join Anthony Weaver. This is another guy who I think makes a lot of sense to bring in. So we'll give him a decent chunk of money. And hopefully we have the biggest offer on him. It's us against the Patriots. That's super annoying. Hopefully he chooses us. Who else do we have? Quinn Johnson, I'm okay. We do need a wide receiver 3. Kadarius Toney, I mean, get the ball in his hands, he's all right, but catching the ball is a real issue for him. I mean, let's just go by position. We need middle linebacker. Hopefully we get Trent Simpson. If not, we just bring back Quincy Williams and Jordan Brooks. I mean, I can up the offer on Trent Simpson just because we have the cap space, so why not? Give him 5 mil or give him 12 million. Why not? We might as well. And then when it comes to the defense line, Ali McNeil, we can do that for him as well. Just make sure, try and give him as much as possible. I mean, I'll give him the 6th year. I'll even give him, I don't know, 22 million a year? I don't hate that. We still have a bunch of cap space. So let's see if we get these 2 guys, because they should decide on day 1. And then we can see what we do with our cap space. Ali McNeil and Trent Simpson. Tell me we got both. Yes, we did. Those are two big upgrades to our team at positions of need. Okay, so now we just need another defensive lineman. We could bring back Zach Sealer. He's actually the best left end who's available right now. We could bring in Leonard Williams. Or we can bring in Osa Digizua. Or Mozzie Smith, who's a big boy. That would be an insane defensive line. He's a big boy. We can play him at DT. I actually don't hate that at all. Let's try and bring Mozzie Smith. I don't know what his market's looking like, though. How much are people offering him? Okay, he's going to go to the Texans. They're offering him a lot of money. This defensive line market, they're really asking for a lot of money. As they should. If you can get it, you should go for it. But I think we might just bring back Zach Sealer. That might be the move. Just because I don't want to pay a 77 overall $12 million a year. Or I give Osa Digizua a 1-year deal. And that could actually work out fine. Because he has no other offers right now, and he wants to come here. So that would actually work out. But then we need one more linebacker who can play in coverage. Which means we could bring back Quincy Williams, and that might be the move. Or we bring in Logan Wilson. Because he's a pretty good linebacker. I think he's underrated in the NFL, actually. But Quincy Williams already been here. Same age, same overall. And he's already played here, so we can try and bring him back for a year. And that makes sense for everyone involved, I think. So those are the two guys we're going to go after now. Quincy Williams and Osa Digizua. Quincy Williams now has an offer from someone else. If what's-his-name doesn't have an offer, then we're fine. Logan Wilson still doesn't have an offer, so I'm not going to up it because worst things worst, we go after Logan Wilson. And hopefully Quincy Williams signs with us. And he doesn't. Okay, so we still need another linebacker and another defensive lineman. So let's go out and offer Logan Wilson a contract. He has an offer now. Hopefully it's not for too much because I'm willing to give up a bag for Logan Wilson. And it's the Chargers, and they're offering him a lot of money. So we're going to have to match that, which is fine. We definitely can. We're not going to give multiple years. We're just going to give him a lot of money, $13.5 million. So he should realistically accept that. And then, honestly, we might have to hit this in the draft, or we just take... Honestly, I think I'm going to sign Zach Sealer back and move him into defensive tackle because I'm fairly sure his rating goes up. If you do that, at least that's what happened on the past game, just because I did so many Dolphins rebuilds. So let's try that. And hopefully he signs. So Zach Sealer and Logan Wilson. We'll see if he signs. Obviously, we're just kind of going all in. There's no reason not to spend all this money because we want to win a Super Bowl. So that's all there is to it. And these off seasons are way more fun than ones in series pass and one and like past ones, just because we can actually spend money and throw money around. So that's fun. As we do get both Logan Wilson and Zach Sealer. With our private workouts, we are going to be looking at wide receivers because with our second round pick, we need a wide receiver 3, hopefully. So we're looking for a wide receiver 3. And none of these guys look that great because they're all playmakers, so it's hard to actually know kind of what's going on. So I guess we'll just scout them. I mean, let's see what this deep threat is talking about. 23 years old. C catching isn't great. He has good speed. He's definitely he's got speed. I just don't know if he can catch the ball. I mean, I'll scout him. I'll use one of my scouting my private scouting trips on him. But I don't love that. And then we'll use one on Carlos Thomas so he can actually catch the ball with B catching. Like, I don't love these receivers that can't catch the ball. And then we'll try this physical guy, but he's been going down the board, maybe not. Like, you need to be able to catch the ball if you're a receiver. I feel like that's pretty integral to this whole receiver thing. What about Mac Duff, or is he just fast? I think he's just fast, so we're not going to do Mac Duff. So we are going to scout Carlos Thomas, Marion Blake, and then we'll also scout Channing Smith, just because he at least has B to D catching. So hopefully he can catch the ball. That's a lot of playmaking. This was not a receiver class, and that's pretty much all we need right now. So it's not great that that's where we're at. That's not fantastic. But let's go check out what those guys are now that they're 100% scouted. Hopefully they're not too bad. If we can go to talent. Okay, we don't have anyone 100% scouted, even though we just scouted the receivers. Here we go. And all of them are bad. Okay. That's not good. That is not good. So maybe we move up for one of these receivers in the first round. Maybe that's the move. Stanley Wilkinson from Alabama does look a little bit insane. Elite strength, elite jumping. He looks like he can be a go up and get it guy. And that would be perfect beside Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. So I really do like Stanley Wilkinson from Alabama. And we pair up another Alabama receiver. So depending on where he is in the mock draft, I think that's who we're going to try and move up and grab. Hopefully he's not going too high. It looks good so far. He's not supposed to go till pick 24. So if we can trade to pick 24, pick that receiver, that is definitely the move. So let's go see if we can make a trade up, because we don't really need to fill out positions or anything. We're not desperate for picks. So if we can pick up pick 24 for a second and a third, I'll take it. We're probably gonna have to give up more. I get it. I'll give up the whole draft class, and we'll just see where we're at. It's declined, so I'll have to give up a pick from next year too. I'll give up a second, a third, and a second from next year. Let's see where we're at. Still not great. Okay, honestly, I'm gonna give up the first from next year. We're just gonna keep sending it down, and we'll add an extra third. That's still declined. I'll give them the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, and then we'll see where we're at in addition to the first. And then I'll give them a third next year, and if that doesn't go through, we'll just have to give up the second. Yeah, it's still declined. Okay, wow. Wow. Okay. The first and the second. They're being really stingy about this 24th overall pick. I get it, though. I'll give the first. So first, second, and fourth for the 24th overall pick. That's accepted. And we're going to get our wide receiver 3 in Stanley Wilkinson. And hopefully, we'll also a Tyreek replacement for the future when Tyreek Hill kind of filters out a little bit. That is the goal. We're going to go right to our pick. Hopefully he wasn't selected ahead of where he's supposed to be. He was not. And let's go make our pick. I think he's going to be great. Stanley Wilkinson, 6'4", physical receiver, B, catching traffic, B, release, AC, A to C catching. He can't run deep routes, but man, can he go up and get it. And let's see what the case is. He was drafted number 22, or he's ranked number 22 in True Value, drafted him number 24. And he is a physical guy, hidden development, 96 jumping, and that's an awesome wide receiver 3. And then pretty much with our next pick, we're just going best player available. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll see you next season. Honestly, I'll make this pick, and then we'll let the assistant GM make the rest of the picks. We don't really have a position of need per se. Obviously, the offensive line can always be upgraded, but we'll see where we're at with that. We're taking Todd Barrett to replace Zach Sealer after this year. He was ranked number 82 in True Value. We drafted him at 91, so that's still not bad. He is normal development, though, so not the greatest draft. But we'll let the assistant GM handle the rest of this one. And we will head to the regular season because there's not too much to show. We're not cutting too many guys. And hopefully this will be the Super Bowl year. At the start of season, is it 4 now? I think season number 4. You already know we're winning the Super Bowl. That is the goal of this year. We have some storylines. I'll show you the depth chart, and we're just going to go to mid-season. We are ready to roll. And we're going to focus on conditioning and stamina with Jaylen Wright this time. I believe Achane should be back by now, but if not, that would be kind of unfortunate. But just my legitimate, this is what I actually believe about the game. This just becomes more buttons to click in terms of what these are, in terms of them being this cool new added thing. It's not really. It's I'm not going to lie to you. It is very much not I wouldn't buy the game unless you're just looking for the roster update like me. That's really why I bought the game, to be honest with you. It was basically for the roster updates, just so I have the ability to play franchises. Devon Achane is still hurt, and he'll be back in 3 weeks. So that MCL tear in the playoffs really, really hurt us. Thankfully, we still have Jalen Wright. Malik Washington will be our wide receiver. Oh, sorry. Forgot to generate best lineup. Because it will be Wilkinson will be our wide receiver 3. Jalen Waddle will be wide receiver 1 this year. Tyreek Hill will be wide receiver 2 as he takes over. Offensive line and tight end is all still the same. Now we have Aleem McNeil, Cofield, and Sealer as our defensive line. Trent Simpson, linebacker 1. Logan Wilson, linebacker 2. Chop still the edge rusher. And the rest is pretty much exactly the same as before. Wilkinson, honestly, we'll put him in the slot and we'll see how that goes. Jalen Wright will obviously be the running back for now. And then Cofield, Phillips, Aleem McNeil, Trent Simpson. You guys know the vibes. And we will sim to midseason. And hopefully, we're in a good spot. At the midseason mark, we're 3-4. That is very much not good. I mean, we lost 31-0 2 weeks ago. That's not great. And our stats are all over the place. So we have really dropped off from last year. I don't know what is going on. Honestly, we're going to leave all this till the end of the year. I'm not in love with the way the team is playing right now, but I'm hoping by the end of this year we'll be in the playoffs because the team is too good to not. Stanley Wilkinson does have 2 upgrades now. We'll upgrade Playmaker just because we already know he can go up and get it. And I don't know if we know his dev trait yet. He is wide receiver 3, but he's in the slot, so we'll see what his whole deal is. He's still hidden, so we don't know. But he's already up to a 78 overall. That's positive. And hopefully he's pretty solid. And I'm hoping that our team is good enough to not only have 3 wins by the time I next check in with you. Wow, it's so dark and I didn't even turn my lights on. I apologize for that. So I'm going to go do that. I'm not really locked into this whole YouTube thing, but we do have a D-line breakout after that last game. We're back to 500. The Jets lead the division at 6-3. So we're definitely still in the mix, but we do have to lock in here a little bit. Aleem McNeil show flashes. We'll just do a medium goal. I don't want him to lose star, honestly. I just can't have that. So for now, that's fine. We have a bunch of storylines in week 11. And I hope me doing this is actually doing something. 5-5. We really have to lock in here. Jalen Ramsey, I mean, listen, team captain to the most. No one else is speaking up. So hopefully Cordell Volson will give up 2 sacks. Like basically you're just clicking through. Like it's nothing game breaking. You're honestly better off just doing an offline file in Madden 24, honestly. That might be the move. So, yeah. That honestly might be the move. Because nothing else has really changed. Like, really nothing else has changed. But hopefully, you know, our defensive ends will get off blocks. And we'll be alright. And they get a +5 to block shedding and all that. So that's cool. Another press conference. Yay. These are mind-numbing. Huge primetime matchup coming this week. Who am I talking about? I don't know because I skipped it. 2 is fine. 2 sacks? That's quite alright. I don't even know who we're talking about. Please tell me. Nope. No idea. Again, we're 5-5 playing the 4-6 Giants. I'm hoping our win total is not just 5 the next time I check in. Because that would be rough. We're at week 18. And with an 86 overall team, I'm fairly sure we're missing the playoffs. So, yeah. Yeah. That's where we're at. So, I'm going to take a break. And I'm going to come back. And then hopefully we're going to win a Super Bowl. Because I can't have 2 straight years of not winning a Super Bowl. As we do miss the playoffs, we lost again. Or no, we won to go 9-8. We have an 87 overall team. yet. I'll come back and do the last year. Tua 26 touchdowns, 10 picks. That's all right. Achane, he only had 800 yards. I mean, that's not great. Waddle, 1,000 yards. Wilkinson had 711 yards. He's only a star. Not a great year from the guys. Not a great year from the guys. Jalen Phillips, 7.5 sacks. It just wasn't a great year. We're going to have an off season, and then we're going to do stuff. I'm losing my mind. It's been 4 hours. Okay. All right. It's a new day. I didn't have anything left in me, and we're back. And this year, we're winning a Super Bowl after not making the playoffs. I don't want to talk about it. I really don't want to talk about it. But we do have some storylines, some upgrades. Then we'll go to the offseason, have a big offseason, win this Super Bowl. And is Ryan Clark talking shit again? Okay, good. Honestly, it's a new day. I'm feeling positive. I'm feeling so positive. I'll take the heat. It's all good. Ryan Clark, you're good, man. You're good. You're doing your job. I get it. I was getting a little frustrated. But why? Why should I get frustrated? Why should I get frustrated with you? You're good. You're doing your job. I 100% get it. Let's sim to the Super Bowl recap, or the season recap, whatever you want to call it. And let's see what happened in this year. And let's have a hell of an offseason. And let's win this bowl. That is what we are going to do. I didn't think losing an 87 overall superstar and making him in Jonathan Allen and making him 84 star in Lee McNeil, I didn't think that would have that big of an impact on us. But that's just how it goes. Stephon Diggs retires. That's tough for me as a big Stephon Diggs fan. I'm happy he's off the Bills now as a Dolphins fan, obviously. But that was obviously tough to see. No retirements from us, which is good. I don't think we had anyone who was going to retire anyways. But who wins the Super Bowl? It's the Cowboys again. CeeDee Lamb this time wins Super Bowl MVP. Dak wins MVP. CeeDee Lamb Offensive Player of the Year. Micah Parsons wins Defensive Player of the Year. And Mike McCarthy wins Coach of the Year. What a year for the Dallas Cowboys as they continue to be the team to beat in Madden. They are always fantastic. So I guess that's just how that's going to be for that. Just because the Cowboys are always good. Their playbooks are always good. I don't know what that's about, but let's see. Let's talk to Jaylen Waddle about offseason workouts. Tua, I think we're good. He's like a 95 with morale. He's chilling. Obviously, you wish the stats were a little bit better, but I guess the Dolphins playbook doesn't do, even though I don't understand how that wouldn't be the case. Because based on last year, wouldn't our playbooks be really awesome offensively? Anyways, it doesn't really matter. That works for me. That sounds good. I want you to get better at making those physical catches. He's a bit of a body catcher in real life. I'm not going to lie. He's still massively underrated, but he's a bit of a body catcher in real life, so it'd be nice if we can get the hands going a little bit. By the way, he makes some ridiculous catches too, so that's why it's weird to say that, but sometimes for sure that happens. Let's make a splash. I want the 85 overall. We got to make a splash, upgrade the overall talent, and get an 85 overall player on this team. Offense or defense? I think defense is where we're leaning, so let's say that, but I'm not sure if we can. I'm going to say can't promise anything this time because last time I did say it. We'll see what happens. You thought you were clever by avoiding the question, but lost trust. Morale's dropped by 5 for all players. Wow. Okay. That's kind of crazy, but it is what it is. We can also check development trait changes as well as for past Super Bowl weekend. We'll do that after upgrading the practice squad players. Again, they don't really have much of an impact, obviously, in a rebuild like this. Let's take a look at our lineup really quick just to see where we're at. Tua Tagovailoa is still superstar. Tyreek Hill is down to normal and an 82 overall. So that contract is going to be quite rough. Honestly, Wilkinson might start over him just because he's star and younger. But that contract's going to be a little tough, but hopefully we win a bowl with him. And Wilkinson's kind of going to have to go crazy. No other dev trait changes that I can see. Offensively, defensively though, Cofield up to an 84. Aleem McNeil is an 85 now. Jalen Phillips is up to superstar. That's really nice to see. And the rest is all pretty similar. But a lot of our ratings are going down a little bit just based on the fact that our guys are getting older and we're so much further into the rebuild than you'd expect to be. So we're kind of in a tough spot when it comes to that. But hopefully we'll be all right as we do have a player meeting, and then we can get to negotiations and bring back the guys we want to bring back. But that Tyreek Hill contract, I believe I gave him a contract. It's not going to be great. What is Devon Achane? I thought we already had this. We already had this conversation with you, buddy, and I don't want you to change. Stay who you are. We're in Miami too, so we don't really need to change that. That keeps you super interested in being here. So morale increased by 20. I love to see that. But hopefully we can bring the guys we want to back. We have $30 million in cap space. Listen, we got to bring back Jalen Ramsey because he's still an 89 overall X factor, and that just makes a little too much sense to do. So we'll give him $13.5 million, and Jalen Ramsey's back to be CB1. Cofield, because he's so interested, I honestly want to reject that and just pay him. So we'll reject that for now. Jaylen Wright, I think I'm actually going to let go just because he is the backup right now. I would love to take a look at what Achane's contract is, because if we could trade him and then start Wright, I mean, that is obviously, and like that's obviously a possibility if that makes sense, but I think we extended him, so no, it just doesn't really make sense to bring back Jaylen Wright. We have our running back in Achane. We can get a worse backup for less money, or we can just sign him in free agency. So we'll leave Jaylen Wright for now, which sucks. I would love to re-sign him, and in the real world, you probably would do that. Corey Small, we're going to reject as well. We can get him for cheaper than that for sure. Patrick Paul, we do have to bring back, as we do want our left tackle to be here for a long time. He has no interest in the team, but we're giving him a bunch more years. Hopefully he signs that deal for $10 million a piece, but he's not interested in signing, which means we're going to need a left tackle. Our right guard, Zach Sinter, I would love to re-sign him as well. He's not interested in coming back at all either, but if we bump up the money a little bit, he's back. So hopefully we can address that left tackle position in free agency. Kendall Fuller will leave. Now he's 33, 82 overall. I think we're good on that. And yeah, I think we're good on that for now in terms of these guys. But I do want to take a look is if there's a way for us to make cap space, because then maybe we bring back Kendall Fuller depending on where we are. But we'll see. We will definitely have to see. As Tua is in his last contract, so this is definitely the year to make this happen. We can definitely restructure Achane. That frees up a couple million in cap space and doesn't really bump up his money too much. This is Jalen Waddle's last year under contract. This is a big year for us to make this kind of happen, because if not, then we're kind of going to be re-signing a lot of players who are already 30. Basically, it'll be over for this core. So basically, it's this year or bust. It's kind of where we're at. So we're going to try and create the most cap space we can, head into free agency, make a splash, and then from there, make this team a Super Bowl contender. So restructuring a lot of people, that's kind of where I'm at. And anyone we can, restructuring them just makes sense to me. Even though we just signed Zach Sinter, I'll even restructure that. Again, it's not really realistic to restructure someone you just signed, but it just makes too much sense. Where is that Tyreek Hill contract? Yeah, 16, 17, 18. I mean, it's not horrible. It's not horrible. 17, 18 million. I mean, again, for an 82 overall, it's not great. He's an 82 overall normal at this point. He's down to 87 speed. Okay, never mind. I thought I was going to say he's still pretty quick. Tyreek, that's tough. That's a tough contract to swallow. I'm not going to lie to you. We do save $960,000 if we did trade him, but I don't think it makes sense to trade him at this point. So we'll keep him for now. If we need to trade him, we can, but I don't think we're going to opt to do that yet. Austin Jackson's in the last year of his deal, but we need him. And I think that's pretty much in terms of restructures and cuts and all that stuff. Unless there's anyone who makes a lot more sense, who I don't think there is. There's not. So we're going to head to free agency. We should now have $25 million in cap space. That's a decent amount. Let's go to free agency week 1 and see what we can do. We're down to 83 overalls across the board, which isn't fantastic. But I don't think we need a receiver because we're paying Tyreek Hill that much money, so we're not going to do that. We don't need running back. We don't need anything on the offensive line other than left tackle. So we're looking at a left tackle, a defensive end, and a linebacker, and a corner. Okay, we do have a few different needs. We're looking at defensive line, corner, linebacker, and left tackle. Okay, so that's what we're going to be looking at in free agency, and let's see who's available. Hopefully there's a big boy free agent who we can go after. We do have $25 million. We could sign Charvarius Ward. We could go after him, as he is the big piece in free agency. And to me, that almost makes a lot of sense. I'd rather pay him that much money than pay a guy like Jeffrey Simmons, who's an 83 overall, $22 million. I think we're going to go after Charvarius Ward. I just think that makes the most sense. And then we address the tackle in free agency just because he's super interested. He's still really high overall. Let's go after Charvarius Ward. We'll give him $18 million for 1 year. Hopefully that's enough. I know he's going to have a bunch of offers. but we are one of the 5-bar offers. And honestly, just to make sure we get him, I'll even give him the second year, and I'll give him 8.5 and 10 million. That leaves us with $8 million to work with, and hopefully that means we get Charvarius Ward. So we have to eval just because I want to see if we have money left after this. Hopefully he signs, and he did. We bring in Charvarius Ward to be the corner opposite Jalen Ramsey, and now we have $8 million to work with to bring in a defensive lineman. And then a linebacker would probably address in the draft, just because there's no one here who I'm super excited about. There's obviously some guys who, if we can get them for cheap, I would be interested. But for now, I think we're all right. So maybe we attack a defensive lineman. I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence has no offer, so that can be an interesting guy to bring in as a vet. And he's interested in coming here. Same thing with Dwayne Carter. Oso Digizua is back. So that might make sense if we can get him, DeMarcus Lawrence, on a cheap 1-year deal. If we can get him and no one else offers, I mean, we'll see. He's super interested, and we're going to have to bring the money down a lot. But if we can make it happen, I would not be upset about that. So we can give him $8.3 million. And honestly, that's going to be all our money. But if we can get him to join our team, which he does, an 83 overall on the defensive line, I'll take that. And now we're basically just headed to the draft, because that's how we're just going to fill out the rest of our team. But those are 2 huge free agents to bring in to the squad. And I honestly think that that's going to really help us out. We can address the left tackle spot in the draft, and I think we should be good to go. Yeah, oh my God. It's +2 morale. He's up to an 85. That's a big addition to the defensive line. Look at Charvarius Ward, 89. That's a great corner duo. And now we just need to address linebacker and left tackle in the draft, and I think we should be ready to rumble, and I think we will be able to do that. So we're looking at left tackle, and we're looking at linebacker. I'm going to linebacker too. And then we should be good to go for next season. So we can go all the way to the draft. I'm not going to send all the way there just because I want to use our private scouting weeks. But that's a great free agency. Even though we only picked up 2 players, I'll take that every single day of the week, because that just makes a lot of sense as we are going for a Super Bowl. Even though we didn't make the playoffs week, we went 9-8. I know it sounds stupid to be like, oh, we're going for, a Super Bowl after that. But like, listen, that's what we're doing. So hopefully we can make it work. Let's use our private workouts. Honestly, tackles and linebackers, you get a lot of information on them anyways, so I'm not too upset about that. But there are a bunch of left tackles who do look at least somewhat okay, so I'm feeling good about that. Let's just check out middle linebackers. There's no one expected to go in any of the top rounds, but there do seem to be a couple guys who I am a little bit interested in at the back of the board. I mean, this guy looks great. He has great speed. Like, he looks really good around 3 to 4. I definitely use a scouting trip on him. Picasso Pierman. Picasso. He's also very fast, which I like. So that could be an option there. So Picasso and Shane Sampson. And then even Chris Yarbrough and Frank Rogers both look fairly good. He's 21 years old. Oh, he looks very good too. Okay, he might be the best one. He might be the guy we opt to go with. Over these other few guys, but all these guys look awesome. So it's tough to choose only 3, because I think we can get away with the tackles. I'm gonna do the players who are later in the draft, just because I want to know more about them, because who knows if we'll be able to get Frank Rogers anyways. So there'll be more value picks. So that's who we'll scout, and we'll go to next week and we'll see how good they are. I'm really hoping one of them is like a round 1 to 2 talent. And then we can take them, because I don't believe we have a first round pick, because I'm pretty sure we gave that one up for Jonathan Allen, if I'm not mistaken. But let's see what we have in terms of talent with these linebackers. Where are they at? I'll just sort by position, I guess. And we do have round 2 to 3 talents, and they're 100% scouted. So that's not bad at all. And this guy's 22. So Picasso Pierman might be the pick in that round 3 to 4 spot, and I do like what he looks like. But Frank Rogers, if we can get him in the 2nd round, I definitely will take him, because he looks even better. He looks awesome. Like, genuinely, he looks so good. And then with that third round pick we have, that's when we'll take the left tackle, because we do need to address that. Let me see what picks we have. I'm fairly sure we don't have our first. If we do, that changes things. Yeah, we only have our 2nd and 3rd. So let's see where we're at with that 2nd pick. with that second round pick. And that's basically how we're going to decide if we take the linebackers there. Like if that linebacker's there, that's who we'll take. But if he's not, then we'll just take the linebacker in the next round. But we are going all the way to round 2, pick 17. So I'm not sure if he's going to be there because he is the first middle linebacker on the board, which means a team might reach on him for sure. He is still there. Frank Rogers is still there. And I think that's the guy we should take. I think he does have round 1 potential. 21 years old, B block shedding, B pursuit, B zone coverage, great speed, good enough strength, great excel. A awareness, B block shedding, A hit power, ADC catching. I mean, he looks awesome. We're taking Frank Rogers, and let's see where he is. Obviously, Roger Goodell's still out here in the second round. I love it. And let's see what he has to say. And let's see what Frank Rogers is looking like as he is at home. Or no, sorry, that's the draft room. Mike McDaniel's fired up, looking huge. But yeah, he is at home. Frank Rogers putting up the Dolphins hat. He has the Dolphins do-rag on as well. And he was ranked number 27 in true value. That's awesome. Hidden development. And he's going to be our linebacker of the future, playing as linebacker 2 for now. Now, this is where it gets interesting because we need a left tackle so bad. So we're only looking at left tackles, or offensive lineman. We can move a right tackle to left tackle. And let's see what we're working with. I'm actually going to go pause the draft really quick just because I do want a little bit of time. But we definitely need a tackle here. That is what we are looking for with this pick. Nowhere else. That is all we are looking at. And this guy is projected around 3 to 4. He doesn't look horrible. 22 years old. Only marginal strength, though. Strength is such an important attribute on the offensive line, so that's really turning me off of him. But Chad Watson looks very, very good, actually. Very well-rounded. Definitely a pass protector type. But if he has good strength, that could actually be all right. He has poor strength. So how are you going to be an offensive lineman and have poor strength? I don't understand that. We could move a left guard outside to left tackle. That's also an option. And he actually looks not too bad. George Owens, 21 years old. Good ratings, elite. Oh my God, look at all those elites. This might be a steal. Elite agility, elite jumping, elite strength. That's huge. We're drafting George Owens. And he was ranked number 34 in true value, and we drafted him at number 81. And he has hidden development. We might keep him at left guard and move another guy out to tackle, but we have our 5th starting offensive lineman, and that was a huge, huge pick for us in this draft. I'm just going to take a look at any other positions we might need some depth at. But that was an awesome selection for us. And this team is really rounded out and shaped out nicely. Let's take a look at the team and see if there's any positions where I'm like, oh, we might need something there. We could take a shot on receiver. We could use a backup running back for sure. I think that's probably what we're going to go with, is that. But yeah, Trent Simpson, now with Frank Rogers. This has been a great draft so far. Let's take a running back, and then we'll let the assistant GM fill out the rest of this roster. But this is seemingly a pretty good draft already thus far. Anybody with better than D juke move, that would be awesome. The top is C, which isn't great. And these are all day 3 picks. This guy does seem to have the best ratings. Other Tavares Cooper, day 3 pick. I mean, he has great speed. That's not bad at all. Great speed, elusive back. We'll take a chance on him. Let's see what he is ranked. He's ranked in number 85 in true value. Got him at number 113. Faster on table. And he's hidden development. 93 speed. And we're good now. That was an awesome pick. That's pretty much exactly what we need. We have a backup running back. We've absolutely killed this draft. This has been a fantastic draft. We've literally filled out every position we might need. We have a backup running back now. We have our offensive line. We're looking great. We have a receiver. I honestly don't think there's anything else we really need at this point. I think we're good to just simulate to the end of the draft, take a look at those guys in the draft recap. But that was an awesome draft for us. Getting a hidden running back in round 4, that is a great draft. Honestly, I think we killed that. We got positions of need while also probably taking the best player available in those spots. I would say they're pretty good. That was a great draft. Frank Rogers is a 74 overall. George Owens is a 74 overall as well. Tavares Cooper is a 71 overall. We got a 71 overall corner in the 5th round. That works for me. And we got a couple backup linebackers. Kendall Turner doesn't look too bad, though, out of LSU. That doesn't look too bad at all. The only question I'm thinking is if we move George Owens to left tackle or not. I don't think so, just because he's a 64 pass protector. I think he's definitely a guard. I think that's where we'd leave him. And I think we'll bump someone else out to left tackle. Whether that's Harold Covington or not, I don't know. But I think that's what we're going to opt to do. So that is what the team is looking like. And we're pretty much ready to roll. Okay, so I have just moved Harold Covington to left tackle. It just makes a little bit more sense. And we do have a storyline, as our defense is ranked 87 now, rated 87 overall. We love that. Waddle is back from off-season workouts. He did a lot of position-specific drills, and the trainer said my morale had a lot to do with my progress, and especially, listen guys, I'm not that smart. And I'm assuming your personality type did too. Definitely, I'm a team player, so I had to push myself, everyone in the organization. He made a ton of progress. He got 6,000 XP and +3 to catch and traffic and catching. That is a great offseason for J-Dub as we'll advance week. We don't really need to do training camp. I'm not too worried about that right now. And we do have a couple of storylines, which I'm back into, feeling better about now that I have a little bit more energy to record this video. Listen, I was shitting on him a little bit because I am, again, as a big kind of upgrade to franchise, it's not really crazy, but I definitely think that Jalen Phillips' pursuit is kind of what he's great at, and that's a part of his game. If you watch him in real life, his pursuit is awesome. He never really gives up on the play, and you love to see that. But this is awesome, going very, very good for where we're at. We're talking to Tyreek on the practice field, and yeah, there may be some truth to that. He is a little bit of a wild card on the field, and we know he's intense. We don't want him to change. We like Tyreek Hill how he is. He just needs to pull out. Okay. Tyreek Hill's morale has increased by 20, which is huge because his overall has gone so low. I don't know what happened there. As you have upgrades for these players, punter, kicker, special teams week for the boys. And we're looking good. Feeling good. Heading in to our second preseason game. And then we'll sim right past this. Get to cuts. And then we'll be at week 1. Where we can really nail this down. 2 new injuries in preseason. And Lee McNeil is out for 7 weeks. And so is Frank Rogers. Why are they playing that many snaps where they're getting hurt? They both dislocated their ankle. And that sucks. That sucks so much. Oh my gosh, that's tough. That is tough. We will cut Alex Baker. We'll cut Patrick McMorris. Shout out to him in real life, though. He was awesome. We don't need a 4th tight end. We do not need 3 left ends either. We don't need 4 left outside linebackers. We don't need Jakari Ball. We don't need Tommy Townsend either. I don't mind that. We don't need 3 outside linebackers. So there are the cuts. Good. And now we have a storyline media interview. I can't believe we just lost 2 guys for the first 6 weeks of the season, because those are 2 really important pieces. I don't know who's going to play middle linebacker now. We're going to say explosive passing plays. We want to push the ball downfield. We'll do 8 yards per pass attempt for Tua. Hopefully that's the case, because he's been over that in every year in real life. We have upgrades now for a few guys. I'm probably just going to auto upgrade them at this point. But man, Frank Rogers, I should have done Frank Rogers individually to see if he's superstar or not. But losing those 2 guys heading into the season really sucks. That's tough. That is a tough blow for us. As our overalls look really good, let's do the depth chart first this time and kind of sort that out, just because I'm worried now who's going to start at defensive tackle and middle linebacker now that those guys are out. But this is what we're rolling with. I am going to start Wilkinson over Reek for now. I just think he's a better receiver at this point. And Tavares Cooper will start over Weston in terms of being the backup, so not start, sorry. But this is the new look offensive line. Defensively, we look awesome. Roseman will start in place of Aleem McNeil till he's back. And then I think if we have cap space, I'm going to go sign a middle linebacker, because losing Frank Rogers, that's a tough blow. Charvarius Ward will be CB1 for now. Jalen Ramsey at CB2. Honestly, if we can get him in the slot too, I wouldn't mind that at all. Specialist-wise, I do think I'm going to put Wilkinson in the slot for now. Or no, we'll put Tyreek Hill in the slot. And we'll use achane there. And we'll use Cooper as the power back, I think, just to get him some snaps. Even though he's only 55 overall, I don't hate that. Cofield, DeMarcus Lawrence, and JP. I don't hate that at all. And then we do need a middle linebacker to play with Trenton Simpson as well. So let's see if we can. I don't know if we have the cap space for it, to be honest with you. We can definitely restructure some guys to make the cap space if we need it, because we definitely need a middle linebacker. And we can bring back Jerome Baker back to our team. And we do have enough cap space to bring him back. He's a former Dolphin, former captain for the Dolphins. And that's an easy pickup as we bring back Jerome Baker. And we'll cut somebody to make room for him. Antoine Taylor we don't need. We create $390,000 in cap space. Thank you so much. And let's just redo the depth chart really quick with Jerome Baker in at middle linebacker. And that works. Honestly, a 78 overall, that's not bad. He's actually going to be better than him out the gate. So I don't hate that at all. We'll just make those changes that I made before. And the rest is all going to be the same. Jerome Baker now middle linebacker too, which is perfect for us. And yeah, all this is good. We'll leave Tyreek Hill in the slot for now. And then we'll give, again, Tavares Cooper those power back snaps. Travis Ward in the slot I don't love. We'll put Cater in there for now. I'm actually going to go switch and get Jalen Ramsey in the slot just to get him more involved. Just because now is not the time to be picky with this stuff. And honestly, I'm actually going to put Jalen Waddle in the slot as well. Just because that is who I want there. So Jalen Ramsey will be the starting slot corner. And then we're going to actually get Jalen Waddle in the slot so he can go off next to Tua. That is what we're going to do for that. Now, obviously, you already know the season goal. You already know what's going down. We are winning the Super Bowl this year. The fact that we lost to that Chargers team makes me want to die. You have no idea how much I hate that we lost to the Chargers. You really have no idea. But it's okay. I hate the Chargers with a passion. So, it's fine. I can't believe we lost that game. Hold it against me if you need to. What area of this team is the strongest? We're going to go with the defense. I think it's higher rated. And I definitely think that's what the case is. The part of the offense that worries me the most is probably the running game, just because the offensive line isn't that great. And devon Achane's down to a normal development trait, which sucked. But again, he's still good enough. Hopefully Achane can get 5 yards per carry. That's definitely tough to do. But we'll see if we can with our guys up front with that new look offensive line. And now we're ready to simulate against the low-rated Patriots. And we come out with a win. That is super nice to see. Starting off 1-0 is always great. And if we can start off 2-0 against a low-rated Cardinals team before we go into a gauntlet, that'd be really nice. I saw the Ravens there, which can never be easy. They're always good. They've been good for my whole life. I feel like since I've started watching football, the Ravens have always been pretty good. So we're going to give the credit to our offense. I think they just need more help. So we'll give them some credit. We got 23 points. And which player? We'll give that to... We'll give it to starting receivers 1 and 2, just because I think they can use it. I think Jalen Waddle and Wilkinson can do that. I don't know if that's giving it to Wilkinson or Tyreek, though. I'm assuming it's Wilkinson because he's number 1 and 2 in the depth chart of normal receiver. But who knows who's playing more snaps? I guess Madden doesn't really care or look into that. And we lose 27-10 to the Arizona Cardinals. I don't love that. I don't love seeing that. They were low-rated. They were a low-rated team. So that's not great. 27-10, that's a tough loss. Our offense really needs to be better. Again, we'll delegate these decisions to staff. I'm going to take a look at the negotiations, but we have a lot of money. We have to bring back our quarterback and a bunch of players. We're going to leave this till later, though. The reason we have so much cap space is because we have so many guys to bring back, but we need to see where we're at. We're playing a highly rated Ravens team who have always been good, and we win 24-6. That's an awesome team win for the guys. I don't know how we destroy the Ravens but then get destroyed by the Cardinals. I don't really understand how that makes sense. As a nice upgrade week for us here. I'll just auto upgrade these guys. There's no one really worth individually upgrading at this point in time. Now playing Joe Burrow and the Bengals, who are starting 3-0. Can we give them their first loss? No, we can't, as they're off to a big start. And now we're playing the 2-2 Steelers. Then we have the Jets and then the Packers. So this is going to be a tough season, but again, our overalls are good enough to the point where I'm hoping that we can really come through and make a run here. So let's see where we're at. Coach, we're 5 weeks in. I feel like we're good. I honestly feel like our overalls are pretty good. How many wins do you think this team can finish with? I'm going to say 10-11. I feel like that's very fair, and I think we can make the playoffs. So hopefully we can do that. It's not too aggressive, but hopefully we can do that, make the playoffs, and again, make that run in the Super Bowl, for the Super Bowl, in the playoffs. I can't speak. Trent Simpson's up to an 85 overall. George Owens will be up to a 76 overall. You love to see that. And I think next week, those two guys will be back, Ali McNeil and Frank Rogers, which would be awesome to see. So let's take a look as we sim, and then we'll take a look at the injury report because they should be back after this week, which would be awesome. This one's taking a little bit of time, and we do beat the Steelers 24-14. We're 3-2. And let's check the injury report. I believe they should be back now that we're in week 6. And they still have 1 week left, and then they're back. And that will be a huge upgrade to our defensive line, and that will be really nice to see. Just a strategy session for the Jets, who are 2-3, so we can win this divisional game, go to 4-2, put them at 2-4. That would be really good. That would be really, really good for us if we can do that. Hopefully we can. I'm hoping. Listen, HN, please get those 125 rushing yards. I just feel like the touchdowns would just be tough to do. Just because getting like 3 to 4 touchdowns a game is already kind of difficult already. When you add giving them to a specific player, I just feel like 125 rushing yards is definitely a little bit easier than that. And we beat the Jets. We do go to 4-2. That's big. And now we have some storylines and stuff. And then we'll do some re-signs. We'll make this a big week because we're basically at mid-season. Nice to get the win. Didn't do a good job explaining the run defense, but that's okay. We got the win. Just need to execute better. I agree, Mike. And again, he's looking massive. I'm sorry to keep bringing that up, but he's just looking like a different human being. And we'll see where we're at. And I love how Devon Achan's taking the blame. We won. There's no blame to be taken. We're good. I love that you're still trying to get better, but we're good. My play calling has been elite. What are you talking about? Defensive red zone success? Oh, Anthony Weaver. What are we saying? Or whoever we have now. I'm going to say lower just because we've been winning games. I don't know if that's true. And that's right. See, I'm just so aware of my analytics. I'm just so on the ball that, like, they just know. So now we wait until next week, and now our guys should be back. As Jalen Ramsey, Jalen Waddle will both be back up to 90 overalls without morale and all that stuff, which is nice to see. And hopefully we can make this happen as we are playing the Packers, and now Aleem McNeil and Frank Rogers is back, and we're going to start both of them. So let me just take care of that, and then we're going to be pretty much good to go for the rest of the season. But yeah, we're looking good. As Achan's back up to a 90 as well. I love the way the team is looking. Unfortunately, and it's not surprising, George Owens, I believe is his name. Owens. Yeah, George, I know my team. He's only star, which is kind of unfortunate, but you can't expect much more than that. And now we'll see what we have, as we will be starting Frank Rogers over Jerome Baker, and Aleem McNeil is back in the game, or in play. And I am going to play Frank Rogers over Jerome Baker as sub linebacker. Excuse the way I'm speaking. I just really want to win the Super Bowl, as we'll simulate next week. And now our team just got a major in-season upgrade with Aleem McNeil coming back, and then we lose, and we have another injury. So right when our team gets fully healthy, we can't stay fully healthy. And now Bryce Cofield is out for 5 weeks. I hate that. I really hate that. Why can't we stay healthy? Come on, guys. HN loves to meet with us too. Just run the ball. Just run the ball. Sure, man. We'll get you the ball. You're the only running back who we play. I'll put the ball in your hand. I'll do 4 catches just because I don't know how much we're running screens in simulation. But I'll get him. I'll put him in as the power back as well, because he should already be catching the ball anyways. So I'll do that. And hopefully Devon Achan won't request a trade or whatever, because I believe that's what this cutscene kind of thing is for this. So let me go put Devon Achan in as they do it all back. But next thing you know, he gets hurt and we're fucked. So hopefully not. We do want to get him more involved. Like, sure, man. You can be the power back too. You can get all the running back reps that you need. And on defense, what's our defensive line looking for? Joseph Osai is going to step in at right end. I don't hate that. That's fine with me. I mean, we could start... No, I think that works. I think that works for now. It's only 4 weeks. Hopefully, 5 weeks. Hopefully, we can beat the 3-4 49ers. You don't seem to simulate that well. Obviously, now they're going to beat us because I said that. But don't seem to... Yeah, they destroy us. And we have another injury. Why did I say that? And now Jalen Ramsey's out for 3 weeks. Okay. Cool. Just the injury bug. That's fine. We're 4-4. You probably weren't that involved in the offense. The offense didn't exist. We only put up 7 points. Okay. I will get you the touches. Your morale will drop. Like, how is that what I'm saying? 50 catches, 90 rush attempts? You don't want to find out. Like, he's texting like a supervillain now. Okay. I don't want to find out. How about you just tell me, man? 2 straight losses, back to 4-4, back to 500, where we've been this whole rebuild, it seems like. And I can't stand the Patriots. Yeah, Tua. I agree. And we're going to win the turnover battle against them because that's how you win games. Was that Chop Robinson beside Tua? All right, Tua taking Chop under your wing. I get it. I see that. I don't at all, really, but that's cool with me. As Jalen Phillips will be up to an 88, Chop Robinson up to an 84. That's a nice little upgrade week. As my microphone just keeps moving. I don't know what that's about. Well, advanced week. We have 2 more weeks until we have our guys back after this week. We beat the Patriots 38-3. That's a huge win. Tua throws for 4 passing touchdowns, no picks. 22 out of 26 completions. That's awesome to see. And now we have the Rams at home, and hopefully we can win this game too. Bragging rights, always feels good to be a good team. And then Ryan Clark again, still talking shit even though we won. How? We won 38-3. How would you say they outplayed us? How is that possible? With that in mind, Tua, after that good game, let's see if we can get you extended here. Honestly, you don't even want that much money. I'll give you 4 years, and because you're so interested, I'll try and bring the money down a little bit. Work with me here, Tua, and we'll give you that. And he's on the fence, but we're really close to something that works for me. I want to bring back Cofield as well. He's hurt right now, but I'll give him a 7-year deal again. He's pretty interested, so we'll bump down the money a little bit with the 7 years. And Bryce Cofield is back. We do also need to bring back Chop Robinson and Jalen Waddle, who is still only 29, so that's perfect. Chop Robinson's only 25 as well. He wants a lot of money, but I think we have to give it to him, so we'll give him the 7 years, but I am going to bump down the money a lot. He's not as interested as you would want in coming back, but Chop Robinson's back, and he takes that deal, which works for me. Jalen Waddle's only 29. I'd give him a 3-year deal, and honestly, he does not want that much money at all. He's also not interested in coming back. I don't know why that is. That's a little bit frustrating, for sure. But hopefully that's all right. And Corey Small shouldn't want that much money either. And we'll give him about $7 million a year. And Corey Small is back. So we'll see what we can do. We have $15 million to work with to give raises to these guys. What is Jalen Waddle interested in terms of his motivation and tags? Scheme fit. Jalen Waddle is clearly a scheme fit for this offense. Scheme fit. Oh my gosh. Whatever. I'll overpay for him. I'm not going through that just to change the scheme and change it back. I'm not going to do that, but that's ridiculous. Scheme fit. You don't think you fit in the scheme? You're so involved in the offense. You're in the slot. Oh, Jaylen. Beat the LA Rams at home, please. This would be a huge win and really give me some confidence heading into the rest of the year. That'd be super helpful. And we pull off this victory in week 10. And we do 24-3. The defense is really coming to play. And we're looking good in every set except for offensive points per game. So we just need to start punching it in the red zone, and we should be all right. We'll go back to negotiating. Again, we want to bring these guys back. Tua said he should be pretty close. So honestly, I'll give him a little bit more salary, $500,000 more. And now Tua's back. That works for me. Harold Covington, I'd actually like to bring back because he's playing left tackle for us now. And honestly, he doesn't want that much money either. So if he wants to take $8 million a piece, just come back and be the team's left tackle. But he's close, so we should be able to get him back as well. Jalen Waddle, again, it's just the scheme. I'll give him some more salary just to bump it up. And he needs a bigger offer for his team not being a fit. Worst things worst, we franchise tag him. Honestly, that seems kind of like what's going to happen. I think that's what we're going to do. We probably franchise tag Waddle, sign Covington, sign Ramsey, and we franchise tag him after. Because everyone else is going to be back. So that's super unfortunate. We do have a text from our DC. I would love for him to just walk over to the office. That'd be nice. But I guess he wants to text me instead. I get texting him like, oh, we're texting about film study. It'd be super nice if like he just walked to the office. Is that being a little bit like big man talk? Charvarius Ward, he's not even the guy in the slot. Turner. Great play rec. We'll focus on that all week. Okay. What? I don't know who's playing corner for us, but it's fine. Unless we're talking about their corner, but that wouldn't really make that much sense. As Tua does have an upgrade, which is nice. As we just extended him. That's a little weird. But that's fine. Hopefully, the Broncos are 9-0. Can we give them their first loss? No, we can't. The Broncos are 10-0. That is ridiculous. And we have another injury. We can't stay healthy as our starting right tackle in Austin Jackson is now out for 5 weeks. So who's our starting right tackle now? Because if it's not someone who's great, I'm going to have to go sign someone. We'll cut Jerome Baker and sign a right tackle. Because I don't think our backups are that good. So we're going to need to sign a tackle. That's not good. He's a 68 overall. Yeah, let's go see if we can sign a tackle. That's going to be important for us. But everything else is looking pretty good. Frank Rogers, unfortunately, is only star, but that's okay. I'm going to cut Jerome Baker and sign a tackle just because that will save us like $5 million. We signed Jerome Baker for about 4.8, it said, I believe, something like that. 4.15. So we'll free up the cap space by releasing him. And let's go get us a right tackle because we desperately need one to replace Austin Jackson. And that's super unfortunate that we're having to bring in a guy mid-season, but in the game it won't really matter. It doesn't seem like there's that many great tackles left, but Orlando Brown is here, who's a 75 overall. AJ Jackson's here, who fits the scheme, so maybe that is the way to go. But Mike McGlinchey, who has played, and Kaleb McGarry are both here. Okay, Mike McGlinchey has played in the scheme before with the 49ers, but he wasn't that great. So I don't know who the better option here is. I think I'm going to go with Kaleb McGarry. Just because Mike McGlinchey, he's having such terrible seasons recently, he's just leaving a bad taste in my mouth. Pause. So we'll sign Kaleb McGarry because he's a great run blocking right tackle, and he will start at right tackle ahead of Austin Jackson, just so it's not that big of a drop off from him. So I'm gonna have to generate best line. I'm not gonna do that. That's gonna be super annoying. I'm just gonna go into the depth chart just so it doesn't reset all the other changes I made in the slot corner, slot receiver, all that stuff. I wish there was a faster way to do this, but there just isn't. So it is what it is, and I should have cycled from the other way, but it is what it is. Where is Kaleb McGarry? Am I missing something? Was he hurt? Is Kaleb McGarry hurt? No, he's right here. Never mind. I just missed him. So Kaleb McGarry will start at right tackle. It's only 3 overall drop off from Austin Jackson, so that's not even terrible. And now we're playing the 3-8 Browns. This would be a big win. We are playing in Cleveland though, but we do win by 1. That's a huge win to go to 7-5. And then we have Jets bye, and then the Bills. If we can go 2-0 in this 3-week stretch, that would be so huge for this team. I am going to try re-sign Waddle one more time just because it would be nice just to have him under contract. But he's going to test our free agency. He's not. We're going to franchise tag him. So let's bring back Covington because he will just take an extra $500K and he'll be good to go. Harold Covington is back. I'll wait till Ramsey just because I think he might decrease in overall and increase in age. So we'll wait on him. Same thing with Cater. Same thing with AJ. Yeah, with the rest of these guys, we'll wait till the end of the year. So that's all we need to handle for that. And then we'll delegate this to our staff. It's going to do quarterbacks. Again, that's fine. I'm not really tripping about that. We've had great drafts regardless. So that's okay. I'm not too worried about that. As Davis Mills, now up to 71 overall. He's still progressing late into his career. Shout out to Davis Mills, backup QB. But hopefully we can beat the 7-5 Jets in the division. This is actually a huge game. If we can pull off the victory, that'd be huge. And we went to 8-5, beating them 21-3. Our defense looks awesome. Where is my ranks? Here they are. We're number 6 in offensive passing yards per game, number 1 in rush yards per game. How is Achane upset? We're 1 in rushing yards per game, number 4 in defensive points per game, number 8 in defensive pass yards per game, number 1 in defensive rush yards per game. We are a rushing team. We stop the run, and man, can we run the ball. Honestly, I love to see that. That's awesome. As Chris Roberts, Frank Thomas, Jesus Christ. It's not really our OC, but Chris Roberts is here. So now it's our OC. Again, I guess we're so many years in the future, I guess we can't be thinking our defensive coordinator and offense coordinator is the same. But everyone get plenty of the rest on the bye week. I agree. His average per catch, throw to Jalen Waddle. Yes, 100%. Average. We'll just do risky for Jalen Waddle. I think that's okay. We can do that. But honestly, I'm okay. Waddle should be getting way more than that, honestly. But we'll see where we're at. We're 8-5 into the bye. You love to see that. Honestly, we're in a really good place right now. We just need to keep winning. And then if we can beat the Bills, go to 9-5, that would really make me way more confident heading into the latter part of the season and kind of the home stretch of the year, as the Bills are 10-3. So if we want to run at this division, we're going to have to beat them here and in week 17. These are 2 crucial games against the Buffalo Bills. So if we want a chance to win this division, that's what we're going to have to do. And hopefully we can take this home. These next 3 games are pretty much the biggest ones of our lives. Is AJ back yet? No, he still has 2 weeks left. So we are going in with a bit of a disadvantage, but hopefully we can beat the Bills. This one is at Highmark in Buffalo, or kind of separate from it, but we do lose 27-16. So now, again, if we win these next 3 games, that's our only chance at the division. And if the Bills lose 2 of their games that aren't against us, so we're not in the greatest spot. I'm not going to lie to you, but if we can beat the Titans here, who are 6-8, that would actually keep us in the running, and hopefully we beat them. We should be able to beat them. We do 21-16. The Bills are 11-4, so I think if we beat them here, go to 10-6, and they go to 11-5, we might have a chance. So this is going to be super important to win this game. If not, then we have no shot at the division, which means we're fighting for a wild card spot, which you never want to be in that spot. So this is a huge game against the Bills. AJ should be back. They're 11-4. We're 9-6. Can we beat the Bills at home? We can't. And now we are fighting for a playoff spot, playing the Seahawks. But we do have the 6th seed. But again, one loss can change everything. Nice. It's actually nice. We can just take a look at the standings from here. We haven't clinched a playoff spot. And yeah, we do need to win this game. Okay. We need to beat the 9-7 Seahawks so bad. Bye week? The bye? Why are we talking about the bye now? Yeah, we took self-scouting. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So get him the ball now. Also, he's in the slot. How are we not getting him the ball? How is that not happening? Is this the first time in Madden history we're not getting the guy in the slot the ball? Is that why we're losing? Oh, boy. As Corey Small is up to an 83 overall. You love to see that. We need to beat the Seahawks. If we miss the playoffs, like, you have no idea how upset I'm going to be. We literally have an 87 overall team. Beat the Seahawks in Week 18, please, and make the playoffs. I need this so bad. I should have jumped into the game, honestly. That's what I should have done. And thankfully, we made the playoffs. But we do have an injury. Don't be important. And there goes DeMarcus Lawrence. Like, we can't have... This is the playoff run. He's out for the playoffs. He's out for 6 weeks. He's out for the playoffs. Can I sign guys in free agency now? Or no, I think that's over, right? I still can sign guys in free agency. Okay. Is there a defensive lineman who's worth signing? That is the question. We could bring back Zach Sealer. And I think that's what we're going to opt to do if we have the cap space. If not, I'll create the cap space so we can do it. Okay, we only need to free up $1 million. I can free up that cap space easily. And we're going to go sign Zach Sealer for this playoff run. So 2 former Dolphins coming back in free agency. That's kind of funny. But let's clear that cap space. And let's make this happen. We need... Okay, Zach Redding, you're going to be cut. I'm so sorry, man. But that's just what's going to have to happen. I apologize, brother. But that's just how this is going to go. And we'll restructure Bryce Cofield. Just make sure we have the cap space. Let's go sign Zach Sealer. And then we'll go through all of these storylines that we have. But Zach Sealer making his comeback to the Dolphins for this playoff run. You love to see that. As we'll sign Zach Sealer. Sack Sealer, if you will. And that's going to be the team heading into the playoffs. So... we'll upgrade, we'll put him in the depth chart, then we'll do all the storylines, and then we'll get and jump into this game against the Broncos. Wow, that was worth my time upgrading Jason Montgomery. Thank God I did that. Let's quickly hit the depth chart, get Zach Sealer in at left end, and we should be good to go. This time we'll go this way. I mean, Todd Barrett can start, he's a 74 overall, but Zach Sealer with morale is 75, and we need all the ratings we can get. He shouldn't factor into the rush ends. If he does, I'll have to change that. It's going to be Jalen Phillips, perfect. Cofield, perfect. And then Ali McNeil, perfect. Okay, so Zach Sealer is into the team. And now we have early season reporter. We did win 10 games, like I said. So if that's what this press conference is for, let's see what the viral video is going on. Remember back in camp, we averaged 8 yards per pass attempt. Did we not do that? He was oh my God, Ryan. Oh my God, this might be the playoff run. This might be the playoff run. Ryan Clark was impressed. He's not roasting us anymore. Ryan Clark isn't roasting us. We're winning the Super Bowl. Oh my God, we're winning the Super Bowl. We're winning the Super Bowl. Ryan Clark just was impressed? Did Achane average 5 yards per carry? He's back to roasting us. That was short-lived. that was short-lived. The whole Ryan Clark positivity, that was short-lived. Okay. That's unfortunate. Ryan Clark, is he going to be cool with us winning 10 games? Ryan Clark might be bipolar. Actually, Charvarius Ward, thank you so much for bringing this to my attention. But honestly, he might be bipolar. That's definitely a possibility. We'll see how much Devon Achane. Oh my God, we won the last game by 1 point. I just saw. That's kind of crazy to make the playoffs. I'm a team player, but you need to hold up your end of the bargain. I agree. We're in the playoffs now. Who cares? Taking a hit. Who knows? Who knows? I look forward to it. Why would I look forward to that? In what world would I be like, I look forward to you being annoying? We are playing the 12-5 Broncos, which, by the way, they started off 10-0, which means they finished the season 2-5. So they are not having a great end to their season after starting off 10-0. They're 2-5 in their last 7 games. So I feel like we definitely have the hotter hand going into these playoffs. So I really feel good about where we're at. As obviously we're going against the Broncos in the playoffs. Jalen Ramsey, we need to get after the QB. I agree. We need to work on getting off blocks. I agree with that. Shedding blocks, that's what we need to do. Focus on that. And we'll get a +5 boost of block shedding in the next game. I love that. That's actually could play a real factor. And I think we're pretty much ready to roll now. I will take a look at these season stats. As Rasheed Rice was 3rd in receiving yards. That's crazy. As our offense was 11th. Tua was 4th in passer rating. He must have thrown for no picks. Our defense of yards was 3rd. Achane ran for 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns. That's a great year for the guys. And Waddle, 1,100. What a great year for the guys. Tua, 3,600 yards, 29 touchdowns, just 3 picks. That's an unreal year for Tua Tagovailoa. You love to see that. Achane only averages 4 yards per carry, but he did get 10 touchdowns. That's tough. Did fumble the ball once. Tua ran the ball for 400 yards and a touchdown. That's actually a decent amount of yards. Waddle had 1,100 yards. Wilkinson had 800 and 4 touchdowns. Pretty much it was the Jalen Waddle show for Miami. Harold Covington did struggle moving out to left tackle, but that's okay. And then sacks-wise, it was DeMarcus Lawrence who's hurt, who led our team in sacks. That really sucks that he's not playing. He also led us in tackles for loss as well. Picks-wise, Frank Rogers had 2 as a rookie. That's really nice to see. Jalen Ramsey had 2. Charvarius Ward with 1. Honestly, not bad season stats. We're going to jump into this game. We have to play the Broncos. And hopefully, we can make this happen. I want to win the Super Bowl this year. We're ready to roll. Jalen Ramsey, Tua, Charvarius Ward versus Quinn Miners using superstar Quinn Nelson? No, that's Owen Nelson, I believe, and Patrick Surtain, who are all superstars. We're ready to go. We are playing in Denver. And this is going to be a big playoff game. We need to lock in and hopefully win this game. And it's a snow game. That's not good for us. We make the field goal, though. That's a huge field goal. I'm going to keep skipping Mullins for now. We have to punt the ball away there. We keep moving down the field. Red zone alert. Can we punch in 10-0 over this Broncos team? They respond with a field goal. Again, a 3rd down alert. I'm not going to jump in yet. Big field goal. 13-3. That's good. 13-10 now. Can we keep driving? I'm going to skip this one. Hopefully we kick a field goal. No, we can't get any points before half. And now it's 13-13. We're driving down the field. Please, boys. Red zone alert. Let's play in the snow. Tyreek Hill with no sleeves on. Our guys aren't wearing sleeves? Why are we wearing sleeves? Guys, we're from Miami. This is why we lose in the cold. Come on, boys. Looking at Waddle and Achane on those routes. If he can get open there. There's a lane for Tua to run. No, there's not. I should have just hit circle underneath and I locked in on Waddle. We're going to go into the hurry up just because I like this formation. We'll run Z spot. And hopefully Tyreek Hill can get open on that corner route. Maybe Jalen Waddle. If not, Wilkinson underneath will be fine. Tyreek is wide open. Tua gets the ball out. But unfortunately, Patrick Surtain gets back to it. He doesn't pick it off, though. And now it's 3rd and 15. So I've really ruined this drive. But now we're hoping. We're just going to block Achane, unfortunately. We're hoping to find Waddle on that in route, or on that out route, sorry. Or maybe Michael Mayer down the field. Looking at Michael Mayer down the field. He almost made the catch. That probably should be pass interference. But we'll opt to kick the field goal. And we're just going to go to the moments. I do not want to kick this field goal. I'm a little scared. That's why I did that. As we're up 16-3. They're going for it. I'm going to let them go for it. And we make the stop. 3rd down alert. 3rd and 8. We love that. And we're going to run the post wheel drag again. The money play. This would be a huge 1st down. We're in the grassy part of the stadium a little bit. Wilkinson on the in, Waddle on the wheel. Let's see what we can make happen as we just try and get the ball out to avoid the sack, as that play just took a little bit too long to develop. And I'm locking on to reads. This isn't great. I'm going to let them try and make the stop. They do. Oh, no, they didn't. And now we're down 4. And now we have to make a play. I'm looking at Waddle and Mayer on the side. As Mayer is open, we get the first down and more. And that's a huge first down with just 2 minutes to go. And big end of game drive. We are going to come in, run mesh. And we got to score a touchdown here. And now I'm not locking in on anyone. We're just making plays. We're just making plays. Waddle's open underneath. We'll take the yards. Waddle turn up the field. That's a good start. 2nd and 1. I want to go quick just in case we need another chance to respond after this. Going back to the post wheel play. We have achane in the backfield. We just have Michael Mayer underneath. He has an opportunity to turn up the field. And we're going to try and go before the 2-minute warning if we can. We can't. So hopefully we can score quickly. Then we have 3 timeouts as well, just because last time we know what happened. We're just going to try and run this up the gut. And I do like the look we have with Michael Mayer coming over to block for achane. Hopefully achane can punch this in. We get good blocks, and achane does walk it in, and we're up. We'll kick the extra point, and we're good to go. The game is on the line. We'll play this moment. And now I'm scared. They only need a field goal to tie. We just want to keep them out of the end zone, so we're playing over the top. Playing super safe defense, using the rookie Frank Rogers. And the middle of the field was wide open, trying to strip the ball, and they have a huge play already. I don't know what's happening. I might try and use your Jalen Phillips here, try and get to the QB. We can't get to the QB as so much time. And a great play from our DB. Jevon Holland punches the ball out. That makes it 2nd and 10. Great play from him. We'll run cover 2 man. We're going to shade inside. And we're going to contain the QB. We'll try using Bryce Cofield here. He has 5 green bars. Hopefully we can get by him. The club move worked. Turn around. Turner. Who is that? Literally, why is he on the field? Who are you? Get off the field. Using Rogers on the rush. And now they have a block. And they are driving down this field with ease. Playing defense is horrendous. I'm struggling. I'm not going to lie. On Madden. On all Madden, I should say. Trent Simpson drawing back into the coverage. He has lots of time. And thankfully, he misses the throw. Jevon Holland was nowhere near in coverage. But yeah, pretend you did something, man. Works for me. We're going to guess pass. That's got to be what they're doing. We're going to use your Cater Kohu here. And hopefully we can just force them to kick and get a stop here. As they go for the corner route again. And they miss him again. Thankfully, he can't make that throw. We're just going to run a normal cover 3. We know they're passing. Just keep everything in front of you. We're going to use your Trent Simpson. Just keep everything in front of you. As he's going to the corner of the end zone. And that's picked off by Charvarius Ward in the back of the end zone. And that's going to be the game. Charvarius Ward, the free agent signing, comes up with a huge interception. And that will basically end this game. So we should just skip the moment. And we're good to go. And that's a win for your Miami Dolphins. Might be jaylen, the big winter jacket. You love to see it. Tua didn't throw any touchdowns, but we won the game. Who cares? That's a huge playoff win for the guys. What a big play by Charvarius Ward. And we're on to next week. That's a huge win for us. That is a huge, huge win for the guys. It feels good to get a victory where I'm playing the game. The snow looked pretty good. The graphics look pretty interesting. But it's a big win against the Denver Broncos. Who are we going to be playing in the divisional round of the playoffs? Let's see. We are playing Joe Burrow and the 15-2 Bengals, who clearly have a huge offense, but we have the defense to stop them. And this is going to be a huge game. We do need to shift our focus to the Bengals. They're going to have an awesome offense. Their DT will have problems for our center. I can't think of any defensive tackle they have on the team right now, so it must be a different player. We are playing the Bengals. Chris Jenkins, that makes sense. So the guy they drafted this year in real life. He needs to focus on pass block power. He's a good run blocker. Hopefully that makes sense in the game. I'm hoping that their ratings that makes sense in the game. But we all get +5 pass block power. We're going right into moments for this. I don't know why it's bringing me here. I thought I'd click skip. That's my bad. Skip weekly. They have an X Factor tight end. Let's go along with Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. Okay, I was going to say I can't speak, and don't worry about that. I'm perfect for YouTube videos, guys. This is why I'm so perfect for YouTube videos. We're going to skip this moment. They're going for it on 4th down. We hold them to a field goal. That works. That's perfect. And we do have a red zone alert. Again, thankfully, we're not playing in the snow, so we should be all right. We have a big 1st and goal here from the 10-yard line. Trying to get Waddle open on that slant. That's what I'm looking at. And we'll see if we can do it. Wilkinson kind of draw him out in the corner. Jaylen Waddle is open on the slant. Can he turn up the field and get into the end zone? Fight Jaylen. We're up to the 2-yard line. We love to see that. Tua's already thrown a pick. I don't love that. And we're just going to run inside zone with Devon Achane and see if we can punch this in. And can he get to the goal line? No, he can't. 4 rushes for 7 yards isn't great. Now we'll go to the outside zone. And again, we can just kind of jump back inside if need be. But Achane should find the hole here. Now he can't. And we're definitely going for this. We are definitely going for this. I'm sorry. We have to. There's no way we don't try and punch this in. There's just no way. And honestly, I think we're going to switch to a passing play and hope we hit Waddle on a slant or something like that. And Waddle can't hang on to the ball. He had it in his hands, and he can't hang on to the ball. And now the Bengals have the ball, and we don't get points on that drive. That sucks. They go for it on 4th down, and they make it, and now they're up 10-0. We really need to start driving, and it's a 3rd down alert. This is a huge 3rd down. We're going to run empty and see if Waddle can burn that corner on that slot fade, because we really need him to. Looking for Jaylen Waddle. He's open down the field. He's wide open, and he makes the grab. I could have done the rat catch and tried to get the touchdown. I wanted to make sure he was inbounds. I had to make sure he was inbounds, and now we have another chance to get into the end zone. We're going to try and run a screen play here, but I had to make sure that he stayed in bounds. That was super integral, so that's why we did that. Do screens work in this game? We do get the ball out to Achane. We get blocks. Can he get to the corner of the end zone? Yes, he can. And it's 10-7. Tua to Achane. And now we're back within 3. And now we have a red zone alert. We have an opportunity to take the lead. I honestly don't know what happened there. They must have turned the ball over. I thought they were in our red zone. But now we have a chance to take the lead. Jaylen Waddle is just going to be on a little go route there. Tyreek's on a little kind of hook route. And we're looking for Stanley Wilkinson over the top. Down the middle. He is open, I think. Wilkinson make the grab. Yes, he does. He breaks a tackle. And that's a 1st down for Stanley Wilkinson, the wide receiver out of Alabama. And he's getting chippy with the Bengals. I love to see it. Now we'll see. I think I'm going to switch to a run here. I don't hate that how that looks. Maybe we throw to Jaylen Waddle on that bubble. And Jaylen Waddle does look to have space on that bubble. And he does get 1 yard. So nothing spectacular there on that play. We'll see what else we want to run. We could just run spacing. That was the original play. See if we can hit Waddle behind those routes. And yes, we can. Jaylen Waddle, fight for the end zone, please. He can't truck his way, but we're on the 1 yard line. And if the same thing better not happen. Devon Achane, run behind Tommy Tremble. We're going to flip the play, actually, just because I don't want to run at their superstar defensive tackle. Caleb McGarry will motion over. Devon Achane, right down the middle, and he can't get in. We actually lost a yard. I don't know how that's possible, but we're going to go for it again. I don't know if that's smart, but that's what we're going to do. So, and we're just going to run inside zone. We're going to fake a motion from Wilkinson and hopefully get Achane. Hopefully they run with him. Hopefully he fakes the defense out. We're going to run right up the middle, and we can't get into the end zone. That's another red zone opportunity missed. And now it's a big 3rd down. We're going to let them. It's 3rd and 12. We do get the stop, and it's a 3rd down alert. That's twice now where I've really struggled to get the ball in the end zone, and that's on me. That's on me. The Bengals defense has come out to play. That one's on me. Circle is open. We do hit Wilkinson. He makes a diving grab, and that's a huge catch from Stanley Wilkinson, who has been great for us as we are now back in the red zone. And I'm hoping this time I can actually get into the end zone and not screw it up. Jaylen Waddle is on a nice corner route. I don't hate the way that looks. Jaylen Waddle cuts underneath, and he can't make the grab. As I went for an aggressive catch, maybe you go for a rat catch there. I'm not sure what the play is there, but he can't make the grab, but he did get separation. I don't hate this play at all. Tyreek Hill over the middle. But we do have a running back out of the backfield. Devon Achane makes the grabber back to the 1 yard line, which is basically our arch nemesis. So we're not going to run the ball this time because clearly that hasn't worked. And hopefully this time we can make a play. Jaylen Waddle's wide open in the end zone, and he's going to be waddling as we take the lead. Finally, we get points after being on their 1 yard line, and we have another red zone alert. We need to get points. We need to get points on this drive and really put this game away. Again, we have Waddle on that kind of comeback route with Wilkinson running that corner off of play action, and they get right to the quarterback, and it's 3rd and 7. That is that's just horrendous blocking from Aaron Brewer and Zach Sinter. That's horrendous. I got to tell you. That's real bad. We have Waddle on the cheat motion. And we get sacked. And that's going to be an even tougher field goal for the boys. And we're just going to super sim it because I'm not kicking that field goal. Are you crazy? They can kick it. 17-10. Jason Sanders makes a field goal. We'll see if we can get the stop. They're going for it on 4th down. We make the stop. 17-10. And big end of game drive. We will jump in as we are up 17-10. So just no turnovers and we should be okay. Tyreek Hill getting pressed. He doesn't have that speed anymore. So you have to remember that. Michael Mayer is open down the field on that double move. And he goes down the field. And that's a huge, huge play for Michael Mayer. As we're going to try and keep putting up points. Because that's what's going to put this game away. And we'll see if we can. Stanley Wilkinson's inside lead, and that's a touchdown to Stanley Wilkinson. A huge first-round draft pick for the boy. They're going for it on 4th down. We're going to skip it. And we come out with the victory over the Bengals. And you know what's funny? People might say, oh, you're jumping in the game to make sure you win. I got stopped on the 1 yard line basically 3 times, but twice. I got stopped on the goal line. I think we would have blown them out if it wasn't for me. If it wasn't for me, we'd probably score 2 more touchdowns, at least have 2 more field goals. So that's a big win for us over the Bengals, and we're off to the AFC Championship against who? Who are we playing in the AFC Championship? Is it going to be the Chiefs? Is it going to be the Buffalo Bills? The Buffalo Bills, the division rival, as Tua did win Offensive Player of the Week for last week. Kidder Kohu had 2 picks, I think I just saw. That's crazy. But we have a huge AFC Championship in Highmark Stadium in Buffalo, or near, anyways, against the 12-5 Bills. This is a huge game, and hopefully we can beat them and go to the Super Bowl. Josh Allen, Gregory Rousseau is now a superstar. This is going to be a huge game, and I'm super excited to see what happens. Tua Tagovailoa versus Josh Allen, 3rd down alert. This is important now in the AFC Championship. We got to make this happen. 3rd and 3. Let's just run this dagger concept, and hopefully we can hit Wilkinson down the field. If not, maybe Tyreek on that little in route. Just kidding. We're just going to hit Michael Mayer underneath, and that's a big 1st down for this Miami Dolphins team. And we're back all the way into the red zone. Let's run this play action jet sweep. Going to a strong side again. Waddle on that corner route can get open. We just have to not aggressive catch it this time. Or maybe we hit Michael Mayer underneath, which we're going to try and do on the X Factor, but he can't make the grab against Marquise Hendricks, I believe that was. We'll try the shock wide receiver option just because that gets Waddle on a slot fade. I don't hate that. The way he's lined up, I don't think it's a horrible play call. But we will just hit Michael Mayer underneath. Just take the yards. Waddle might have got through on that, but I didn't want to risk it. And now we'll just run drive by corner. We want options, basically kind of not a levels concept per se. We're just kind of space the offense out, hit Tyreek Hill underneath, and get that 1st down. As he does hang on to the ball, that's a huge catch from Tyreek Hill. And now it's 1st and goal from the 4 yard line. I don't love play action from this spot, but it could throw the defense off. I'm honestly just going to run the ball up the gut with Devon Achane behind Tommy Tremble, and that's what we're going to try and do. As we do get blocks, and again, we're on the 1 yard line. My literally the worst spot for our team, it seems like. We're going to flip the play. I don't want to run in an X Factor and a superstar. Jaylen Waddle will motion over, and we'll see if we can punch this ball in with Achane successfully this time for the first time ever. Finally, we punch the ball in, and we take a 7-0 lead against the Bills. That's a huge first drive. We're going to let our defense play this one out. Big third down. Hopefully they can make the stop, but they can't. It's 7-7. And now it's 10-7 Bills. Big third down on the 3rd and 1. Let's run that zone fake jet. And hopefully, again, they think Waddle's going to get the ball in the jet. And then it's actually Devon Achane who gets the ball up the middle. I don't hate how this is looking. We get good blocks. Devon Achane breaks a tackle. And he gets to inches. Honestly, I think we should go for this. So I'm going to say play all offense for right now. Because I do think we should go for this. And Mike McDaniel agrees. But I do want to run the ball. I don't hate power option or power O. I want to run the ball right up the gut and get this first down. As we do with Devon Achane, breaks a tackle. And that's a huge first down. 7 rushes for 30 yards. We'll take that. Now we'll go back to just playing the moments. But that's a huge pickup on 4th down. And now it's 3rd and 10 already. So hopefully it's not all for nothing. And we can convert on this first down. This is a super interesting play. I'm curious to see how this kind of works. It does seem like they take a little bit of time to develop. But Waddle is open on that comeback route. Oh my God, Wilkinson catch the ball. Oh my God, someone catch the ball. It's picked. Okay. What the fuck was that? Garrison Stevens comes up with the pick. I don't know how that happened. But I guess it happened. Hopefully they run out of timeouts. They do get a field goal, so it is 13-7. Hopefully our defense can make a stop. Big third down, hold them to a field goal. Oh my God, we got a turnover. Another big third down. They're going for it on 4th down. Can we make the stop again? It's 16-7. And then we turn the ball over again. It's 16-7. We need the ball. It's 4th and 9. We need to score. Oh my God. We need to score so bad. I'm going to put Jaylen Waddle on a streak and just hope he can beat his corner. I'm hoping that safety doesn't help. That's kind of what we're hoping for. He did help. We do have Wilkinson open over the middle, and now we just have to go into hurry up. Tua's thrown for 0 touchdowns, 2 picks, only 109 yards. We have to keep going. It's already 3rd and 3. We're going to come out in shock H option again. That's been our go-to play for now. But it's Jordan running it and not Waddle, which I don't like. So I'm actually going to put Waddle on a little drag just to see if that works. And Tua's going to run. Tua's going to run and try and get the first down. What a run from Tua Tagovailoa. Man, he's got some speed now. That was a huge run from QB1. Oosh, I can't believe he had the speed to do that. I really did not think that was going to work. That was kind of ridiculous. As we're just going to switch to a cheat motion kind of play. Hopefully Waddle gets open on that in route against that corner. He does get open after a while, and he has speed. Jukes back inside, and he's almost in for the touchdown as he's right there. And we're back on the 1 yard line. I hate that. Why are we on the 1 yard line? Why? We have to go quick. Snap the ball. Devon Achane walks in for the touchdown. And now we're only going to be down by 2. That's huge. And we make the stop. We're going to skip the moment on the punt. And now we have a drive to win the game against the Bills. I can't believe we made that happen. That was a huge stop. We're going to put Jaylen Waddle on a streak. That safety is on the other side. I don't hate that at all. And we're going to try and fit it in to Jaylen Waddle. And he made the grab. That looked ridiculous. I can't believe he made that catch. But he made the grab. That was huge. And now we're going to hit a deep post here. A little switch drill from Waddle and Tyreek. Hopefully they get lost in the defense. It's fine though because we have Jordan, whoever that is. And that's a first down. Tua is diming down the field right now. This is a great drive. Honestly, we don't want to score too quick. That's what I'm worried about right now. We don't want to score too quick. Tyreek open on the sideline. What a throw from Tua. He is dotting up right now. I want to make sure my running back doesn't fumble the ball. We'll put that on conservative. But wow, we are driving down this field. Tua Tagovailoa is finally coming alive in this game in Highmark Stadium. As Achane runs forward for the first down, and now the Bills will have to start calling timeouts. This is a huge, huge drive that we're leading down this field. As we try and come back, try to cut. Second and 10 now, no yards gained on that 1st and 10 run. Hopefully we can get some more yards on this one. Cut it back to the left. We have no blocks. I should have just stayed with the play, as now it's 3rd and 10. I honestly don't even hate a pass play here. They're not calling a timeout, so I'm going to chew clock if they're not going to call a timeout. Listen, if you're not going to call a timeout here, I mean, you go for that. Because we're going to chew a lot of clock with this, as now they finally call a timeout. And now we have to kick a field goal, and I'm going to kick this one. And hopefully make it. Jesus Christ, what the hell? What? I hope that goes in. Please go in. Oh my god, it went in. That looks so confusing. 1 minute and 5 seconds. They have just the one timeout. We have to keep them out of field goal range. They only need a field goal, though. This is not good. This is very not good. Pick it off! Pick it off! Turn it around! Oh my god. 2nd and 10. He tried to throw a dart. You have to turn around and make that grab. That would have been the game. Jalen Phillips. Make the tackle. Oh my god. They are driving, and they finally take their last timeout, which is big because now they have no timeouts left. We're going to guess pass. Play over the top. Just don't let them into field goal range. That's all you got to do. Just don't let them into field goal range. Yes, that's a huge swat. I was kind of scared that he wasn't going to get to it, but Corey Small gets to the ball. Thank God. Frank Rogers using him. They go underneath. Keep him in bounds. Just keep him in bounds. He's got to be in bounds. Yes, he's still in bounds. That's huge. They have to go into hurry up. We're using Corey Small over the top. He has no options. They have to go underneath. There is a flag on the play. They are in field goal range, but the flag is going to stop the clock for them. But I'm hoping... Oh my gosh, roughing the passer. And it's 1st and 10 on the 25. They can just come out and kick a field goal. Are you kidding me? We're going to lose the game. I'm hoping they don't have enough time to get this field goal off. That's what we have to hope. Keep them in bounds. Let them catch it. Pick it off! Pick it off! Turner with the game-sealing pick! Oh my god, why would they throw the ball? Why would they throw the ball? Why would they throw the ball? We win. Sean McDermott, if he's still the coach, he's getting fired. In what world do you throw the ball there? Oh my god, he's getting fired. I thought we lost. I thought the video was going to be over without a Super Bowl. I was really just going to end the video and be like, well, guys, we lost. We're not winning a Super Bowl. They throw the ball in that situation, and they get picked off. Wow. Wow. What a turn of events. I thought we were going to lose that game for sure. We do have an injury to report after that game, as Stanley Wilkinson is out for the rest of the playoffs, the last game, the Super Bowl. That sucks. I can't believe that. I cannot believe that we are into the Super Bowl. We'll see depth trade upgrades and all that stuff. Wow. We're going through the gauntlet of gauntlets, the Bengals, the Bills. Now we're into Super Bowl week. And we have a press conference for that. I didn't even see the question. I'm going to say pass blocking is going to be important. Fundamentals. Hopefully we get pass blocking upgrades. That's huge. Oh my god. We're going up against the 13-4 Saints. And the Super Bowl is in Tampa Bay, which means it's in Florida. This is going to be a huge game. The New Orleans Saints have made the Super Bowl. And it's against us. Bryce Cofield, he's going to get the upgrade to 86. Maybe he's up to Superstar now because he's got an upgrade during Super Bowl week. Who knows? We will check the team because we will have upgrades in terms of dev traits. Jaylen Waddle is back up to Superstar. That's nice to see. Devon Achane still at normal. Tua is still Superstar, which is nice. No other changes offensively. Defensively, no other changes, I don't think. I don't see anything that has changed. But we're in the Super Bowl, and we're ready to roll. Playing the moments. We got to beat the Saints team. They have an X Factor quarterback. They have X Factor Chase Young. And they have X Factor Isaiah Pacheco now. Chase Young being an X Factor, again, like I don't think his overall should be that high, but it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. But hopefully we can come out and win this game. We do have the red zone alert right away. Can Tua Tagovailoa come into this game and lead the Dolphins to a Super Bowl? It's 2nd and 2. Right outside the red zone, or sorry, right outside the 10-yard line. I don't know what I'm saying. I can't speak. You guys know this. Play action for Tua. His good job play faking, and he hits Michael Mayer for the touchdown, and we go up 7-0. We're gonna let the defense try and make a stop. They do tie the game up 7-7. Big 3rd and 2 here. Again, we're gonna be playing a lot of the moments here as it is the Super Bowl. Devon Achane running out wide as a wide receiver. That's nice to see. We're gonna go to Michael Mayer underneath in the flat, and he makes the catch as we just want to get the first down there. Another 3rd down, 3rd and 1. Let's see if we can get the running back involved and punch this up for a first down. Obviously, we're running right at the X Factor, but you know what? Sometimes you got to run right at their best player and just see what happens. He does get the first down, which is huge. That's a good start for this team. As it is another 3rd down, we're going to come in, run this play action cheat dagger. Again, Miami's known for this. See what Waddle can do if he can come back around. And we can get Tyreek stretching the field like back in the old days. And Tua Tagovailoa fumbles the ball. And that's not how you want that moment to go. Hopefully we make the stop on 3rd down. We can. We're only down by 3. And now it's 3rd and inches. We're going to fake Waddle on the end around. Snap the ball, run the ball right up the middle to Achane, and we do get the first down. Hopefully Tua Tagovailoa can make up for his faults and that fumble, because that wasn't great. As we are into the red zone, and now we're looking to convert. See if we can score a touchdown here. Looking for Jaylen Waddle as he settles down perfectly between the zones. That's just that quarterback to receiver chemistry, because they've been playing together for so long in college and throughout the NFL. I'm not going to lie, I thought I threw a pick there. He's running right into a DB, but he settled down in the exact right spot for that to work out. And Waddle coming across the field, he makes the grab, and now it's 1st and goal. Tua to Waddle has been automatic. It's been automatic. And we're going to see if we can punch this in the air. We can't. Run with Tua, and now we're going to get sacked and lose 10 yards. I've seen if I can beat the edge rusher, Nealand, to the edge, and Tua's hurt. Why is Tua hurt? Don't. This might be for the rest of the game. Davis Mills is into the game. Davis effing Mills is into the game. Can he hit circle in the back of the end zone? He can't hit Jordan. It's 3rd and goal. What's the injury for Tua? Oh my God, he's hurt. He only has a bruised shoulder. Thank God. Oh my God, he got hurt. We're going to have to do this drive without him. But hopefully we can punch it in for Tua. We're going to try and hit Tyreek. And Davis Mills throws a pick. Jalen Waddle should be able to DK Metcalf, Buda Baker. Adjacent. We just lost on all those points because Davis Mills comes in and throws a pick. It definitely wasn't me. It was Davis Mills' fault. They go for it on 4th down. And we get the stop. That's huge. Tua should be back in the game now, hopefully. Yes, he is. And hopefully we can get some points on the 2-minute drill. The time is stopped at 1 minute, 40 seconds. Can Jalen Waddle get open on that corner? Yes, he can. So much separation. Can he juke back inside? He can't. But that's a big play from Tua to Waddle, as that's been the go-to duo for us in this game. He's back on the streak. Tyreek Hill maybe open over the middle. We're going to throw the ball up to Jalen Waddle. He looks to be open. He looks to beat that DB. He is open, and that's a touchdown for Jalen Waddle. Maybe scored too quickly. That's a great play from Tua to Waddle, and you love to see that. Tua Tagovailoa to Jalen Waddle in the Super Bowl, all the way from college, all the way from Alabama, and now they're scoring Super Bowls. They're scoring touchdowns together in the Super Bowl. Fake pitch. Give it right back to Jalen Waddle, and he makes the grab for the first down. That's a nice little play that Mike McDaniels brought out in the Super Bowl. You love to see it. 3rd down alert. It's 3rd and 2 now. We'll try and run this play from empty. Honestly, I don't hate the look at this play at all. You have a bunch of options. Trying to hit Waddle on the corner. He did get separation, but we couldn't make the play. We are going to go for it, though. Mike McDaniel. Sorry, not Mike McDaniel. Mike McHugel. Sorry, that's a horrible joke. Let's pretend I didn't say that. But Mike McDaniel, big balls, going for it. Trying to hit Waddle on the slant. Come back to the ball. Jaylen Waddle makes the grab. Jaylen Waddle, have my babies. Have my babies. We have to run the play action cheat wheel post. It's the Dolphins' go-to play. And we have to run it for the boys in real life. But Jaylen Waddle, have my babies. You have been unreal in this game thus far. Tua Tagovailoa play action. We're going to look for Tyreek in the back of the end zone. Can we beat that safety? And I threw another pick. And he's going to kneel the ball down into the 20-yard line. I tried to force the ball to Tyreek. I shouldn't have done that. And now the Saints are driving down the field, and they take the lead up 3. Big 3rd and 2 here. We'll come out and single back. We can obviously audible to a run if need be. But I think we're going to trust Jaylen Waddle on this one. On that out route. We are going to trust Jaylen Waddle. He makes the grab because he's Jaylen Waddle. What? Would he ever not make the grab? No. 3rd and 7 now. Gonna run inside attack. Again, not really a levels concept, but we'll see what happens. Again, Tyreek Hill's not really stretching the field like he used to, but we'll see if his old man speed might be able to take him over the top. Tyreek Hill down the field, and he can't make the grab. As Tyreek Hill in his prime probably would be able to, but not today. And we're gonna see if we can keep them out of the end zone. We're down 24-10, but we need to come back. We need a touchdown here, and then we're gonna need a field goal or something like that, or else the Super Bowl might be out of reach. Jaylen Waddle gets bumped off his route, and what a play from their DB. Somehow he's falling behind, so I thought we had a walk-in touchdown. He somehow comes in, dives, and makes the play. That's a crazy play from their DB. We have to put the ball in the end zone here, hopefully. Tua to Mayer, wide open, touchdown. Michael Mayer in the end zone. Hopefully our defense can make a stop. They do, and now we have a moment to make this happen. Jaylen Waddle underneath looks good. Same thing with Tyreek Hill. We're just taking what's open. Tyreek Hill does look the most open. It's a contested grab, but he makes the catch, and he breaks a tackle, and he gets the first down. Tua Tagovailoa, 375 yards, 3 touchdowns. What a play from Tyreek Hill as he wants, I believe, his 3rd Super Bowl so bad. This might just go to Jaylen Waddle here. It's not going to. Tyreek Hill down the field, just not a pick. He tries to make the grab, he can't. As these aggressive catch animations are very different than what they used to be. So that's very interesting. It's interesting to try and get used to those. But we need to keep driving down this field. Tyreek Hill over the middle. We can't make it happen. It's 3rd and 10 now. And this is a huge 3rd down. Obviously, it's 4th. I would say it's 4th down territory. You'd think. I'd argue it's 4th down territory. I mean, you have 3 timeouts, 2 minutes, 42 seconds. We'll see. What route is Jaylen Waddle running here? Okay, it's just a little corner route. Honestly, he might get open. I'd hope he gets open. Because who else are we going to throw to in this spot? Jaylen Waddle is open. Tua can't make the throw. He was wide open. Tua gets hit as he throws, and he can't make the throw. We're going to try and pin them in the corner with Blake Gilligan. And I messed up the punt. That was a horrendous punt from me. If their defense can make a stop, they can. And we have another opportunity to go and win this game. Thank God for our defense, because I've been trying to lose us the game, basically, if you've been watching. I've been basically trying to lose us the game. We're running the same play as we did before. Hopefully we can actually hit Waddle this time if he gets open. He is open. We can't actually make the throw. Jaylen Waddle makes the grab. He stays in bounds until he gets pushed out of bounds. And now we're basically in the red zone, in the green zone. What a huge play. Tyreek Hill on that slot fade. Jaylen Waddle running a little slant and go. Or kind of an in and go. We're going to give Waddle a chance. But Tua can't make the throw. And at least we're in field goal range so we can at minimum tie the game. And we'll give devon achane a touch here. If that looks good. We'll see what audibles we have as well. I actually don't hate this play action post cross. Maybe Tyreek Hill gets open in the end zone. I don't hate this play at all, actually. I don't hate this play at all. Tua to Tyreek. That's a catch, and that's a touchdown. What a huge play from Tua to the cheetah, Tyreek Hill. We go up by 4. They need a touchdown, and we're going to play. We are going to play this last drive for the Saints, because it will be the last drive, because we're going to win this game. As they do go underneath to Isaiah Pacheco. He's an X factor. They do take their first time out, a minute 30, and they're at the 37-yard line. Just going to run cover 3 here. Going to use her. Trent Simpson. And again, we're just trying to keep everything in front of us. They need a touchdown. Everything in front of us. Jalen Ramsey come around. What a play from Trent Simpson. Trying to bring up Jalen Ramsey, make a pick. As I don't know what you're talking shit for, Saints tight end. You should probably be focused on, winning the Super Bowl. You talk shit though, man. Using Jevon Holland over the top. I didn't mean to. He just throws it away. 3rd and 10. 2 more stops and we win this game. And we're going to send some heat. We are going to send some heat at their X Factor quarterback. We know they're throwing the ball. Using Jevon Holland over the top. And wow, I believe Chris Olave hangs on to that ball. That's a great catch from Chris. I can't even lie. That's a great catch. We're going to stay in man-to-man here. I don't hate it. Using Isaiah Pacheco. And Jalen Ramsey just got destroyed off the line by Brown. Don't know which Brown that is. We're going to audible into his zone here. That's a good tackle from Jalen Ramsey. We just have to keep them out of the end zone, but they are driving down the field on us. I'm not going to lie. We're going to run cover 6. Using Kader Kohu on this side. He has lots of time, and he gets the ball to his X Factor receiver. Or sorry, that's Isaiah Pacheco out of the backfield, but now they have no timeouts. Keep everything out of the end zone. Please. Just out of the end zone. They don't have that much time. They have no timeouts. Out of the end zone. Keep him in bounds. Great tackle by Jalen Phillips in coverage. And this will be the last play. Keep them out of the end zone. Frank Rogers in coverage. Just keep them out of the end zone. No! And we just lost the Super Bowl on a game-winning touchdown. Was that my zone? I think that was my zone. Yeah, that was my zone. And that's how we're going to end the video. Ugh. After all of that, I leave my zone. And they have a walk-in touchdown. Honestly, I deserve it. I deserve it. We're going to end this game without a Super Bowl. We'll watch this real-life Super Bowl celebration, but Tua Tagovailoa, Stephon Diggs moment. Oh, that was it? Okay, cool. The 2 quarterbacks, Jose Colbert, basically have the same stat line. And that's going to do it. Leave a like, subscribe. 2nd year in a row we don't win a Super Bowl. I will rebuild another team soon, hopefully. And I will do another Dolphins rebuild, and I will win a Super Bowl at some point. I hope. God damn it.